Chapters 18 to 23, Book 17, Volume 2 of Le Morte d'Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lars Rolander. Le Morte d'Arthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 18. Now saith the story, Galahad rode many journeys in vain, and at the last he came to the abbey where King Mordrains was, and when he heard that, he thought he would abide to see him. And upon the morn, when he had heard mass, Galahad came unto King Mordrains, and anon the king saw him, which had lain blind of long time. And then he dressed him against him, and said, Galahad, the servant of Jesu Christ, whose coming I have abiden so long, now embrace me, and let me rest on thy breast, so that I may rest between thine arms, for thou art a clean virgin above all knights, as the flower of the lily, in whom virginity is signified, and thou art the rose, the which is the flower of all good virtues, and in colour of fire. For the fire of the Holy Ghost is taken so in thee, that my flesh, which was all dead of oldness, is become young again. Then Galahad heard his words, then he embraced him and all his body. Then said he, Fair Lord Jesu Christ, now I have my will. Now I require thee in this point that I am in, thou come and visit me. And anon our Lord heard his prayer, therewith the soul departed from the body. And then Galahad put him in the earth as a king ought to be, and so departed, and so came into a perilous forest, where he found the well, the which boileth with great waves, as the tale telleth tofore. And as soon as Galahad set his hand thereto, it ceased, so that it brent no more, and the heat departed. For that it brent, it was a sign of lechery, the which was that time much used. But the heat might not abide his pure virginity, and this was taken in the country for a miracle, and so ever after it was called Galahad's Well. Then by adventure he came into the country of Gore, and into the abbey where Launcelot had been toforehand, and found the tomb of King Bagdemagus, but he was founder thereof, Joseph of Arimathea's son, and the tomb of Simeon where Launcelot had failed. Then he looked into a croft under the minster, and there he saw a tomb which brent full marvellously. Then asked he the brethren what it was. Sir, said they, a marvellous adventure, that may not be brought unto none end, but by him that passeth of bounty and of knighthood all them of the Round Table. I would, said Galahad, that ye would lead me thereto. Gladly, said they, and so led him till a cave. And he went down upon greases and came nigh the tomb, and then the flaming failed, and the fire staunched, the which many a day had been great. Then came there a voice that said, Much are ye beholden to thank our Lord, the which hath given you a good hour, that ye may draw out the souls of earthly pain, and to put them into the joys of paradise. I am of your kindred, the which hath dwelled in this heat this 300 winter, and 54 to be purged of the sin that I did against Joseph of Arimathea. Then Galahad took the body in his arms and bare it into the minster. And that night lay Galahad in the abbey, and on the morn he gave him service, and put him in the earth afore the high altar. Chapter 19. So departed he from thence, and commended the brethren to God, and so he rode 5 days till that he came to the Maimed King, and ever followed Percivale the 5 days, asking where he had been, and so one told him how the adventures of Logris were enchieved. So on a day it befell that they came out of a great forest, and there they met at traverse with Sir Bors, the which rode alone. It is none need to tell if they were glad, and them he saluted, and they yielded him honour and good adventure, and everych told other. Then said Bors: It is more than a year and a half that I lay 10 times where men dwelled, but in wild forests and in mountains, but God was ever my comfort. Then rode they a great while till that they came to the castle of Carbonek, and when they were entered within the castle King Pelles knew them. Then there was great joy, for they wist well by their coming that they had fulfilled the quest of the Sangreal. Then Eleazar, King Pelles' son, brought to fore them the broken sword wherewith Joseph was stricken through the thigh. Then Bors set his hand thereto, if that he might have soldered it again, but it would not be. Then he took it to Percivale, but he had no more power thereto than he. Now have ye it again, said Percivale to Galahad, for an it be ever enchieved by any bodily man ye must do it. And then he took the pieces and set them together, and they seemed that they had never been broken, and as well as it had been first forged. And when they within espied that the adventure of the sword was enchieved, then they gave the sword to Bors, for it might not be better set, for he was a good knight and a worthy man. And a little afore even the sword arose great and marvellous, and was full of great heat, that many men fell for dread. And anon alighted a voice among them and said: They that ought not to sit at the table of Jesu Christ, arise, for now shall very knights be fed. So they went thence, all save King Pelles and Eleazar his son, the which were holy men, and a maid which was his niece. And so these 3 fellows, and they 3 were there no more. Anon they saw knights all armed came in at the hall door, and did off their helms and their arms, and said unto Galahad: Sir, we have hied right much for to be with you at this table, where the holy meat shall be departed. Then said he: Ye be welcome, but of whence be ye? So 3 of them said they were of Gaul, and other 3 said they were of Ireland, and the other 3 said they were of Denmark. So as they sat thus, there came out a bed of tree of a chamber, the which 4 gentlewomen brought, and in the bed lay a good man sick, and a crown of gold upon his head. And there in the midst of the place they set him down, and went again their way. Then he lift up his head and said: Galahad, knight, ye be welcome, for much have I desired your coming. For in such pain and in such anguish I have been long. But now I trust to God the term is come that my pain shall be allayed, that I shall pass out of this world, so as it was promised me long ago. Therewith a voice said: There be 2 among you that be not in the quest of the Sangreal, and therefore depart ye. Chapter 20. Then King Pelles and his son departed, and therewithal beseemed them that there came a man and 4 angels from heaven, clothed in likeness of a bishop, and had a cross in his hand. And these 4 angels bare him up in a chair, and set him down before the table of silver whereupon the Sangreal was. And it seemed that he had in midst of his forehead letters the which said: See ye here Joseph, the first bishop of Christendom, the same which our Lord succoured in the city of Sarras in the spiritual place. Then the knights marvelled, for that bishop was dead more than 300 years tofore. O knights, said he, marvel not, for I was sometime an earthly man. With that they heard the chamber door open, and there they saw angels, and 2 bare candles of wax, the 3rd a towel, and the 4th a spear which bled marvellously, that 3 drops fell within a box which he held with his other hand. And they set the candles upon the table, and the 3rd the towel upon the vessel, and the 4th the holy spear, even upright upon the vessel. And then the bishop made semblant as though he would have gone to the sacring of the mass. And then he took an ubblie which was made in likeness of bread, And at the lifting up there came a figure in likeness of a child, and the visage was as red and as bright as any fire, and smote himself into the bread, so that they all saw it, that the bread was formed of a fleshly man. And then he put it into the holy vessel again. And then he did that longed to a priest to do a mass. And then he went to Galahad and kissed him, and bade him go and kiss his fellows, and so he did anon. Now, said he, servants of Jesu Christ, ye shall be fed afore this table with sweet meats that never knights tasted. And when he had said, he vanished away, and they set them at the table in great dread, and made their prayers. Then looked they and saw a man come out of the holy vessel, that had all the signs of the passion of Jesu Christ, bleeding all openly, and said, My knights and my servants and my true children, which be come out of deadly life into spiritual life, I will now no longer hide me from you, but ye shall see now a part of my secrets and of my hidden things. Now hold and receive the high meat which ye have so much desired. Then took he himself the holy vessel, and came to Galahad, and he kneeled down, and there he received his Saviour, and after him so received all his fellows. And they thought it so sweet that it was marvellous to tell. Then said he to Galahad, Son, wottest thou what I hold betwixt my hands? Nay, said he, but if ye will tell me. This is, said he, the holy dish wherein I ate the lamb on Sheer Thursday. And now hast thou seen that thou most desired to see, but yet hast thou not seen it so openly as thou shalt see it in the city of Sarras in the spiritual place. Therefore thou must go hence, and bear with thee this holy vessel, for this night it shall depart from the realm of Logris, that it shall never be seen more here. And wottest thou wherefore? For he is not served nor worshipped to his right by them of this land, for they be turned to evil living, therefore I shall disherit them of the honour which I have done them. And therefore go ye three to morrow unto the sea, where ye shall find your ship ready, and with you take the sword with the strange girdles, and no more with you but Sir Percivale and Sir Bors. Also I will that ye take with thou of the blood of this spear for to anoint the maimed king, both his legs and all his body, and he shall have his health. Sir, said Galahad, why shall not these other fellows go with us? For this cause, for right as I departed my apostles, one here and another there, so I will have that ye depart, and two of you shall die in my service, but one of you shall come again and tell tidings. Then gave he them his blessing and vanished away. Chapter 21. And Galahad went anon to the spear which lay upon the table, and touched the blood with his fingers, and came after to the maimed king, and anointed his legs. And therewith he clothed him anon, and start upon his feet out of his bed as an whole man, and thanked our Lord that he had healed him. And that was not to the worldward, for anon he yielded him to a place of religion of white monks, and was a full holy man. That same night about midnight came a voice among them which said, My sons, and not my chief sons, my friends, and not my warriors, go ye hence where ye hope best to do, and as I bade you. Ah, thanked be thou, Lord, that thou wilt vouchsafe to call us, thy sinners. Now may we well prove that we have not lost our pains. And anon in all haste they took their harness and departed. But the three knights of Gaul, one of them hight Claudin, King Claudas' son, and the other two were great gentlemen, then prayed Galahad to everych of them that if they come to King Arthur's court, that they should salute my lord Sir Launcelot my father, and all the fellowship of the Round Table, and prayed them if that they came on that part that they should not forget it. Right so departed Galahad, Percivale, and Bors with him, and so they rode 3 days, and then they came to a rivage, and found the ship whereof the tale speaketh of to fore. And when they came to the board they found in the midst the table of silver which they had left with the maimed king, and the Sangreal which was covered with red samite. Then were they glad to have such things in their fellowship, and so they entered and made great reverence thereto. And Galahad fell in his prayer a long time to our Lord, that at what time he asked that he should pass out of this world. So much he prayed till a voice said to him, Galahad, thou shalt have thy request, and when thou askest the death of thy body thou shalt have it, and then shalt thou find the life of the soul. Percivale heard this, and prayed him of fellowship that was between them, to tell him wherefore he asked such things. That shall I tell you, said Galahad. The other day when we saw a part of the adventures of the Sangreal, I was in such a joy of heart, that I trow never man was that was earthly. And therefore I wot well, when my body is dead, my soul shall be in great joy to see the blessed Trinity every day, and the majesty of our Lord Jesu Christ. So long were they in the ship that they said to Galahad, Sir, in this bed ought ye to lie, for so saith the Scripture. And so he laid him down and slept a great while, and when he awaked he looked afore him and saw the city of Sarras. And as they would have landed they saw the ship wherein Percivale had put his sister in. Truly, said Percivale, in the name of God, well hath my sister holden us covenant. Then took they out of the ship the table of silver, and he took it to Percivale and to Bors to go to fore, and Galahad came behind. And right so they went to the city, and at the gate of the city they saw an old man crooked. Then Galahad called him and bade him help to bear this heavy thing. Truly, said the old man, it is 10 year ago that I might not go but with crutches. Care thou not, said Galahad, and arise up and shew thy good will. And so he essayed and found himself as whole as ever he was. Then ran he to the table and took one part against Galahad. And anon arose there great noise in the city, that a cripple was made whole by knights marvellous that entered into the city. Then anon after the 3 knights went to the water, and brought up into the palace Percivale's sister, and buried her as richly as a king's daughter ought to be. And when the king of the city, which was cleped Estorause, saw the fellowship, he asked them of whence they were, and what thing it was that they had brought upon the table of silver. And they told him the truth of the Sangreal, and the power which that God had sent there. Then the king was a tyrant, and was come of the line of Paynims, and took them and put them in prison, in a deep hole. Chapter 22. But as soon as they were there, our Lord sent them the Sangreal, through whose grace they were always fulfilled while that they were in prison. So at the year's end it befell that this King Estorause lay sick, and felt that he should die. Then he sent for the 3 knights, and they came afore him, and he cried them mercy of that he had done to them, and they forgave it him goodly, and he died anon. When the king was dead, all the city was dismayed, and wist not who might be their king. Right so as they were in council, there came a voice among them, and bade them choose the youngest knight of them 3 to be their king, for he shall well maintain you and all yours. So they made Galahad king by all the assent of the holy city, and else they would have slain him. And when he was come to behold the land, he let make above the table of silver a chest of gold and of precious stones, that hilled the holy vessel. And every day early the 3 fellows would come afore it, and make their prayers. Now at the year's end, and the self day after Galahad had borne the crown of gold, he arose up early and his fellows, and came to the palace, and saw tofore them the holy vessel, and a man kneeling on his knees in likeness of a bishop, that had about him a great fellowship of angels, as it had been Jesu Christ himself. And then he arose and began a mass of Our Lady. And when he came to the sacrament of the mass, and had done, anon he called Galahad, and said to him, Come forth, the servant of Jesu Christ, and thou shalt see that thou hast much desire to see. And then he began to tremble right hard, when the deadly flesh began to behold the spiritual things. Then he held up his hands toward heaven, and said, Lord, I thank thee, for now I see that hath been my desire many a day. Now, blessed Lord, would I not longer live, if it might please thee, Lord. And therewith the good man took our Lord's body betwixt his hands, and proffered it to Galahad, and he received it right gladly and meekly. Now wottest thou what I am? said the good man. Nay, said Galahad, I am Joseph of Arimathie, the which our Lord hath sent here to thee to bear thee fellowship. And wottest thou wherefore he hath sent me more than any other? For thou hast resembled me in two things, in that thou hast seen the marvels of the Sangreal, in that thou hast been a clean maiden, as I have been and am. And when he had said these words, Galahad went to Percivale and kissed him, and commended him to God. And so he went to Sir Bors and kissed him, and commended him to God, and said, Fair lord, salute me to my lord Sir Launcelot my father, and as soon as ye see him, bid him remember of this unstable world. And therewith he kneeled down tofore the table, and made his prayers. And then suddenly his soul departed to Jesu Christ, and a great multitude of angels bare his soul up to heaven, that the two fellows might well behold it. Also the two fellows saw come from heaven an hand, but they saw not the body. And then it came right to the vessel, and took it and the spear, and so bare it up to heaven. Sithen was there never man so hardy to say that he had seen the Sangreal. Chapter 23. When Percivale and Bors saw Galahad dead, they made as much sorrow as ever did two men. And if they had not been good men, they might lightly have fallen in despair. And the people of the country and of the city were right heavy. And then he was buried, and as soon as he was buried, Sir Percivale yielded him to an hermitage out of the city, and took a religious clothing. And Bors was always with him, but never changed he his secular clothing, for that he purposed him to go again into the realm of Logris. Thus a year and 2 months lived Sir Percivale in the hermitage, a full holy life, and then passed out of this world. And Bors let bury him by his sister, and by Galahad in the spiritualities. When Bors saw that he was in so far countries as in the parts of Babylon, he departed from Sarras, and armed him, and came to the sea, and entered into a ship, and so it befell him in good adventure he came into the realm of Logris. And he rode so fast till he came to Camelot, where the king was. And then was there great joy made of him in the court, for they weened all he had been dead, forasmuch as he had been so long out of the country. And when they had eaten, the king made great clerks to come afore him, that they should chronicle of the high adventures of the good knights. When Bors had told him of the adventures of the Sangreal, such as had befallen him and his 3 fellows, that was Launcelot, Percivale, Galahad, and himself, there Launcelot told the adventures of the Sangreal that he had seen. All this was made in great books, and put up in almeries at Salisbury. And anon Sir Bors said to Sir Launcelot, Galahad, your own son, saluted you by me, and after you King Arthur and all the court, and so did Sir Percivale, for I buried them with mine own hands in the city of Sarras. Also, Sir Launcelot, Galahad prayed you to remember of this unsiker world, as ye behight him when ye were together more than half a year. This is true, said Launcelot. Now I trust to God his prayer shall avail me. Then Launcelot took Sir Bors in his arms and said, Gentle cousin, ye are right welcome to me, and all that I ever may do for you and for yours, ye shall find my poor body ready at all times, while the spirit is in it, and that I promise you faithfully, and never to fail. And wit ye well, gentle cousin Sir Bors, that ye and I will never depart asunder whilst our lives may last. Sir, said he, I will as ye will. Drawn out of French into English, the which is a story chronicled for one of the truest and the holiest that is in this world, the which is the 17th book. And here followeth the 18th book. End of Book 17, chapters 18 to 23. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapters 1 to 5, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Le Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 1. Of the joy King Arthur and the Queen had of the achievement of the Sangreal, and how Launcelot fell to his old love again. So after the quest of the Sangreal was fulfilled, and all knights that were left alive were come again unto the Table Round, as the book of the Sangreal maketh mention, then there was great joy in the court, and in especial King Arthur and Queen Guenever made great joy of that remnant that were come home, and passing glad was the king and the queen of Sir Launcelot and of Sir Bors, for they had been passing long away in the quest of the Sangreal. Then, as the book saith, Sir Launcelot began to resort unto Queen Guenever again, and forgat the promise and the perfection that he made in the quest. For, as the book saith, had not Sir Launcelot been in his privy thoughts and in his mind so set inwardly to the queen, as he was in seeming outward to God, there had no knight passed him in the quest of the Sangreal, but ever his thoughts were privily on the queen, and so they loved together more hotter than they did toforehand, and had such privy draughts together that many in the court spake of it, and in especial Sir Agravaine, Sir Gawaine's brother, for he was ever open-mouthed. So befell that Sir Launcelot had many resorts of ladies and damosels that daily resorted unto him, that besought him to be their champion, and in all such matters of right Sir Launcelot applied him daily to do for the pleasure of our Lord Jesu Christ. And ever as much as he might he withdrew him from the company and fellowship of Queen Guenever, for to eschew the slander and noise, wherefore the queen waxed wroth with Sir Launcelot. And upon a day she called Sir Launcelot unto her chamber, and said thus: Sir Launcelot, I see and feel daily that thy love beginneth to slake, for thou hast no joy to be in my presence, but ever thou art out of this court, and quarrels and matters thou hast nowadays for ladies and gentlewomen, more than ever thou wert wont to have aforehand. Ah, madam, said Launcelot, in this ye must hold me excused for divers causes. One is, I was but late in the quest of the Sangreal, and I thank God of his great mercy, and never of my desert, that I saw in that my quest as much as ever saw any sinful man, and so was it told me. And if I had not had my privy thoughts to return to your love again as I do, I had seen as great mysteries as ever saw my son Galahad, either Percivale or Sir Bors, and therefore, madam, I was but late in that quest. Wit ye well, madam, it may not be yet lightly forgotten the high service in whom I did my diligent labour. Also, madam, wit ye well that there may be many men speak of our love in this court, and have you and me greatly in await, as Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred, and, madam, wit ye well I dread them more for your sake than for any fear I have of them myself, for I may happen to escape and rid myself in a great need, where ye must abide all that will be said unto you, and then, if that ye fall in any distress through wilful folly, then is there none other remedy or help but by me and my blood. And wit ye well, madam, the boldness of you and me will bring us to great shame and slander, and that were me loath to see you dishonoured. And that is the cause I take upon me more for to do for damosels and maidens than ever I did tofore, that men should understand my joy and my delight is my pleasure to have ado for damosels and maidens. Chapter 2. How the Queen commanded Sir Launcelot to avoid the court, and of the sorrow that Launcelot made. All this while the Queen stood still and let Sir Launcelot say what he would, and when he had all said she brast out a weeping, and so she sobbed and wept a great while. And when she might speak, she said, Launcelot, now I well understand that thou art a false recreant knight, and a common lecher, and lovest and holdest other ladies, and by me thou hast disdain and scorn. For wit thou well, she said, now I understand thy falsehood, and therefore shall I never love thee no more, and never be thou so hardy to come in my sight, and right here I discharge thee this court, that thou never come within it, and I forfend thee my fellowship, and upon pain of thy head that thou see me no more. Right so Sir Launcelot departed with great heaviness, that unnethe he might sustain himself for great dole making. Then he called Sir Bors, Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Lionel, and told them how the Queen had forfended him the court, and so he was in will to depart into his own country. Fair sir, said Sir Bors de Ganis, you shall not depart out of this land by mine advice. Ye must remember in what honour ye are renowned, and called the noblest knight of the world, and many great matters ye have in hand, and women in their hastiness will do oft times that sore repenteth them, and therefore by mine advice ye shall take your horse, and ride to the good hermitage here beside Windsor, that sometime was a good knight, his name is Sir Brasius, and there shall ye abide till I send you word of better tidings. Brother, said Sir Launcelot, wit ye well I am full loath to depart out of this realm, but the Queen hath defended me so highly, that meseemeth she will never be my good lady as she hath been. Say ye never so, said Sir Bors, for many times or this time she hath been wroth with you, and after it she was the first that repented it. Ye say well, said Launcelot, for now will I do by your counsel, and take mine horse and my harness, and ride to the hermit Sir Brasius, and there will I repose me until I hear some manner of tidings from you. But, fair brother, I pray you get me the love of my lady, Sir Guenever. And ye may, sir, said Sir Bors, you need not to move me of such matters, for well ye wot I will do what I may to please you. And then the noble knight, Sir Launcelot, departed with right heavy cheer suddenly, that none earthly creature wist of him, nor where he was become, but Sir Bors. So when Sir Launcelot was departed, the Queen outward made no manner of sorrow in showing to none of his blood, nor to none other. But wit ye well, inwardly, as the book saith, she took great thought, but she bare it out with a proud countenance, as though she felt nothing nor danger. Chapter 3. How at a dinner that the Queen made there was a knight enpoisoned, which Sir Mador laid on the Queen. And then the Queen let make a privy dinner in London unto the knights of the Round Table, and all was for to show outward that she had as great joy in all other knights of the Table Round as she had in Sir Launcelot. All only at that dinner she had Sir Gawaine and his brethren, that is for to say, Sir Agravaine, Sir Gaheris, Sir Gareth, and Sir Mordred. Also there was Sir Bors de Ganis, Sir Blamore de Ganis, Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, Sir Galihud, Sir Genihoden, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Lionel, Sir Palomides, Saffrere his brother, Sir La Cote Maltal, Sir Persant, Sir Ironside, Sir Brandiles, Sir Kay le Seneschal, Sir Mador de la Porte, Sir Patrice, a knight of Ireland, Aliduc, Sir Astamore, and Sir Pinel le Savage, the which was cousin to Sir Lamorak de Galis, the good knight that Sir Gawaine and his brethren slew by treason. And so these 24 knights should dine with the queen in a privy place by themselves, and there was made a great feast of all manner of dainties. But Sir Gawaine had a custom that he used daily at dinner and at supper, that he loved well all manner of fruit, and in especial apples and pears, and therefore whomsoever dined or feasted Sir Gawaine would commonly purvey for good fruit for him, and so did the queen for to please Sir Gawaine. She let purvey for him all manner of fruit, for Sir Gawaine was a passing hot knight of nature. And this Panel hated Sir Gawaine because of his kinsman Sir Lamorak de Galis, and therefore for pure envy and hate Sir Pinel empoisoned certain apples for to empoison Sir Gawaine. And so this was well unto the end of the meat, and so it befell by misfortune a good knight named Patrice, cousin unto Sir Mador de la Porte, to take a poisoned apple. And when he had eaten it, he swelled so till he would brast, and there Sir Patrice fell down suddenly dead among them. Then every knight leapt from the board ashamed, and arraged for wrath, nigh out of their wits, for they wist not what to say, considering Queen Guenever made the feast and dinner, they all had suspicion unto her. My lady the queen, said Gawaine, wit ye well, madam, that this dinner was made for me, for all folks that know my condition understand that I love well fruit, and now I see well I had near been slain. Therefore, madam, I dread me lest ye will be shamed. Then the queen stood still, and was sore abashed, that she nist not what to say. This shall not so be ended, said Sir Mador de la Porte, for here have I lost a full noble knight of my blood, and therefore upon this shame and despite I will be revenged to the utterance. And there openly Sir Mador appealed the queen of the death of his cousin Sir Patrice. Then stood they all still, that none would speak a word against him, for they all had great suspicion unto the queen, because she let make that dinner. And the queen was so abashed that she could none other ways do, but wept so heartily that she fell in a swoon. With this noise and cry came to them King Arthur, and when he wist of that trouble, he was a passing heavy man. Chapter 4. How Sir Mador appeached the queen of treason, and there was no knight would fight for her at the first time. And ever Sir Mador stood still afore the king, and ever he appealed the queen of treason, for the custom was such that time that all manner of shameful death was called treason. Fair lords, said King Arthur, me repenteth of this trouble, but the case is so I may not have ado in this matter, for I must be a rightful judge, and that repenteth me that I may not do battle for my wife. For as I deem this deed came never by her, and therefore, I suppose, she shall not be all disdained, but that some good knight shall put his body in jeopardy for my queen rather than she shall be brent in a wrong quarrel. And therefore, Sir Mador, be not so hasty, for it may happen she shall not be all friendless, and therefore desire thou thy day of battle, and she shall purvey her of some good knight that shall answer you, or else it were to me great shame, and to all my court. My gracious lord, said Sir Mador, ye must hold me excused, for though ye be our king in that degree, ye are but a knight as we are, and ye are sworn unto knighthood as well as we, and therefore I beseech you that ye be not displeased, for there is none of the 24 knights that were bidden to this dinner, but all they have great suspicion unto the queen. What say ye all, my lords? Said Sir Mador. Then they answered by and by that they could not excuse the queen. for why she made the dinner, and either it must come by her or by her servants. Alas, said the queen, I made this dinner for a good intent, and never for none evil, so Almighty God me help in my right, as I was never purposed to do such evil deeds, and that I report me unto God. My lord the king, said Sir Mador, I require you, as ye be a righteous king, give me a day that I may have justice. Well, said the king, I give the day this day 15 days, that thou be ready armed on horseback in the meadow beside Westminster. And if it so fall that there be any knight to encounter with you, there mayst thou do the best, and God speed the right. And if it so fall that there be no knight at that day, then must my queen be burnt, and therefore she shall be ready to have her judgment. I am answered, said Sir Mador, and every knight went where it liked them. So when the king and the queen were together, the king asked the queen how this case befell. The queen answered, So God me help, I wot not how or in what manner. Where is Sir Launcelot? Said King Arthur. An he were here, he would not grudge to do battle for you. Sir, said the queen, I wot not where he is, but his brother and his kinsmen deem that he be not within this realm. That me repenteth, said King Arthur, for an he were here, he would soon stint this strife. Then I will counsel you, said the king, and unto Sir Bors, that ye will do battle for her for Sir Launcelot's sake, and upon my life he will not refuse you. For well I see, said the king, that none of these 24 knights that were with you at your dinner, where Sir Patrice was slain, that will do battle for you, nor none of them will say well of you, and that shall be a great slander for you in this court. Alas, said the queen, and I may not do withal, but now I miss Sir Launcelot, for an he were here, he would put me soon to my heart's ease. What aileth you? Said the king. Ye cannot keep Sir Launcelot upon your side. For wit ye well, said the king, who that hath Sir Launcelot upon his part hath the most man of worship in the world upon his side. Now go your way, said the king unto the queen, and require Sir Bors to do battle for you, for Sir Launcelot's sake. Chapter 5. How the queen required Sir Bors to fight for her, and how he granted upon condition, and how he warned Sir Launcelot thereof. So the queen departed from the king, and sent for Sir Bors into her chamber, and when he was come she besought him of succour. Madam, said he, what would ye that I did? For I may not with my worship have ado in this matter, because I was at the same dinner, for dread that any of those knights would have me in suspicion. Also, madam, said Sir Bors, now miss ye Sir Launcelot, for he would not have failed you neither in right nor in wrong, as ye have well proved when ye have been in danger, and now ye have driven him out of this country, by whom ye and all we were daily worshipped by. Therefore, madam, I marvel how ye dare for shame require me to do anything for you, insomuch ye have chased him out of your country, by whom we were born up and honoured. Alas, fair knight, said the queen, I put me wholly in your grace, and all that is done amiss I will amend as ye will counsel me. And therewith she kneeled down upon both her knees, and besought Sir Bors to have mercy upon her. Outher I shall have a shameful death, and thereto I had never offended. Right so came King Arthur, and found the queen kneeling afore Sir Bors. Then Sir Bors pulled her up, and said, Madam, ye do me great dishonour. Ah, gentle knight, said the king, have mercy upon my queen, courteous knight, for I am now in certain she is untruly defamed. And therefore, courteous knight, said the king, promise her to do battle for her. I will require you for the love of Sir Launcelot. My lord, said Sir Bors, ye require me the greatest thing that any man may require me, and wit ye well if I grant to do battle for the queen, I shall wrath many of my fellowship of the Table Round. But as for that, said Sir Bors, I will grant my lord that for my lord Sir Launcelot's sake, and for your sake, I will at that day be the queen's champion, unless that there come by adventure a better knight than I am to do battle for her. Will you promise me this, said the king, by your faith? Yea, sir, said Sir Bors, of that I will not fail you, nor her both, But if there come a better knight than I am, and then shall he have the battle. Then was the king and the queen passing glad, and so departed, and thanked him heartily. So then Sir Bors departed secretly upon a day, and rode unto Sir Launcelot, thereas he was with the hermit Sir Brasius, and told him of all their adventure. Ah Jesu, said Sir Launcelot, this is come happily as I would have it, and therefore I pray you make you ready to do battle, but look that ye tarry till ye see me come, as long as ye may. For I am sure Mador is an hot knight when he is enchafed, for the more ye suffer him the hastier will he be to battle. Sir, said Bors, let me deal with him, doubt ye not ye shall have all you will. Then departed Sir Bors from him, and came to the court again. Then was it noised in all the court that Sir Bors should do battle for the queen. Wherefore many knights were displeased with him, that he would take upon him to do battle in the queen's quarrel, for there were but few knights in all the court that they deemed the queen was in the wrong, and that she had done that treason. So Sir Bors answered thus to his fellows of the Table Round: Wit ye well, my fair lords, it were shame to us all an we suffered to see the most noble queen of the world to be shamed openly, considering her lord and our lord is the man of most worship in the world, and most christened, and he hath ever worshipped us all in all places. Many answered him again: As for our most noble King Arthur, we love him and honour him as well as ye do. But as for Queen Guenever, we love her not, because she is a destroyer of good knights. Fair lords, said Sir Bors, meseemeth ye say not as ye should say, for never yet in my days knew I never nor heard say that ever she was a destroyer of any good knight. But at all times, as far as ever I could know, she was a maintainer of good knights, and ever she hath been large and free of her goods to all good knights, and the most bounteous lady of her gifts and her good grace that ever I saw or heard speak of. And therefore it were shame, said Sir Bors, to us all, to our most noble king's wife, and we suffered her to be shamefully slain. And wit ye well, said Sir Bors, I will not suffer it, for I dare say so much, the queen is not guilty of Sir Patrice's death, for she owed him never none ill will, nor none of the 24 knights that were at that dinner. For I dare say for good love she bade us to dinner, and not for no mal engine, and that I doubt not shall be proved hereafter, for howsoever the game goeth, there was treason among us. Then some said to Sir Bors, We may well believe your words. And so some of them were well pleased, and some were not so. End of Book 18, chapters 1 to 5. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 6 to 10, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 6. How at the day Sir Bors made him ready for to fight for the queen, and when he would fight, how another discharged him. The day came on fast until the even that the battle should be. Then the queen sent for Sir Bors and asked him how he was disposed. Truly, madam, said he, I am disposed in likewise as I promised you, that is for to say, I shall not fail you, unless by adventure there come a better knight than I am to do battle for you, then, madam, am I discharged of my promise. Will ye, said the queen, that I tell my lord Arthur this? Do as it shall please you, madam. Then the queen went unto the king, and told him the answer of Sir Bors. Have ye no doubt, said the king, of Sir Bors, for I call him now one of the best knights of the world, and the most profitablest man. And thus it passed on until the morn, And the king and the queen, and all manner of knights that were there at that time, drew them unto the meadow beside Westminster, where the battle should be. And so, when the king was come with the queen and many knights of the Round Table, then the queen was put there in the constable's ward, and a great fire made about an iron stake, that an Sir Mador de la Porte had the better, she should be burnt. Such custom was used in those days, that neither for favour, neither for love nor affinity, there should be none other but righteous judgment, as well upon a king as upon a knight, and as well upon a queen as upon another poor lady. So in this meanwhile came in Sir Mador de la Porte, and took his oath afore the king that the queen did this treason until his cousin Sir Patrice, and unto his oath he would prove it with his body, hand for hand, who that would say the contrary. Right so came in Sir Bors de Ganis, and said, that as for Queen Guenever she is in the right, and that will I make good with my hands, that she is not culpable of this treason that is put upon her. Then make ye ready, said Sir Mador, and we shall prove whether thou be in the right or I. Sir Mador, said Sir Bors, wit thou well I know you for a good knight. Not for then I shall not fear you so greatly, but I trust to God I shall be able to withstand your malice. But this much have I promised my lord Arthur and my lady the queen, that I shall do battle for her in this case to the uttermost, unless that there come a better knight than I am and discharge me. Is that all? Said Sir Mador. Either come thou off and do battle with me, or else say nay. Take your horse, said Sir Bors, and, as I suppose, ye shall not tarry long, but ye shall be answered. Then either departed to their tents, and made them ready to horseback as they thought best, and anon Sir Mador came into the field with his shield on his shoulder and his spear in his hand, and so rode about the place, crying unto Arthur, Bid your champion come forth an he dare. Then was Sir Bors ashamed, and took his horse, and came to the lists end, and then was he ware came from a wood there fast by a knight all armed, upon a white horse, with a strange shield of strange arms, and he came riding all that he might run, and so he came to Sir Bors, and said thus, Fair knight, I pray you be not displeased, for here must a better knight than ye are have this battle, therefore I pray you withdraw you. For wit ye well I have had this day a right great journey, and this battle ought to be mine, and so I promised you when I spake with you last, and with all my heart I thank you of your good will. Then Sir Bors rode unto King Arthur, and told him how there was a knight come that would have the battle for to fight for the queen. What knight is he? Said the king. I wot not, said Sir Bors, but such covenant he made with me to be here this day. Now my lord, said Sir Bors, here am I discharged. Chapter 7. How Sir Launcelot fought against Sir Mador for the queen, and how he overcame Sir Mador, and discharged the queen. Then the king called to that knight, and asked him if he would fight for the queen. Then he answered to the king, Therefore came I hither, and therefore, Sir King, he said, tarry me no longer, for I may not tarry. For anon, as I have finished this battle, I must depart hence, for I have ado many matters elsewhere. For wit you well, said that knight, this is dishonour to you all knights of the Round Table, to see and know so noble a lady and so courteous a queen as Queen Guenever is, thus to be rebuked and shamed amongst you. Then they all marvelled what knight that might be that so took the battle upon him, for there was not one that knew him, but if it were Sir Bors. Then said Sir Mador de la Porte unto the king, Now let me wit with whom I shall have ado withal. And then they rode to the lists' end, and there they couched their spears, and ran together with all their might, and Sir Mador's spear brake all to pieces, but the other's spear held, and bare Sir Mador's horse and all backward to the earth a great fall. But mightily and suddenly he avoided his horse, and put his shield afore him, and then drew his sword, and bade the other knight alight and do battle with him on foot. Then that knight descended from his horse lightly, like a valiant man, and put his shield afore him, and drew his sword, and so they came eagerly unto battle, and either gave other many great strokes, tracing and traversing, racing and foining, and hurtling together with their swords as it were wild boars. Thus were they fighting nigh an hour, for this Sir Mador was a strong knight, and mightily proved in many strong battles. But at the last this knight smote Sir Mador grovelling upon the earth, and the knight stepped near him to have pulled Sir Mador flatling upon the ground, and therewith suddenly Sir Mador arose, and in his rising he smote that knight through the thick of the thighs that the blood ran out fiercely. And when he felt himself so wounded, and saw his blood, he let him arise upon his feet, and then he gave him such a buffet upon the helm that he fell to the earth flatling, and therewith he strode to him to have pulled off his helm off his head. And then Sir Mador prayed that knight to save his life, and so he yielded him as overcome, and released the queen of his quarrel. I will not grant thee thy life, said that knight, only that thou freely release the queen for ever, and that no mention be made upon Sir Patrice's tomb that ever Queen Guenever consented to that treason. All this shall be done, said Sir Mador. I clearly discharge my quarrel for ever. Then the knights, partners of the lists, took up Sir Mador, and led him to his tent, and the other knight went straight to the stair-foot where sat King Arthur, and by that time was the queen come to the king, and either kissed other heartily. And when the king saw that knight he stooped down to him and thanked him, and in likewise did the queen, and the king prayed him to put off his helmet, and to repose him, and to take a sop of wine. But then he put off his helm to drink, and then every knight knew him that it was Sir Launcelot du Lake. Anon, as the king wist that, he took the queen in his hand, and yode unto Sir Launcelot, and said, Sir, grant mercy of your great travail that ye have had this day for me and for my queen. My lord, said Sir Launcelot, wit ye well I ought of right ever to be in your quarrel, and in my lady the queen's quarrel, to do battle. For ye are the man that gave me the high order of knighthood, and that day my lady, your queen, did me great worship, and else I had been shamed. For that same day ye made me knight. Through my hastiness I lost my sword, and my lady, your queen, found it, and lapped it in her train, and gave me my sword when I had need thereto. And else had I be shamed among all knights, and therefore, my lord Arthur, I promised her at that day ever to be her knight in right other in wrong. Grant mercy, said the king, for this journey, and wit ye well, said the king, I shall acquit your goodness. And ever the queen beheld Sir Launcelot, and wept so tenderly that she sank almost to the ground for sorrow that he had done to her so great goodness, where she shewed him great unkindness. Then the knights of his blood drew unto him, and there either of them made great joy of other, and so came all the knights of the Table Round that were there at that time, and welcomed him. And then Sir Mador was had to leechcraft, and Sir Launcelot was healed of his wound, and then there was made great joy and mirths in that court. Chapter 8. How the truth was known by the Maiden of the Lake, and of divers other matters. And so it befell that the damsel of the lake, her name was Nimue, the which wedded the good knight Sir Pelleas, and so she came to the court, for ever she did great goodness unto King Arthur, and to all his knights through her sorcery and enchantments. And so when she heard how the queen was anangered for the death of Sir Patrice, then she told it openly that she was never guilty, and there she disclosed by whom it was done, and named him Sir Pinel, and for what cause he did it. There it was openly disclosed, and so the queen was excused, and the knight Pinel fled into his country. Then was it openly known that Sir Pinel empoisoned the apples at the feast to that intent to have destroyed Sir Gawaine, because Sir Gawaine and his brethren destroyed Sir Lamorak de Galis, to the which Sir Pinel was cousin unto. Then was Sir Patrice buried in the church of Westminster in a tomb, and thereupon was written, Here lieth Sir Patrice of Ireland, slain by Sir Pinel le Savage, that empoisoned apples to have slain Sir Gawaine, and by misfortune Sir Patrice ate one of those apples, and then suddenly he brast. Also there was written upon the tomb that Queen Guenever was appealed of treason of the death of Sir Patrice by Sir Mador de la Porte, and there was made mention how Sir Launcelot fought with him for Queen Guinevere, and overcame him in plain battle. All this was written upon the tomb of Sir Patrice in excusing of the queen. And then Sir Mador sued daily and long to have the queen's good grace, and so by the means of Sir Launcelot he caused him to stand in the queen's good grace, and all was forgiven. Thus it passed on till our Lady Day Assumption. Within 15 days of that feast the king let cry a great jousts and a tournament that should be at that day at Camelot, that is Winchester, and the king let cry that he and the King of Scots would joust against all that would come against them. And when this cry was made, thither came many knights. So there came thither the King of Northgalis, and King Anguish of Ireland, and the King with the 100 knights, and Galahad the haut prince, and the King of Northumberland, and many other noble dukes and earls of divers countries. So King Arthur made him ready to depart to these jousts, and would have had the queen with him, but at that time she would not, she said, for she was sick, and might not ride at that time. That me repenteth, said the king, for this 7 year ye saw not such a noble fellowship together except at Whitsuntide, when Galahad departed from the court. Truly, said the queen to the king, ye must hold me excused. I may not be there, and that me repenteth. And many deemed the queen would not be there because of Sir Launcelot de Lake, for Sir Launcelot would not ride with the king, for he said that he was not whole of the wound the which Sir Mador had given him, wherefore the king was heavy and passing wroth, and so he departed toward Winchester with his fellowship, and so by the way the king lodged in a town called Astolat, that is now in English called Guildford, and there the king lay in the castle. So when the king was departed, the queen called Sir Launcelot to her, and said thus: Sir Launcelot, ye are greatly to blame thus to hold you behind my lord. What trow ye? What will your enemies and mine say and deem? Naught else but. See how Sir Launcelot holdeth him ever behind the king, and so doth the queen, for that they would have their pleasure together. And thus will they say, said the queen to Sir Launcelot, have ye no doubt thereof. Chapter 9. How Sir Launcelot rode to Astolat, and received a sleeve to wear upon his helm at the request of a maid. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, I allow your wit, it is of late come since ye were wise, and therefore, madam, at this time I will be ruled by your counsel, and this night I will take my rest, and tomorrow by time I will take my way toward Winchester. But wit you well, said Sir Launcelot to the queen, that at that jousts I will be against the king and against all his fellowship. Ye may there do as ye list, said the queen, but by my counsel ye shall not be against your king and your fellowship, for therein be full many hard knights of your blood, as ye wot well enough, it needeth not to rehearse them. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, I pray you that ye be not displeased with me, for I will take the adventure that God will send me. So upon the morn early Sir Launcelot heard mass and brake his fast, and so took his leave of the queen and departed, and then he rode so much until he came to Astolat, that is Guildford, and there it happed him in the eventide he came to an old baron's place that hight Sir Bernard of Astolat, and as Sir Launcelot entered into his lodging, King Arthur espied him as he did walk in a garden beside the castle, how he took his lodging, and knew him full well. It is well, said King Arthur unto the knights that were with him in that garden beside the castle, I have now espied one knight that will play his play at the jousts to the which we will be gone toward. I undertake he will do marvels. Who is that, we pray you tell us, said many knights that were there at that time. Ye shall not wit for me, said the king, as at this time, and so the king smiled, and went to his lodging. So when Sir Launcelot was in his lodging, and unarmed him in his chamber, the old baron and hermit came to him making his reverence, and welcomed him in the best manner, but the old knight knew not Sir Launcelot. Fair sir, said Sir Launcelot to his host, I would pray you to lend me a shield that were not openly known, for mine is well known. Sir, said his host, ye shall have your desire, for meseemeth ye be one of the likeliest knights of the world, and therefore I shall shew you friendship. Sir, wit you well I have two sons that were but late made knights, and the eldest hight Sir Tirre, and he was hurt that same day he was made knight, that he may not ride, and his shield ye shall have, for that is not known I dare say but here, and in no place else. And my youngest son hight Lavaine, and if it please you, he shall ride with you unto that jousts, and he is of his age strong and white. For much my heart giveth unto you that ye should be a noble knight, therefore I pray you, tell me your name, said Sir Bernard. As for that, said Sir Launcelot, ye must hold me excused as at this time, and if God give me grace to speed well at the jousts, I shall come again and tell you. But I pray you, said Sir Launcelot, in any wise let me have your son, Sir Lavaine, with me, and that I may have his brother's shield. All this shall be done, said Sir Bernard. This old baron had a daughter that was called that time the Fair Maiden of Astolat, and ever she beheld Sir Launcelot wonderfully, and as the book saith, she cast such a love unto Sir Launcelot that she could never withdraw her love, wherefore she died, and her name was Elaine le Blanc. So thus as she came to and fro, she was so hot in her love that she besought Sir Launcelot to wear upon him at the jousts a token of hers. Fair damosel, said Sir Launcelot, and if I grant you that, ye may say I do more for your love than ever I did for lady or damosel. Then he remembered him he would go to the jousts disguised, and because he had never for that time borne no manner of token of no damosel, then he bethought him that he would bear one of her, that none of his blood thereby might know him, and then he said, Fair maiden, I will grant you to wear a token of yours upon mine helmet, and therefore what it is, show it me. Sir, she said, it is a red sleeve of mine of scarlet, well embroidered with great pearls. And so she brought it him. So Sir Launcelot received it, and said, Never did I erst so much for no damosel. And then Sir Launcelot betook the fair maiden his shield in keeping, and prayed her to keep that until that he came again. And so that night he had merry rest and great cheer, for ever the damosel Elaine was about Sir Launcelot all the while she might be suffered. Chapter 10. How the tourney began at Winchester, and what knights were at the jousts, and other things. So upon a day, on the morn, King Arthur and all his knights departed, for their king had tarried 3 days to abide his noble knights. And so when the king was ridden, Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine made them ready to ride, and either of them had white shields, and the red sleeve Sir Launcelot let carry with him. And so they took their leave at St. Bernard, the old baron, and at his daughter, the Fair Maiden of Astolat, and then they rode so long till that they came to Camelot, that time called Winchester, and there was great press of kings, dukes, earls, and barons, and many noble knights. But there Sir Launcelot was lodged privily by the means of Sir Lavaine with a rich burgess, that no man in that town was ware what they were. And so they reposed them there till Our Lady Day, Assumption, as the great feast should be. So then trumpets blew unto the field, and King Arthur was set on high upon a scaffold to behold who did best. But as the French book saith, the king would not suffer Sir Gawaine to go from him, for never had Sir Gawaine the better and Sir Launcelot were in the field, and many times was Sir Gawaine rebuked when Launcelot came into any jousts disguised. Then some of the kings, as King Anguish of Ireland and the King of Scots, were that time turned upon the side of King Arthur. And then on the other party was the King of Northgalis, and the King with the 100 Knights, and the King of Northumberland, and Sir Galahad the Haut Prince. But these 3 kings and this duke were passing weak to hold against King Arthur's party, for with him were the noblest knights of the world. So then they withdrew them either party from other, and every man made him ready in his best manner to do what he might. Then Sir Launcelot made him ready, and put the red sleeve upon his head, and fastened it fast, and so Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine departed out of Winchester privily, and rode until a little leaved wood behind the party that held against King Arthur's party, and there they held them still till the parties smote together. And then came in the King of Scots and the King of Ireland on Arthur's party, and against them came the King of Northumberland, and the King with the 100 Knights smote down the King of Northumberland, and the King with the 100 Knights smote down King Anguish of Ireland. Then Sir Palomides, that was on Arthur's party, encountered with Sir Galahad, and either of them smote down other, and either party helped their lords on horseback again. And so there began a strong assail upon both parties. And then came in Sir Brandiles, Sir Sagramore le Desirous, Sir Dodinas le Sauvage, Sir Kay le Seneschal, Sir Griflet le Fils de Dieu, Sir Modred, Sir Meliot de Logris, Sir Ozana le Cure Hardy, Sir Safria, Sir Epinogris, Sir Galeron of Galloway. All these 15 knights were knights of the Round Table. So these with more other came in together and beat aback the King of Northumberland and the King of North Galice. When Sir Launcelot saw this, as he hoved in a little leaved wood, then he said unto Sir Lavaine, See, yonder is a company of good knights, and they hold them together as boars that were chafed with dogs. That is truth, said Sir Lavaine. End of Book 18, chapters 6 to 10. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 11 to 14, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 11. How Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine entered in the field against them of King Arthur's court, and how Launcelot was hurt. Now, said Sir Launcelot, an ye will help me a little, ye shall see wonder fellowship that chaseth now these men in our side, that they shall go as fast backward as they went forward. Sir, spare not, said Sir Lavaine, for I shall do what I may. Then Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine came in at the thickest of the press, and there Sir Launcelot smote down Sir Brandiles, Sir Sagramore, Sir Dodinas, Sir Kay, Sir Griflet, and all this he did with one spear. And Sir Lavaine smote down Sir Lucan le Butler, and Sir Bedivere. And then Sir Launcelot gat another spear, and there he smote down Sir Agravaine, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Mordred, and Sir Meliot de Logris. And Sir Lavaine smote Ozana le Cure Hardy. And then Sir Launcelot drew his sword, and there he smote on the right hand and on the left hand, and by great force he unhorsed Sir Safire, Sir Epinogris, and Sir Galeron. And then the knights of the Table Round withdrew them aback, after they had gotten their horses as well as they might. O mighty Jesu, said Sir Gawaine, what knight is yonder that doth so marvellous deeds of arms in that field? I wot well what he is, said Sir Arthur, but as at this time I will not name him. Sir, said Sir Gawaine, I would say it were Sir Launcelot by his riding and his buffets that I see him deal, but ever meseemeth it should not be he, for that he beareth the red sleeve upon his head, for I wist him never bear token at no jousts, of lady nor gentlewoman. Let him be, said King Arthur, he will be better known, and do more, or ever he depart. Then the party that was against King Arthur were well comforted, and then they held them together that beforehand were sore rebuked. Then Sir Bors, Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Lionel called unto them the knights of their blood, as Sir Blamore de Ganis, Sir Bleoberis, Sir Aliduke, Sir Gilihad, Sir Gilihoden, Sir Belanger le Beus. So these 9 knights of Sir Launcelot's kin thrust in mightily, for they were all noble knights, and they, of great hate and despite that they had unto him, thought to rebuke that noble knight Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine, for they knew them not. And so they came hurling together, and smote down many knights of North Galice and of Northumberland. And when Sir Launcelot saw them fare so, he gat a spear in his hand, and there encountered with him all at once Sir Bors, Sir Ector, and Sir Lionel, and all they 3 smote him at once with their spears. And with force of themselves they smote Sir Launcelot's horse to the earth, and by misfortune Sir Bors smote Sir Launcelot through the shield into the side, and the spear brake, and the head left still in his side. When Sir Lavaine saw his master lie on the ground, he ran to the King of Scots and smote him to the earth, and by great force he took his horse and brought him to Sir Launcelot, and maugre of them all he made them to mount upon that horse. And then Launcelot gat a spear in his hand, and there he smote Sir Bors, horse and man, to the earth. In the same wise he served Sir Ector and Sir Lionel, and Sir Lavaine smote down Sir Blamore de Ganis. And then Sir Launcelot drew his sword, for he felt himself so sore hurt that he weened there to have had his death. And then he smote Sir Bleoberis such a buffet on the helm that he fell him to the earth in a swoon. And in the same wise he served Sir Aliduke and Sir Galihud, and Sir Lavaine smote down Sir Bellangere, that was the son of Alisander le Orphelin. And by this was Sir Bors horsed, and then he came with Sir Ector and Sir Lionel, and all they three smote with swords upon Sir Launcelot's helmet. And when he felt their buffets and his wound, the which was so grievous, then he thought to do what he might while he might endure. And then he gave Sir Bors such a buffet that he made him bow his head passing low, and therewithal he raced off his helm, and might have slain him, and so pulled him down. And in the same wise he served Sir Ector and Sir Lionel, for as the book saith he might have slain them, but when he saw their visages his heart might not serve him thereto, and left them there. And then afterward he hurled into the thickest press of them all, and did there the marvellous deeds of arms that ever man saw or heard speak of, and ever Sir Lavaine, the good knight, with him. And there Sir Launcelot with his sword smote down and pulled down, as the French book maketh mention, mo than 30 knights, and the most part were of the Table Round. And Sir Lavaine did full well that day, for he smote down 10 knights of the Table Round. Chapter 12. How Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine departed out of the field, and in what jeopardy Launcelot was. Mercy Jesu, said Sir Gawaine to Arthur, I marvel what knight that he is with the red sleeve. Sir, said King Arthur, he will be known or he depart. And then the king blew unto lodging, and the prize was given by heralds unto the knight with the white shield that bare the red sleeve. Then came the king with the 100 knights, the king of Northgalis, and the king of Northumberland, and Sir Galahad the haut prince, and said unto Sir Launcelot, Fair knight, God thee bless, for much have ye done this day for us. Therefore we pray you that ye will come with us, that ye may receive the honour and the prize as ye have worshipfully deserved it. My fair lords, said Sir Launcelot, wit you well if I have deserved thanks I have sore bought it, and that me repenteth, for I am like never to escape with my life. Therefore, fair lords, I pray you that ye will suffer me to depart where me liketh, for I am sore hurt. I take none force of none honour, for I had liefer to repose me than to be lord of all the world. And therewithal he groaned piteously, and rode a great wallop awayward from them until he came under a wood's side. And when he saw that he was from a field nigh a mile, and that he was sure he might not be seen, then he said with an high voice, O gentle knight, Sir Lavaine, help me that this truncheon were out of my side, for it sticketh so sore that it nigh slayeth me. O mine own lord, said Sir Lavaine, I would fain do that might please you, but I dread me sore an I pull out the truncheon, that ye shall be in peril of death. I charge you, said Sir Launcelot, as ye love me, draw it out. And therewithal he descended from his horse, and right so did Sir Lavaine, and forthwithal Sir Lavaine drew the truncheon out of his side, and he gave a great shriek and a marvellous grisly groan, and the blood braced out nigh a pint at once, and at the last he sank down upon his buttocks, and so swooned pale and deadly. Alas, said Sir Lavaine, what shall I do? And then he turned Sir Launcelot into the wind, but so he lay there nigh half an hour, as he had been dead. And so at the last Sir Launcelot cast up his eyes and said, O Lavaine, help me that I were on my horse, for here is fast by within this 2 mile a gentle hermit that sometime was a full noble knight and a great lord of possessions, and for great goodness he hath taken him to wilful poverty, and forsaken many lands, and his name is Sir Bordwin of Brittany, and he is a full noble surgeon and a good leech. Now let's see, help me up that I were there, for ever my heart giveth me that I shall never die of my cousin Germain's hands. And then with great pain Sir Lavaine halp him upon his horse, and then they rode a great wallop together, and ever Sir Launcelot bled that it ran down to the earth, and so by fortune they came to that hermitage, the which was under a wood, and a great cliff on the other side, and a fair water running under it. And then Sir Lavaine beat on the gate with the butt of his spear, and cried fast, Let in for Jesu's sake. And there came a fair child to them, and asked them what they would. Fair son, said Sir Lavaine, go and pray thy lord the hermit for God's sake to let in here a knight that is full sore wounded. And this day tell thy lord I saw him do more deeds of arms than ever I heard say that any man did. So the child went in lightly, and then he brought the hermit, the which was a passing good man. When Sir Lavaine saw him, he prayed him for God's sake of succour. What knight is he? said the hermit. Is he of the house of King Arthur or not? I wot not, said Sir Lavaine, what is he, nor what is his name, but well I wot I saw him do marvellously this day as of deeds of arms. On whose party was he? said the hermit. Sir, said Sir Lavaine, he was this day against King Arthur, and there he won the prize of all the knights of the round table. I have seen the day, said the hermit. I would have loved him the worse because he was against my lord King Arthur, for sometime I was one of the fellowship of the round table, but I thank God now I am otherwise disposed. But where is he? Let me see him. Then Sir Lavaine brought the hermit to him. Chapter 13. How Launcelot was brought to an hermit for to be healed of his wound and of other matters. And when the hermit beheld him, as he sat leaning upon his saddle-bow, ever bleeding piteously, and ever the knight hermit thought that he should know him, but he could not bring him to knowledge because he was so pale for bleeding. What knight are ye? said the hermit, and where were ye born? My fair lord, said Sir Launcelot, I am a stranger and a knight adventurous, that laboureth throughout many realms for to win worship. Then the hermit advised him better, and saw by a wound on his cheek that he was Sir Launcelot. Alas, said the hermit, mine own lord, why layne you your name from me? Forsooth I ought to know you of right, for ye are the most noblest knight of the world, for well I know you for Sir Launcelot. Sir, said he, sith ye know me, help me an ye may, for God's sake, for I would be out of this pain at once, either to death or to life. Have ye no doubt, said the hermit, ye shall live and fare right well. And so the hermit called to him 2 of his servants, and so he and his servants bare him into the hermitage, and lightly unarmed him, and laid him in his bed. And then anon the hermit staunched his blood, and made him to drink good wine, so that Sir Launcelot was well refreshed and knew himself, for in those days it was not the guise of hermits as it is nowadays, for there were none hermits in those days, but that they had been men of worship and of prowess, and those hermits held great household, and refreshed people that were in distress. Now turn we unto King Arthur, and leave we Sir Launcelot in the hermitage. So when the kings were come together on both parties, and the great feast should be holden, King Arthur asked the King of Northgalis and their fellowship, where was the knight that bare the red sleeve? Bring him afore me, that he may have his lord and honour, and the prize, as it is right. Then spake Sir Galahad, the haut prince, and the king with the 100 knights, we suppose that knight is mischieved, and that he is never like to see you, nor none of us all, and that is the greatest pity that ever we wist of any knight. Alas, said Arthur, how may this be? Is he so hurt? What is his name? said King Arthur. Truly, said they all, we know not his name, nor from whence he came, nor whither he would. Alas, said the king, this be to me the worst tidings that came to me this 7 year, for I would not for all the lands I wield to know and wit it were so that that noble knight were slain. Know ye him? said they all. As for that, said Arthur, whether I know him or know him not, ye shall not know for me what man he is, but Almighty Jesu send me good tidings of him. And so said they all. By my head, said Sir Gawaine, if it so be that the good knight be so sore hurt, it is great damage and pity to all this land. He is one of the noblest knights that ever I saw in a field handle a spear or a sword, and if he may be found I shall find him, for I am sure he is not far from this town. Bear ye well, said King Arthur, and ye may find him, unless that he be in such a plight that he may not wield himself. Jesu defend, said Sir Gawaine, but wit I shall what he is, and I may find him. Right so Sir Gawaine took a squire with him upon hackneys, and rode all about Camelot within 6 or 7 mile, but so he came again and could hear no word of him. Then within 2 days King Arthur and all the fellowship returned unto London again, and so as they rode by the way, it happed Sir Gawaine at Astolat to lodge with Sir Bernard, thereas was Sir Launcelot lodged. So as Sir Gawaine was in his chamber to repose him, Sir Bernard, the old baron, came unto him and his daughter Elaine to cheer him and to ask him what tidings, and who did best at that tournament of Winchester. So God me help, said Sir Gawaine, there were 2 knights that bare 2 white shields, but the one of them bare a red sleeve upon his head, and certainly he was one of the best knights that ever I saw joust in field. For I dare say, said Sir Gawaine, that one knight with the red sleeve smote down 40 knights of the Table Round, and his fellow did right well and worshipfully. Now blessed be God, said the Fair Maiden of Astolat, that that knight sped so well, for he is the man in the world that I first loved, and truly he shall be last that ever I shall love. Now, fair maid, said Sir Gawaine, is that good knight your love? Certainly, sir, said she, wit ye well he is my love. Then know ye his name? said Sir Gawaine. Nay, truly, said the damsel, I know not his name nor from whence he cometh, but to say that I love him, I promise you in God that I love him. How had ye knowledge of him first? said Sir Gawaine. Chapter 14. How Sir Gawaine was lodged with the Lord of Astolat, and there had knowledge that it was Sir Launcelot that bare the red sleeve. Then she told him as ye have heard tofore, and how her father betook him her brother to do him service, and how her father lent him her brother's, Sir Tir's, shield. And here with me he left his own shield. For what cause did he so? said Sir Gawaine. For this cause, said the damsel, for his shield was too well known among many noble knights. Ah, fair damsel, said Sir Gawaine, please it you let me have a sight of that shield. Sir, said she, it is in my chamber covered with a case, and if ye will come with me ye shall see it. Not so, said Sir Bernard to his daughter, let's send for it. So when the shield was come, Sir Gawaine took off the case, and when he beheld that shield he knew anon that it was Sir Launcelot's shield and his own arms. Ah, Jesu mercy, said Sir Gawaine, now is my heart more heavier than ever it was tofore. Why? said Elaine. For I have great cause, said Sir Gawaine. Is that knight that oweth this shield your love? Yea, truly, said she, my love he is. God would I were his love. So God me speed, said Sir Gawaine. Fair damsel, ye have right, for an he be your love, ye love the most honourable knight of the world, and the man of most worship. So methought ever, said the damsel, for never all that time, for no knight that ever I saw, loved I never none erst. God grant, said Sir Gawaine, that either of you may rejoice other, but that is in a great adventure. But truly, said Sir Gawaine unto the damsel, ye may say ye have a fair grace, for why I have known that noble knight this 24 year, and never or that day I nor none other knight, I dare make good, saw nor heard say that ever he bare token or sign of no lady, gentlewoman, ne maiden, at no jousts nor tournament. And therefore, fair maiden, said Sir Gawaine, ye are much beholden to him to give him thanks. But I dread me, said Sir Gawaine, that ye shall never see him in this world, and that is a great pity that ever was of earthly knight. Alas, said she, how may this be? Is he slain? I say not so, said Sir Gawaine, but wit ye well he is grievously wounded, by all manner of signs, and by men's sight more likelier to be dead than to be alive. And wit ye well he is the noble knight Sir Launcelot, for by the shield I know him. Alas, said the Fair Maiden of Astolat, how may this be, and what was his hurt? Truly, said Sir Gawaine, the man in the world that loved him best hurt him so, and I dare say, said Sir Gawaine, and that knight that hurt him knew the very certainty that he had hurt Sir Launcelot, it would be the most sorrow that ever came to his heart. Now, fair father, said then Elaine, I require you give me leave to ride and to seek him, or else I wot well I shall go out of my mind, for I shall never stint till that I find him and my brother, Sir Lavaine. Do as it liketh you, said her father, for me sore repenteth of the hurt of that noble knight. Right so the maid made her ready, and before Sir Gawaine, making great dole. Then on the morn Sir Gawaine came to King Arthur and told him how he had found Sir Launcelot's shield in the keeping of the Fair Maiden of Astolat. All that knew I aforehand, said King Arthur, and that caused me I would not suffer you to have ado at the great jousts. For I espied, said King Arthur, when he came in till his lodging full late in the evening in Astolat. But marvel have I, said Arthur, that ever he would bear any sign of any damsel, for or now I never heard say nor knew that ever he bare any token of none earthly woman. By my head, said Sir Gawaine, the fair maiden of Astolat loveth him marvellously well. What it meaneth I cannot say, and she is ridden after to seek him. So the king and all came to London, and there Sir Gawaine openly disclosed to all the court that it was Sir Launcelot that jousted best. End of Book 18, chapters 11 to 14. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 15 to 18, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte, dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte, dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 15. Of the sorrow that Sir Bors had for the hurt of Launcelot, and of the anger that the queen had because Launcelot bare the sleeve. And when Sir Bors heard that, wit ye well, he was an heavy man, and so were all his kinsmen. But when Queen Guenever wist that Sir Launcelot bare the red sleeve of the fair maiden of Astolat, she was nigh out of her mind for wrath. And then she sent for Sir Bors de Ganis in all the haste that might be. So when Sir Bors was come to fore the queen, then she said, Ah, Sir Bors, have ye heard say how falsely Sir Launcelot hath betrayed me? Alas, madam, said Sir Bors, I am afeard he hath betrayed himself and us all. No force, said the queen, though he be destroyed, for he is a false traitor knight. Madam, said Sir Bors, I pray you say ye not so, for wit ye well I may not hear such language of him. Why, Sir Bors, said she, should I not call him traitor when he bare the red sleeve upon his head at Winchester at the great jousts? Madam, said Sir Bors, that sleeve bearing repenteth me sore, but I dare say he did it to none evil intent, but for this cause he bare the red sleeve that none of his blood should know him. For or then we, nor none of us all, never knew that ever he bare token or sign of maid, lady, ne gentlewoman. Fie on him, said the queen, yet for all his pride and vaunts there ye proved yourself his better. Nay, madam, say ye never more so, for he beat me and my fellows, and might have slain us, an he had would. Fie on him, said the queen, for I heard Sir Gawaine say before my lord Arthur that it were marvel to tell the great love that is between the fair maiden of Astolat and him. Madam, said Sir Bors, I may not warn Sir Gawaine to say what it pleased him, but I dare say, as for my lord, Sir Launcelot, that he loveth no lady, gentlewoman, nor maid, but all he loveth in like much. And therefore, madam, said Sir Bors, ye may say what ye will, but wit ye well I will haste me to seek him and find him wheresomever he be, and God send me good tidings of him. And so leave we them there, and speak we of Sir Launcelot, that lay in great peril. So as fair Elaine came to Winchester, she sought there all about, and by fortune Sir Lavaine was ridden to play him to enchafe his horse. And anon as Elaine saw him she knew him, and then she cried aloud unto him. And when he heard her anon he came to her, and then she asked her brother how did my lord Sir Launcelot. Who told you, sister, that my lord's name was Sir Launcelot? Then she told him how Sir Gawaine by his shield knew him. So they rode together till that they came to the hermitage, and anon she alighted. So Sir Lavaine brought her in to Sir Launcelot, and when she saw him lie so sick and pale in his bed she might not speak, but suddenly she fell to the earth down suddenly in a swoon, and there she lay a great while. And when she was relieved, she shrieked and said, My lord, Sir Launcelot, alas, why be ye in this plight? And then she swooned again. And then Sir Launcelot prayed Sir Lavaine to take her up, and bring her to me. And when she came to herself, Sir Launcelot kissed her, and said, Fair maiden, why fare ye thus? Ye put me to pain. Wherefore make ye no more such cheer, for an ye be come to comfort me ye be right welcome. and of this little hurt that I have I shall be right hastily whole by the grace of God. But I marvel, said Sir Launcelot, who told you my name? Then the fair maiden told him all how Sir Gawaine was lodged with her father, and there by your shield he discovered your name. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, that me repenteth that my name is known, for I am sure it will turn unto anger. And then Sir Launcelot compassed in his mind that Sir Gawaine would tell Queen Guinevere how he bare the red sleeve, and for whom that he wist well would turn into great anger. So this maiden Elaine never went from Sir Launcelot, but watched him day and night, and did such attendance to him that the French book saith, there was never woman did more kindlier for man than she. Then Sir Launcelot prayed Sir Lavaine to make a spies in Winchester for Sir Bors if he came there, and told him by what tokens he should know him by a wound in his forehead. For well I am sure, said Sir Launcelot, that Sir Bors will seek me, for he is the same good knight that hurt me. Chapter 16. How Sir Bors sought Launcelot and found him in the hermitage, and of the lamentation between them. Now turn we unto Sir Bors de Ganis, that came unto Winchester to seek after his cousin Sir Launcelot. And when he came to Winchester, anon there were men that Sir Lavaine had made to lie in a watch for such a man, and anon Sir Lavaine had warning. And then Sir Lavaine came to Winchester and found Sir Bors, and there he told him what he was, and with whom he was, and what was his name. Now, fair knight, said Sir Bors, I require you that ye will bring me to my lord Sir Launcelot. Sir, said Sir Lavaine, take your horse, and within this hour ye shall see him. And so they departed, and came to the hermitage. And when Sir Bors saw Sir Launcelot lie in his bed pale and discoloured, anon Sir Bors lost his countenance, and for kindness and pity he might not speak, or it wept tenderly a great while. And then when he might speak he said thus, O my lord Sir Launcelot, God you bless, and send you hasty recover, and full heavy am I of my misfortune and of mine unhappiness, for now I may call myself unhappy, and I dread me that God is greatly displeased with me, that he would suffer me to have such a shame for to hurt you that are all our leader, and all our worship, and therefore I call myself unhappy. Alas, that ever such a caitiff knight as I am should have power by unhappiness to hurt the most noblest knight of the world, where I so shamefully set upon you and overcharged you, and where ye might have slain me, you saved me, and so did not I, for I and your blood did to you our utterance. I marvel, said Sir Bors, that my heart or my blood would serve me, wherefore my lord, Sir Launcelot, I ask your mercy. Fair cousin, said Sir Launcelot, ye be right welcome, and wit ye well, overmuch ye say for to please me, the which pleaseth me not. For why I have the same I sought, for I would with pride have overcome you all, and there in my pride I was near slain, and that was in mine own default, for I might have given you warning of my being there. And then had I had no hurt, for it is an old said saw, there is hard battle thereas kin and friends do battle either against other, there may be no mercy but mortal war. Therefore, fair cousin, said Sir Launcelot, let this speech overpass, and all shall be welcome that God sendeth, and let us leave off this matter, and let us speak of some rejoicing, for this that is done may not be undone, and let us find a remedy how soon that I may be whole. Then Sir Bors leaned upon his bedside and told Sir Launcelot how the queen was passing wroth with him, because he wore the red sleeve at the great jousts, and there Sir Bors told him all how Sir Gawaine discovered it, by your shield that ye left with the fair maiden of Astolat. Then is the queen wroth, said Sir Launcelot, and therefore am I right heavy, for I deserved no wrath, for all that I did was because I would not be known. Right so excused I you, said Sir Bors, but all was in vain, for she said more largelier to me than I to you now. But is this she, said Sir Bors, that is so busy about you, that men call the fair maiden of Astolat? She it is, said Sir Launcelot, that by no means I cannot put her from me. Why should ye put her from you, said Sir Bors? She is a passing fair damsel, and a well beseen, and well taught, and God would, fair cousin, said Sir Bors, that ye could love her. But as to that I may not, nor I dare not, counsel you. But I see well, said Sir Bors, by her diligence about you, that she loveth you entirely. That me repenteth, said Sir Launcelot. Sir, said Sir Bors, she is not the first that hath lost her pain upon you, and that is the more pity. And so they talked of many more things, and so within 3 days or 4 Sir Launcelot was big and strong again. Chapter 17. How Sir Launcelot armed him to assay if he might bear arms, and how his wounds braced out again. Then Sir Bors told Sir Launcelot how there was sworn a great tournament and jousts betwixt King Arthur and the King of Northgalis, that should be upon All Hallowmass Day, beside Winchester. Is that truth? Said Sir Launcelot. Then shall ye abide with me still a little while, until that I be whole, for I feel myself right big and strong. Blessed be God, said Sir Bors. Then were they there nigh a month together, and ever this maiden Elaine did ever her diligent labour night and day unto Sir Launcelot, that there was never child nor wife more meeker to a father and husband than was that fair maiden of Astolat, wherefore Sir Bors was greatly pleased with her. So upon a day, by the assent of Sir Launcelot, Sir Bors, and Sir Lavaine, they made the hermit to seek in woods for divers herbs, and so Sir Launcelot made fair Elaine to gather herbs for him to make him a bane. In the meanwhile Sir Launcelot made him to arm him at all pieces, and there he thought to assay his armour and his spear for his hurt or not. And so when he was upon his horse he stirred him fiercely, and the horse was passing lusty and fresh, because he was not laboured a month afore. And then Sir Launcelot couched that spear in the rest. That courser leapt mightily when he felt the spurs, and he that was upon him, the which was the noblest horse of the world, strained him mightily and stably, and kept still the spear in the rest. And therewith Sir Launcelot strained himself so straitly, with so great force, to get the horse forward, that the button of his wound braced both within and without, and therewithal the blood came out so fiercely that he felt himself so feeble that he might not sit upon his horse. And then Sir Launcelot cried unto Sir Bors, Ah, Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine, help, for I am come to mine end. And therewith he fell down on the one side to the earth like a dead corpse. And then Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine came to him with sorrow making out of measure, and so by fortune the maiden Elaine heard their mourning, and then she came thither. And when she found Sir Launcelot there armed in that place, she cried and wept as she had been wood, and then she kissed him, and did what she might to awaken him. And then she rebuked her brother and Sir Bors, and called them false traitors, why they would take him out of his bed. There she cried, and said she would appeal them of his death. With this came the holy hermit, Sir Baudwin of Brittany, and when he found Sir Launcelot in that plight he said but little, but wit ye well he was wroth. And then he bade them, Let us have him in. And so they all bare him unto the hermitage, and unarmed him, and laid him in his bed, and evermore his wound bled piteously, but he stirred no limb of him. Then the knight hermit put a thing in his nose, and a little deal of water in his mouth. And then Sir Launcelot waked of his swoon, and then the hermit staunched his bleeding. And when he might speak he asked Sir Launcelot why he put his life in jeopardy. Sir, said Sir Launcelot, because I weened I had been strong, and also Sir Bors told me that there should be at All Hallowmass a great jousts betwixt King Arthur and the King of Northgalis, and therefore I thought to assay it myself whether I might be there or not. Ah, Sir Launcelot, said the hermit, your heart and your courage will never be done until your last day, but ye shall do now by my counsel. Let Sir Bors depart from you, and let him do at that tournament what he may, and by the grace of God, said the knight hermit, by that the tournament be done and ye come hither again, Sir Launcelot shall be as whole as ye, so that he will be governed by me. Chapter 18. How Sir Bors returned and told tidings of Sir Launcelot, and of the tourney, and to whom the prize was given. Then Sir Bors made him ready to depart from Sir Launcelot, and then Sir Launcelot said, Fair cousin Sir Bors, recommend me unto all them unto whom me ought to recommend me unto, and I pray you, enforce yourself at that jousts that ye may be best, for my love, and here shall I abide you at the mercy of God till ye come again. And so Sir Bors departed and came to the court of King Arthur, and told him in what place he had left Sir Launcelot. That me repenteth, said the king, but since he shall have his life we all may thank God. And there Sir Bors told the queen in what jeopardy Sir Launcelot was when he would assay his horse. And all that he did, madam, was for the love of you, because he would have been at this tournament. Fie on him, recreant knight, said the queen, for wit ye well I am right sorry an he shall have his life. His life shall he have, said Sir Bors, and who that would otherwise, except you, madam, we that be of his blood should help to short their lives. But madam, said Sir Bors, ye have been oft times displeased with my lord Sir Launcelot, but at all times at the end ye find him a true knight, and so he departed. And then every knight of the Round Table that were there at the time present made them ready to be at that jousts at All Hallowmass, and thither drew many knights of divers countries. And as All Hallowmass drew near, thither came the King of North Galis, and the King with the 100 knights, and Sir Galahad the haut prince of Selous, and thither came King Anguish of Ireland, and the King of Scots. So these 3 kings came on King Arthur's party. And so that day Sir Gawaine did great deeds of arms, and began first, and the heralds numbered that Sir Gawaine smote down 20 knights. Then Sir Bors de Ganis came in the same time, and he was numbered that he smote down 20 knights, and therefore the prize was given betwixt them both, for they began first and longest endured. Also Sir Gareth, as the book saith, did that day great deeds of arms, for he smote down and pulled down 30 knights. But when he had done these deeds he tarried not, but so departed, and therefore he lost his prize. And Sir Palomides did great deeds of arms that day, for he smote down 20 knights, but he departed suddenly, and men deemed Sir Gareth and he rode together to some manner adventures. So when this tournament was done, Sir Bors departed and rode till he came to Sir Launcelot his cousin, and then he found him walking on his feet, and there either made great joy of other. And so Sir Bors told Sir Launcelot of all the jousts like as ye have heard. I marvel, said Sir Launcelot, that Sir Gareth, when he had done such deeds of arms, that he would not tarry. Thereof we marvelled all, said Sir Bors, for but if it were you, or Sir Tristram, or Sir Lamorak de Galis, I saw never knight bear down so many in so little a while as did Sir Gareth, and anon he was gone we wist not where. By my head, said Sir Launcelot, he is a noble knight, and a mighty man, and well breathed, and if he were well assayed, said Sir Launcelot, I would deem he were good enough for any knight that beareth the life. And he is a gentle knight, courteous, true, and bounteous, meek and mild, and in him is no manner of mal engine, but plain, faithful, and true. So then they made him ready to depart from the hermit, and so upon a morn they took their horses and Elaine le Blanc with them. And when they came to Astolat, they well lodged, and had great cheer of Sir Bernard, the old baron, and of Sir Tirre, his son. And so upon the morn, when Sir Launcelot should depart, fair Elaine brought her father with her, and Sir Lavaine, and Sir Tirre, and thus she said. End of Book 18, Chapters 15 to 18. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 19 to 22, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 19. Of the great lamentation of the fair maid of Astolat, when Launcelot should depart, and how she died for his love. My lord Sir Launcelot, now I see you will depart. Now, fair knight and courteous knight, have mercy upon me, and suffer me not to die for thy love. What would ye that I did? Said Sir Launcelot. I would have you to my husband, said Elaine. Fair damsel, I thank you, said Sir Launcelot. But truly, said he, I cast me never to be wedded man. Then, fair knight, said she, will you be my paramour? Jesu defend me, said Sir Launcelot, for then I rewarded your father and your brother full evil for their great goodness. Alas, said she, then must I die for your love. Ye shall not so, said Sir Launcelot. For wit ye well, fair maiden, I might have been married, and I had would, but I never applied me to be married yet, but because, fair damsel, that ye love me as ye say ye do, I will for your good will and kindness show you some goodness, and that is this, that wheresomever ye will beset your heart upon some good knight that will wed you, I shall give you together £1,000 yearly to you and to your heirs. Thus much will I give you, fair madam, for your kindness, and always while I live to be your own knight. Of all this, said the maiden, I will none, for but if ye will wed me, or else be my paramour at the least. Wit you well, Sir Launcelot, my good days are done. Fair damosel, said Sir Launcelot, of these two things ye must pardon me. Then she shrieked shrilly, and fell down in a swoon, and then women bare her into her chamber, and there she made over much sorrow, and then Sir Launcelot would depart, and there he asked Sir Lavaine what he would do. What should I do, said Sir Lavaine, but follow you, but if ye drive me from you, or command me to go from you. Then came Sir Bernard to Sir Launcelot, and said to him, I cannot see but that my daughter Elaine will die for your sake. I may not do withal, said Sir Launcelot, for that me sore repenteth, for I report me to yourself, that my proffer is fair. And me repenteth, said Sir Launcelot, that she loveth me as she doth. I was never the causer of it, for I report me to your son I early ne late proffered her bounte nor fair behests. And as for me, said Sir Launcelot, I dare do all that a knight should do, that she is a clean maiden for me, both for deed and for will. And I am right heavy of her distress, for she is a full fair maiden, good and gentle, and well taught. Father, said Sir Lavaine, I dare make good she is a clean maiden, as for my lord Sir Launcelot, but she doth as I do, for sithen I first saw my lord Sir Launcelot, I could never depart from him, nor nought I will, and I may follow him. Then Sir Launcelot took his leave, and so they departed, and came into Winchester. And then Arthur wist that Sir Launcelot was come whole and sound, the king made great joy of him, and so did Sir Gawaine and all the knights of the Round Table, except Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. Also Queen Guenever was wooed wroth with Sir Launcelot, and would by no means speak with him, but estranged herself from him. And Sir Launcelot made all the means that he might for to speak with the queen, but it would not be. Now speak we of the fair maiden of Astolat, that made such sorrow day and night, that she never slept, ate, nor drank, and ever she made her complaint unto Sir Launcelot. So when she had thus endured a 10 days, that she feebled so that she must needs pass out of this world, then she shrived her clean and received her Creator. And ever she complained still upon Sir Launcelot. Then her ghostly father bade her leave such thoughts. Then she said, Why should I leave such thoughts? Am I not an earthly woman? And all the while the breath is in my body I may complain me, for my belief is I do none offence, though I love an earthly man. And I take God to my record I loved never none but Sir Launcelot du Lake, nor ever shall, and a clean maiden I am for him and for all other. And sithen it is the sufferance of God that I shall die for the love of so noble a knight, I beseech the High Father of heaven to have mercy upon my soul, and upon mine innumerable pains that I suffered may be allegiance of part of my sins. The sweet Lord Jesu, said the fair maiden, I take thee to record, on thee I was never great offencer against thy laws, but that I loved this noble knight Sir Launcelot out of measure, and of myself, good Lord, I might not withstand the fervent love wherefore I have my death. And then she called her father, Sir Bernard, and her brother, Sir Tirre, and heartily she prayed her father that her brother might write a letter like as she did indite it, and so her father granted her. And when the letter was written word by word like as she devised, then she prayed her father that she might be watched until she were dead. And while my body is hot, let this letter be put in my right hand, and my hand bound fast with the letter, until that I be cold. And let me be put in a fair bed with all the richest clothes that I have about me. And so let my bed and all my richest clothes be laid with me in a chariot unto the next place where Thames is, and there let me be put within a barget, and but one man with me, such as ye trust, to steer me thither, and that my barget be covered with black samite over and over. Thus, Father, I beseech you, let it be done. So her father granted it her faithfully. All things should be done like as she had devised. Then her father and her brother made a great dole, for when this was done anon she died. And so when she was dead, the corpse and the bed all was led the next way unto Thames, and there a man and the corpse and all were put into Thames. And so the man steered the barget unto Westminster, and there he rode a great while to and fro, or any espied it. Chapter 20. How the corpse of the maid of Astolat arrived to fore King Arthur, and of the burying, and how Sir Launcelot offered the mass penny. So by fortune King Arthur and the Queen Guenever were speaking together at a window, and so as they looked into Thames they espied this black barget, and had marvel what it meant. Then the king called Sir Kay, and showed it him. Sir, said Sir Kay, wit you well there is some new tidings. Go thither, said the king to Sir Kay, and take with you Sir Brandiles and Agravaine, and bring me ready word what is there. Then these four knights departed and came to the barget, and went in, and there they found the fairest corpse lying in a rich bed, and a poor man sitting in the barget's end, and no word would he speak. So these four knights returned unto the king again, and told him what they found. That fair corpse will I see, said the king. And so then the king took the queen by the hand, and went thither. Then the king made the barget to be holden fast, and then the king and the queen entered with certain knights with them, and there he saw the fairest woman lie in a rich bed, covered unto her middle with many rich clothes, and all was of cloth of gold, and she lay as though she had smiled. Then the king espied a letter in her right hand, and told it to the king. Then the king took it, and said, Now am I sure this letter will tell what she was, and why she is come hither. So then the king and the queen went out of the barget, and so commanded a certain man to wait upon the barget. And so when the king was come within his chamber, he called many knights about him, and said that he would wit openly what was written within that letter. Then the king brake it, and made a clerk to read it, and this was the intent of the letter. Most noble knight, Sir Launcelot, now hath death made us two at debate for your love. I was your lover, that men called the Fair Maiden of Astolat. Therefore unto all ladies I make my moan, yet pray for my soul, and bury me at least, and offer ye my mass penny. This is my last request, and a clean maiden I died. I take God to witness. Pray for my soul, Sir Launcelot, as thou art peerless. This was all the substance in the letter. And when it was read, the king, the queen, and all the knights wept for pity of the doleful complaints. Then was Sir Launcelot sent for, and when he was come, King Arthur made the letter to be read to him. And when Sir Launcelot heard it word by word, he said, My lord Arthur, wit ye well I am right heavy of the death of this fair damsel. God knoweth I was never causer of her death by my willing, and that will I report me to her own brother. Here he is, Sir Lavaine. I will not say nay, said Sir Launcelot, but that she was both fair and good, and much I was beholden unto her, but she loved me out of measure. You might have showed her, said the queen, some bounty and gentleness that might have preserved her life. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, she would none other ways be answered but that she would be my wife, outher else my paramour, and of these two I would not grant her, but I proffered her for her good love that she shewed me £1,000 yearly to her, and to her heirs, and to wed any manner knight that she could find best to love in her heart. For madame, said Sir Launcelot, I love not to be constrained to love, for love must arise of the heart, and not by no constraint. That is truth, said the king, and many knights' love is free in himself, and never will be bounden, for where he is bounden he loseth himself. Then, said the king unto Sir Launcelot, it will be your worship that ye oversee that she be interred worshipfully. Sir, said Sir Launcelot, that shall be done as I can best devise. And so many knights yede thither to behold that fair maiden, and so upon the morn she was interred richly, and Sir Launcelot offered her mass penny, and all the knights of the Table Round that were there at that time offered with Sir Launcelot, and then the poor man went again with the barget. Then the queen sent for Sir Launcelot, and prayed him of mercy, for why that she had been wroth with him causeless. This is not the first time, said Sir Launcelot, that ye had been displeased with me causeless, but, madame, ever I must suffer you, but what sorrow I endure I take no force. So this passed on all that winter, with all manner of hunting and hawking, and jousts and tourneys were many betwixt many great lords, and ever in all places Sir Lavaine gat great worship, so that he was nobly renowned among many knights of the Table Round. Chapter 21. Of great jousts done all a Christmas, and of a great jousts and tourney ordained by King Arthur and of Sir Launcelot. Thus it passed on till Christmas, and then every day there was jousts made for a diamond, who that jousted best should have a diamond. Sir Launcelot would not joust, but if it were at a great jousts cried. But Sir Lavaine jousted there all that Christmas passingly well, and best was praised, for there were but few that did so well. Wherefore all manner of knights deemed that Sir Lavaine should be made knight of the Table Round at the next feast of Pentecost. So at after Christmas King Arthur let call unto him many knights, And there they advised together to make a party in a great tournament and jousts. And the king of Northgalis said to Arthur he would have on his party King Anguish of Ireland, and the king with the 100 knights, and the king of Northumberland, and Sir Galahad, the haut prince. And so these 4 kings and this mighty duke took part against King Arthur and the knights of the Table Round. And the cry was made that the day of the jousts should be beside Westminster upon Candlemas Day, whereof many knights were glad, and made them ready to be at that jousts in the freshest manner. And Queen Guenever sent for Sir Launcelot, and said thus: I warn you that ye ride no more in no jousts nor tournaments, but that your kinsmen may know you. And at these jousts that shall be ye shall have of me a sleeve of gold. And I pray you for my sake enforce yourself there, that men may speak of you with worship. But I charge you, as ye will have my love, that ye warn your kinsmen that ye will bear that day the sleeve of gold upon your helmet. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, it shall be done. And so either made great joy of other. And when Sir Launcelot saw his time, he told Sir Bors that he would depart, and have no more with him but Sir Lavaine, unto the good hermit that dwelt in that forest of Windsor. His name was Sir Brasius, and there he thought to repose him, and take all the rest that he might, because he would be fresh at that day of jousts. So Sir Launcelot and Sir Lavaine departed, that no creature wist where he was become, but the noble men of his blood. And when he was come to the hermitage, wit ye well he had good cheer, and so daily Sir Launcelot would go to a well fast by the hermitage, and there he would lie down and see the well spring and burble, and sometime he slept there. So at that time there was a lady dwelt in that forest, and she was a great huntress, and daily she used to hunt, and ever she bare her bow with her, and no men went never with her, but always women, and they were shooters, and could well kill a deer, both at the stalk and at the trest. And they daily bare bows and arrows, horns and wood knives, and many good dogs they had, both for the string and for a bait. So it happed this lady the huntress had abated her dog for the bow at a barren hind, and so this barren hind took the flight over hedges and woods, and ever this lady and part of her women costed the hind, and checked it by the noise of the hounds, to have met with the hind at some water. And so it happed, the hind came to the well whereas Sir Launcelot was sleeping and slumbering. And so when the hind came to the well, the heat she went to soil, and there she lay a great while, and the dog came after, and becast about, for she had lost the very perfect foot of the hind. Right so came that lady the huntress, that knew by the dog that she had, that the hind was at the soil in that well. And there she came stiffly, and found the hind, and she put a broad arrow in her bow, and shot at the hind, and overshot the hind, and so by misfortune the arrow smote Sir Launcelot in the thick of the buttock over the barbs. When Sir Launcelot felt himself so hurt, he hurled up woodly, and saw the lady that had smitten him, and when he saw she was a woman, he said thus: Lady or damsel, what that thou be, in an evil time bear ye a bow, the devil made you a shooter. Chapter 22. How Launcelot, after that he was hurt of a gentlewoman, came to an hermit, and of other matters. Now mercy, fair sir, said the lady, I am a gentlewoman that useth here in this forest hunting, and God knoweth I saw ye not. But as here was a barren hind at the soil in this well, and I weened to have done well, but my hand swerved. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, ye have mischieved me. And so the lady departed. And Sir Launcelot, as he might, pulled out the arrow, and left that head still in his buttock, and so he went weakly to the hermitage, ever more bleeding as he went. And when Sir Lavaine and the hermit espied that Sir Launcelot was hurt, wit you well they were passing heavy, but Sir Lavaine wist not how that he was hurt, nor by whom, and then were they wroth out of measure. Then with great pain the hermit gat out the arrow's head out of Sir Launcelot's buttock, and much of his blood he shed, and the wound was passing sore and unhappily smitten, for it was in such a place that he might not sit in no saddle. Have mercy, Jesu, said Sir Launcelot, I may call myself the most unhappiest man that liveth, for ever when I would fainest have worship there befalleth me ever some unhappy thing. Now so Jesu me help, said Sir Launcelot, and if no man would but God, I shall be in the field upon Candlemas Day at the jousts, whatsoever fall of it, so all that might be gotten to heal Sir Launcelot was had. So when the day was come, Sir Launcelot let devise that he was arrayed, and Sir Lavaine, and their horses, as though they had been Saracens. and so they departed and came nigh to the field. The king of Northgalis with 100 knights with him, and the king of Northumberland brought with him 100 good knights, and King Anguish of Ireland brought with him 100 good knights ready to joust, and Sir Galahad the haut prince brought with him 100 good knights, and the king with the 100 knights brought with him as many, and all these were proved good knights. Then came in King Arthur's party, and there came in the King of Scots with 100 knights, and King Uriens of Gore brought with him 100 knights, and King Howel of Brittany brought with him 100 knights, and Chalins of Clarence brought with him 100 knights, and King Arthur himself came into the field with 200 knights, and the most part were knights of the Table Round, that were proved noble knights, and there were old knights set in scaffolds for to judge with the Queen, who did best. End of Book 18, chapters 19 to 22. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 23 to 25, Book 18, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 23. How Sir Launcelot behaved him at the jousts, and other men also. Then they blew to the field, and there the King of Northgalis encountered with the King of Scots, and there the King of Scots had a fall, and the King of Ireland smote down King Uriens, and the King of Northumberland smote down King Howel of Brittany, and Sir Galahad the haut prince smote down Chalins of Clarence. And then King Arthur was wood wroth, and ran to the king with the 100 knights, and there King Arthur smote him down. And after with that same spear King Arthur smote down 3 other knights. And then when his spear was broken, King Arthur did passingly well, and so therewithal came in Sir Gawaine, and Sir Gaheris, Sir Agravaine, and Sir Mordred, and there every each of them smote down a knight, and Sir Gawaine smote down 4 knights. And then there began a strong medley, for then there came in the knights of Launcelot's blood, and Sir Gareth, and Sir Palomides with them, and many knights of the Table Round, and they began to hold the 4 kings and the mighty dukes so hard that they were discomfit. But this Duke Galahad, the haut prince, was a noble knight, and by his mighty prowess of arms he held the knights of the Table Round straight enough. And this doing saw Sir Launcelot, and then he came into the field with Sir Lavaine as if it had been thunder. And then anon Sir Bors and the knights of his blood espied Sir Launcelot, and said to them all, I warn you, beware of him with the sleeve of gold upon his head, for he is himself Sir Launcelot du Lake. And for great goodness Sir Bors warned Sir Gareth. I am well apaid, said Sir Gareth, that I may know him. But who is he, said they all, that rideth with him in the same array? That is the good and gentle knight Sir Lavaine, said Sir Bors. So Sir Launcelot encountered with Sir Gawaine, and thereby forth Sir Launcelot smote down Sir Gawaine and his horse to the earth, and so he smote down Sir Agravaine and Sir Gaheris, and also he smote down Sir Mordred, and all this was with one spear. Then Sir Lavaine met with Sir Palomides, and either met other so hard and so fiercely that both their horses fell to the earth, and then were they horsed again. And then met Sir Launcelot with Sir Palomides, and there Sir Palomides had a fall, and so Sir Launcelot, or ever he stint, as fast as he might get spears, he smote down 30 knights, and the most part of them were knights of the Table Round, and ever the knights of his blood withdrew them, and made them ado in other places where Sir Launcelot came not. And then King Arthur was wroth when he saw Sir Launcelot do such deeds. And then the king called unto him Sir Gawaine, Sir Mordred, Sir Kay, Sir Griflet, Sir Lucan the butler, Sir Bedivere, Sir Palomides, Sir Saphir his brother, and so the king with these 9 knights made them ready to set upon Sir Launcelot and upon Sir Lavaine. All this espied Sir Bors and Sir Gareth. Now I dread me sore, said Sir Bors, that my lord Sir Launcelot will be hard matched. By my head, said Sir Gareth, I will ride unto my lord Sir Launcelot for to help him. Fall of him what fall may, for he is the same man that made me knight. Ye shall not so, said Sir Bors, by my counsel, unless that ye were disguised. Ye shall see me disguised, said Sir Gareth, And therewithal he espied a Welsh knight where he was to repose him, and he was sore hurt afore by Sir Gawaine, and to him Sir Gareth rode, and prayed him of his knighthood to lend him his shield for his. I will well, said the Welsh knight. And when Sir Gareth had his shield, the book saith it was green, with a maiden that seemed in it. Then Sir Gareth came driving to Sir Launcelot all that he might, and said, Knight, keep thyself, for yonder cometh King Arthur with 9 noble knights with him to put you to a rebuke, and so I am come to bear you fellowship for old love ye have shewed me. Gramercy, said Sir Launcelot. Sir, said Sir Gareth, encounter ye with Sir Gawaine, and I shall encounter with Sir Palomides, and let Sir Lavaine match with the noble King Arthur. And when we have delivered them, let us 3 hold us sadly together. Then came King Arthur with his 9 knights with him, and Sir Launcelot encountered with Sir Gawaine, and gave him such a buffet that the arson of his saddle brast, and Sir Gawaine fell to the earth. Then Sir Gareth encountered with the good knight Sir Palomides, and he gave him such a buffet that both his horse and he dashed to the earth. Then encountered King Arthur with Sir Lavaine, and there either of them smote other to the earth, horse and all, and they lay a great while. Then Sir Launcelot smote down Sir Agravaine, and Sir Gaheris, and Sir Mordred, and Sir Gareth smote down Sir Kay, and Sir Saphir, and Sir Griflet. And then Sir Lavaine was horsed again, and he smote down Sir Lucan the butler, and Sir Bedivere, and then there began a great throng of good knights. Then Sir Launcelot hurtled here and there, and raced and pulled off helms, so that at that time there might none sit him a buffet with spear nor with sword. And Sir Gareth did such deeds of arms that all men marvelled what knight he was with the green shield, for he smote down that day and pulled down mo than 30 knights. And, as the French book saith, Sir Launcelot marvelled, when he beheld Sir Gareth do such deeds, what knight he might be, and Sir Lavaine pulled down and smote down 20 knights. Also Sir Launcelot knew not Sir Gareth, for an Sir Tristram de Liones, or the Sir Lamorak de Galis had been alive, Sir Launcelot would have deemed he had been one of them twain. So ever as Sir Launcelot, Sir Gareth, Sir Lavaine fought, and on the one side Sir Bors, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Lionel, Sir Lamorak de Galis, Sir Bleoberis, Sir Galihud, Sir Galihodin, Sir Pelias, and with mo other of King Ban's blood fought upon another party, and held the king with the 100 knights, and the king of Northumberland right straight. Chapter 24. How King Arthur marvelled much of the jousting in the field, and how he rode and found Sir Launcelot. So this tournament and this jousts dured long, till it was near night, for the knights of the Round Table relieved ever unto King Arthur, for the king was wroth out of measure that he and his knights might not prevail that day. Then Sir Gawaine said to the king, I marvel where all this day be Sir Bors de Ganis and his fellowship of Sir Launcelot's blood. I marvel all this day they be not about you. It is for some cause, said Sir Gawaine. By my head, said Sir Kay, Sir Bors is yonder all this day upon the right hand of this field, and there he and his blood do more worshipfully than we do. May well be, said Sir Gawaine, but I dread me ever of guile. On pain of my life, said Sir Gawaine, this knight with the red sleeve of gold is himself Sir Launcelot, I see well by his riding and by his great strokes, and the other knight in the same colours is the good young knight Sir Lavaine. Also that knight with the green shield is my brother Sir Gareth, and yet he hath disguised himself, for no man shall ever make him be against Sir Launcelot, because he made him knight. By my head, said Sir Arthur, nephew, I believe you, therefore tell me now what is your best counsel. Sir, said Sir Gawaine, ye shall have my counsel, let blow unto lodging, for an he be Sir Launcelot du Lake, and my brother Sir Gareth with him, with the help of that good young knight Sir Lavaine, trust me truly it will be no boot to strive with them, but if we should fall 10 or 12 upon one knight, and that were no worship but shame. Ye say truth, said the king, and for to say sooth, said the king, it were shame to us so many as we be to set upon them any more. For wit ye well, said King Arthur, they be 3 good knights, and namely that knight with the sleeve of gold. So then they blew unto lodging. But forthwithal King Arthur let send unto the 4 kings, and to the mighty duke, and prayed them that the knight with the sleeve of gold depart not from them, but that the king may speak with them. Then forthwithal King Arthur alighted, and unarmed him, and took a little hackney, and rode after Sir Launcelot, for ever he had a spy upon him, and so he found him among the 4 knights and the duke, and there the king prayed them all unto supper, and they said they would with good will. And when they were unarmed, then King Arthur knew Sir Launcelot, Sir Lavaine, and Sir Gareth. Ah, Sir Launcelot, said King Arthur, this day you have heated me and my knights. And they yede unto Arthur's lodging all together, and there was a great feast and great revel, and the prize was given unto Sir Launcelot, and by heralds they named him that had smitten down 50 knights, and Sir Gareth 35, and Sir Lavaine 24 knights. Then Sir Launcelot told the king and the queen how the lady Huntress shot him in the forest of Windsor in the buttock with a broad arrow, and how the wound thereof was that time 6 inches deep and in like long. Also Arthur blamed Sir Gareth because he left his fellowship and held with Sir Launcelot. My lord, said Sir Gareth, he made me a knight, and when I saw him so hard bestead, methought it was my worship to help him, for I saw him do so much, and so many noble knights against him, and when I understood that he was Sir Launcelot du Lake, I shamed to see so many knights against him alone. Truly, said King Arthur unto Sir Gareth, ye say well, and worshipfully have ye done, and to yourself great worship. And all the days of my life, said King Arthur unto Sir Gareth, wit you well I shall love you, and trust you the more better. For ever, said Arthur, it is a worshipful knight's deed to help another worshipful knight when he seeth him in great danger. For ever a worshipful man will be loath to see a worshipful man shamed, and he that is of no worship, and fareth with cowardness, never shall he show gentleness, nor no manner of goodness where he seeth a man in any danger. For there never will a coward show no mercy, and always a good man will do ever to another man as he would be done to himself. So then there were great feasts unto kings and dukes, and revel, game, and play, and all manner of nobleness was used, and he that was courteous, true, and faithful to his friend was that time cherished. Chapter 25. How true love is likened to summer. And thus it passed on from Candlemas until after Easter, that the month of May was come, when every lusty heart beginneth to blossom, and to bring forth fruit. For like as herbs and trees bring forth fruit and flourish in May, in likewise every lusty heart that is in any manner a lover springeth and flourisheth in lusty deeds. For it giveth unto all lovers courage, that lusty month of May, in something to constrain him to some manner of thing more in that month than in any other month, for divers causes. For then all herbs and trees renew a man and woman, and likewise lovers call again to their mind old gentleness and old service, and many kind deeds that were forgotten by negligence. For like as winter rasure doth alway arase and deface green summer, so fareth it by unstable love in man and woman. For in many persons there is no stability, for we may see all day, for a little blast of winter's rasure, anon we shall deface and lay apart true love for little or naught, that cost much thing. This is no wisdom nor stability, but it is a feebleness of nature and great disworship, whomsoever useth this. Therefore, like as May month flowereth and flourisheth in many gardens, so in likewise let every man of worship flourish his heart in this world, first unto God, and next unto the joy of them that he promised his faith unto. For there was never worshipful man or worshipful woman, but they loved one better than another. And worship in arms may never be foiled, but first reserve the honour to God, and secondly the quarrel must come of thy lady, and such love I call virtuous love. But nowadays men cannot love 7 night, but they must have all their desires, that love may not endure by reason, for where they be soon accorded and hasty heat, soon it cooleth. Right so fareth love nowadays, soon hot, soon cold, this is no stability, but the old love was not so. Men and women could love together 7 years, and no liquorous lusts were between them, and then was love, truth, and faithfulness, and lo, in likewise was used love in King Arthur's days. Wherefore I liken love nowadays unto summer and winter, for like as the one is hot and the other cold, so fareth love nowadays. Therefore all ye that be lovers, call unto your remembrance the month of May, like as did Queen Guenever, for whom I make here a little mention, that while she lived she was a true lover, and therefore she had a good end. And here followeth Liber 19. End of Book 18, chapters 23 to 25. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com.
Chapters 1 through 5, Book 19, Volume 2, of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 1. So it befell in the month of May, Queen Guinevere called unto her knights of the Table Round, and she gave them warning that early upon the morrow she would ride a Maying into woods and fields beside Westminster. And I warn you that there be none of you but that he be well horsed, and that ye all be clothed in green, outher in silk, outher in cloth. And I shall bring with me 10 ladies, and every knight shall have a lady behind him, and every knight shall have a squire and 2 yeomen, and I will that ye all be well horsed. So they made them ready in the freshest manner. And these were the names of the knights: Sir Kay le Seneschal, Sir Agravaine, Sir Brandiles, Sir Sagramore le Desirous, Sir Dodinas le Sauvage, Sir Ozana le Cure Hardy, Sir Ladinas of the Forest Sauvage, Sir Persant of Inde, Sir Ironside, that was called the Knight of the Red Lawns, and Sir Pelleas the lover. And these 10 knights made them ready in the freshest manner to ride with the queen. And so upon the morn they took their horses with the queen, and rode a Maying in woods and meadows, as it pleased them, in great joy and delights. For the queen had cast to have been again with King Arthur, at the furthest by 10 of the clock, and so was that time her purpose. Then there was a knight that hight Meliagrance, and he was son unto King Bagdemagus, and this knight had at the time a castle of the gift of King Arthur, within 7 miles of Westminster. And this knight, Sir Meliagrance, loved passing well Queen Guinevere, and so had he done long and many years. And the book saith he had lain in a wait for to steal away the queen, but evermore he forbade, for because of Sir Launcelot. For in no wise he would meddle with the queen, and Sir Launcelot were in her company, outher else an he were near hand her. And that time was such a custom, the queen rode never without a great fellowship of men of arms about her, and they were many good knights, and the most part were young men that would have worship, and they were called the queen's knights. And never in no battle, tournament, nor jousts, they bare none of them no manner of knowledging of their own arms, but plain white shields, and thereby they were called the queen's knights. And then when it happed any of them to be of great worship by his noble deeds, then at the next feast of Pentecost, if there were any slain or dead, then was there chosen in his stead that was dead the most men of worship, that were called the queen's knights. And thus they came up all first, all they were renowned men of worship, both Sir Launcelot and all the remnant of them. But this knight Sir Meliagrance had espied the queen well and her purpose, and how Sir Launcelot was not with her, and how she had no men of arms with her, but the 10 noble knights, all arrayed in green for Maying. Then he purveyed him 20 men of arms, and 100 archers, for to destroy the queen and her knights, for he thought that time was best season to take the queen. Chapter 2. So as the queen had made, and all her knights, all were bedashed with herbs, mosses, and flowers, in the best manner and freshest. Right so came out of a wood Sir Meliagrance with 80 men well harnessed, as they should fight in a battle of arrest, and bade the queen and her knights abide, for maugre their heads they should abide. Traitor knight, said Queen Guinevere, What canst thou for to do? Wilt thou shame thyself? Bethink thee how thou art a king's son and knight of the Table Round, and thou to be about to dishonour the noble king that made thee knight. Thou shamest all knighthood and thyself, and me, I let thee wit, shalt thou never shame, for I had liefer cut mine own throat in twain rather than thou shouldest dishonour me. As for all this language, said Sir Meliagrance, be it as it may, for wit you well, madam, I have loved you many a year, and never or now could I get you at such an advantage as I do now, and therefore I will take you as I find you. Then spake all the 10 noble knights at once, and said, Sir Meliagrance, wit thou well ye are about to jeopard your worship to dishonour, and also ye cast to jeopard our persons howbeit we be unarmed. Ye have us at a great avail, for it seemeth by you that ye have laid watch upon us, but rather that ye should put the queen in a shame and us all. We had as lief to depart from our lives, as an if we other ways did, we were shamed for ever. Then said Sir Meliagrance, dress you as well ye can, and keep the queen. Then the 10 knights of the Table Round drew their swords, and the other let run of them with their spears, and the 10 knights manly abode them, and smote away their spears, that no spear did them none harm. Then they lashed together with swords, and anon Sir Kay, Sir Sagramore, Sir Agravaine, Sir Dodinas, Sir Ladines, and Sir Ozanna were smitten to the earth with grimly wounds. Then Sir Brandiles and Sir Persant, Sir Ironside, Sir Pelleas fought long, and they were sore wounded. For these 10 knights, or ever they were lain to the ground, slew 40 men of the boldest and best of them. So when the queen saw her knights thus dolefully wounded, and needs must be slain at the last, then for pity and sorrow she cried Sir Meliagrance, slay not my noble knights, and I will go with thee upon this covenant, that thou save them, and suffer them not to be no more hurt with this, that they be led with me wheresomever thou leadest me, for I will rather slay myself than I will go with thee, unless that these my noble knights may be in my presence. Madam, said Meliagrance, for your sake they shall be led with you into mine own castle, with that ye will be ruled, and ride with me. Then the queen prayed the 4 knights to leave their fighting, and she and they would not depart. Madam, said Sir Pelleas, we will do as ye do, for as for me I take no force of my life nor death, for as the French book saith, Sir Pelleas gave such buffets there that none armour might hold him. Chapter 3. Then by the queen's commandment they left battle, and dressed the wounded knights on horseback, some sitting, some overthwart their horses, that it was pity to behold them. And then Sir Meliagrance charged the queen and all her knights that none of all her fellowship should depart from her, for full sore he dread Sir Launcelot du Lake, lest he should have any knowledging. All this espied the queen, and privily she called unto her a child of her chamber, that was swiftly horsed, to whom she said, Go thou, when thou seest thy time, and bear this ring unto Sir Launcelot du Lake, and pray him as he loveth me, that he will see me and rescue me, if ever he will have joy of me. And spare not thy horse, said the queen, neither for water, neither for land. So the child espied his time, and lightly he took his horse with his spurs, and departed as fast as he might. And when Sir Meliagrance saw him so flee, he understood that it was by the queen's commandment for to warn Sir Launcelot. Then they that were best horsed chased him and shot at him, but from them all the child went suddenly. And then Sir Meliagrance said to the queen, Madam, ye are about to betray me, but I shall ordain for Sir Launcelot that he shall not come lightly at you. And then he rode with her, and they all to his castle, in all the haste that they might. And by the way Sir Meliagraunce laid in an embushment the best archers that he might get in his country, to the number of 30, to wait upon Sir Launcelot, charging them that if they saw such a manner of knight come by the way upon a white horse, that any wise they might slay his horse, but in no manner of wise have not ado with him bodily, for he is over hardy to be overcome. So this was done, and they were come to the castle. But in no wise the queen would never let none of the 10 knights and her ladies out of her sight, but always they were in her presence, for the book saith, Sir Meliagraunce durst make no masteries, for dread of Sir Launcelot, insomuch he deemed that he had warning. So when the child was departed from the fellowship of Sir Meliagraunce, within a while he came to Westminster, and anon he found Sir Launcelot. And when he had told his message, and delivered him the queen's ring, Alas, said Sir Launcelot, now I am shamed for ever, unless that I may rescue that noble lady from dishonour. Then eagerly he asked his armour, and ever the child told Sir Launcelot how the 10 knights fought marvellously, and how Sir Pelleas, and Sir Ironside, and Sir Brandiles, and Sir Persant of Inde fought strongly, but namely Sir Pelleas, there might none withstand him, and how they all fought till at the last they were laid to the earth, and then the queen made appointment for to save their lives, and go with Sir Meliagraunce. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, that most noble lady, that she should be so destroyed, I had liefer, said Sir Launcelot, than all France, that I had been there well armed. So when Sir Launcelot was armed and upon his horse, he prayed the child of the queen's chamber to warn Sir Lavaine how suddenly he was departed, and for what cause. And pray him as he loveth me, that he will hie him after me, and that he stint not until he come to the castle where Sir Meliagraunce abideth or dwelleth. For there, said Sir Launcelot, he shall hear of me an I am a man living, and rescue the queen, and the 10 knights, the which he traitorously hath taken, and that I shall prove upon his head, and all of them that hold with him. Chapter 4. Then Sir Launcelot rode as fast as he might, and the book saith he took the water at Westminster Bridge, and made his horse to swim over Thames unto Lambeth. And there within a while he came to the same place thereas the 10 noble knights fought with Sir Meliagraunce. And then Sir Launcelot followed the track until that he came to a wood, and there was a straight way, and there the 30 archers bade Sir Launcelot turn again, and follow no longer that track. What commandment have ye thereto, said Sir Launcelot, to cause me that am a knight of the Round Table to leave my right way? This way shalt thou leave, other else thou shalt go it on thy foot, for wit thou well thy horse shall be slain. That is little mastery, said Sir Launcelot, to slay mine horse, but as for myself, when my horse is slain, I give right nought for you, not an ye were 500 more. So then they shot Sir Launcelot's horse, and smote him with many arrows, and then Sir Launcelot avoided his horse, and went on foot. But there were so many ditches and hedges betwixt them and him, that he might not meddle with none of them. Alas for shame, said Sir Launcelot, that ever one knight should betray another knight, but it is an old saw, a good man is never in danger but when he is in the danger of a coward. Then Sir Launcelot went a while, and then he was foul cumbered of his armour, his shield and his spear, and all that longed unto him. Wit ye well he was full sore annoyed, and full loath he was for to leave anything that longed unto him, for he dread sore the treason of Sir Meliagrance. Then by fortune there came by him a chariot that came thither for to fetch wood. Say me, carter, said Sir Launcelot, what shall I give thee to suffer me to leap into thy chariot, and that thou bring me unto a castle within this 2 mile? Thou shalt not come within my chariot, said the carter, for I am sent for to fetch wood for my lord Sir Meliagrance. With him would I speak. Thou shalt not go with me, said the carter. Then Sir Launcelot leapt to him, and gave him such a buffet that he fell to the earth stark dead. Then the other carter, his fellow, was afeard, and weened to have gone the same way, and then he cried, Fair lord, save my life, and I shall bring you where ye will. Then I charge thee, said Sir Launcelot, that thou drive me in this chariot even unto Sir Meliagrance's gate. Leap up into the chariot, said the carter, and ye shall be there anon. So the carter drove on a great wallop, and Sir Launcelot's horse followed the chariot, with more than 40 arrows, broad and rough in him. And more than an hour and a half Dame Guenever was awaiting in a bay window with her ladies, and espied an armed knight standing in a chariot. See, madam, said a lady, where rideth in a chariot a goodly armed knight. I suppose he rideth unto hanging. Where? said the queen. Then she espied by his shield that he was there himself, Sir Launcelot du Lake. And then she was where came his horse ever after that chariot, and ever he trod his guts and his paunch under his feet. Alas, said the queen, now I see well and prove that well is him that hath a trusty friend. Aha, most noble knight, said Queen Guenever, I see well thou art hard bestead when thou ridest in a chariot. Then she rebuked that lady that likened Sir Launcelot to ride in a chariot to hanging. It was foul-mouthed, said the queen, and evil likened, so for to liken the most noble knight of the world unto such a shameful death. O Jesu, defend him and keep him, said the queen, from all mischievous end. By this was Sir Launcelot come to the gates of that castle, and there he descended down, and cried that all the castle rang of it. Where art thou, false traitor, Sir Meliagrance, and knight of the Table Round? Now come forth here, thou traitor knight, thou and thy fellowship with thee, for here I am, Sir Launcelot du Lake, that shall fight with thee. And therewithal he bare the gate wide open upon the porter, and smote him under the ear with his gauntlet, that his neck brast asunder. Chapter 5. When Sir Meliagrance heard that Sir Launcelot was there, he ran unto Queen Guenever, and fell upon his knee, and said, Mercy, madam, now I put me wholly into thy grace. What aileth you now? said Queen Guenever. Forsooth, I might well wit some good knight would revenge me, though my lord Arthur wist not of this your work. Madam, said Sir Meliagrance, all this that is amiss on my part shall be amended right as yourself will devise, and wholly I put me in your grace. What would ye that I did? said the queen. I would no more, said Meliagrance, but that ye would take all in your own hands, and that ye will rule my lord Sir Launcelot, and such cheer as may be made him in this poor castle ye and he shall have until to morn, and then may ye and all they return unto Westminster, and my body and all that I have I shall put in your rule. Ye say well, said the queen, and better is peace than ever war, and the less noise the more is my worship. Then the queen and her ladies went down unto the knight Sir Launcelot, that stood wroth out of measure in the inner court to abide battle, and ever he bade. Thou traitor knight, come forth. Then the queen came to him and said, Sir Launcelot, why be ye so moved? Ah, madam, said Sir Launcelot, why ask ye me that question? Meseemeth, said Sir Launcelot, ye ought to be more wroth than I am, for ye have the hurt and the dishonour, for wit ye well, madam, my hurt is but little for the killing of a mare's son, but the despite grieveth me much more than all my hurt. Truly, said the queen, ye say truth, but heartily I thank you, said the queen, but ye must come in with me peaceably, for all thing is put in my hand, and all that is evil shall be for the best, for the knight full sore repenteth him of the misadventure that is befallen him. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, sith it is so that ye have been accorded with him, as for me I may not be again it, howbeit Sir Meliagrance hath done full shamefully to me, and cowardly. Ah, madam, said Sir Launcelot, an I had wist ye would have been so soon accorded with him, I would not have made such haste unto you. Why say ye so? Said the queen. Do ye forethink yourself of your good deeds? Wit you well, said the queen, I accorded never unto him for favour nor love that I had unto him, but for to lay down every shameful noise. Madam, said Sir Launcelot, ye understand full well I was never willing nor glad of shameful slander nor noise, and there is neither king, queen, nor knight that beareth the life, except my lord King Arthur and you, madam, should let me, but I should make Sir Meliagrance's heart full cold or ever I departed from hence. That wot I well, said the queen, but what will ye more? Ye shall have all thing ruled as ye list to have it, madam, said Sir Launcelot. So ye be pleased I care not, as for my part ye shall soon please. Right so the queen took Sir Launcelot by the bare hand, for he had put off his gauntlet, and so she went with him till her chamber, and then she commanded him to be unarmed. And then Sir Launcelot asked where were the 10 knights that were wounded sore, so she showed them unto Sir Launcelot, and there they made great joy of the coming of him, and Sir Launcelot made great dole of their hurts, and bewailed them greatly. And there Sir Launcelot told them how cowardly and traitorly Meliagrance set archers to slay his horse, and how he was fain to put himself in a chariot. Thus they complained everych to other, and full fain they would have been revenged, but they peaced themselves because of the queen. Then, as the French book saith, Sir Launcelot was called many a day after Le Chevalier du Chariot, and did many deeds, and great adventures he had, and so leave we of this tale Le Chevalier du Chariot, and turn we to this tale. So Sir Launcelot had great cheer with the queen, and then Sir Launcelot made a promise with the queen, that the same night Sir Launcelot should come to a window outward toward a garden, and that window was he barred with iron, and there Sir Launcelot promised to meet her when all folks were asleep. And then came Sir Lavaine driving to the gates, crying, Where is my lord, Sir Launcelot du Lake? Then was he sent for, and when Sir Lavaine saw Sir Launcelot, he said, My lord, I found well how ye were hard bestead, for I have found your horse that was slain with arrows. As for that, said Sir Launcelot, I pray you, Sir Lavaine, speak ye of other matters, and let ye this pass, and we shall write it another time, when we best may. End of Book 19, chapters 1 through 5. Chapters 6 through 9, Book 19, Volume 2 of Morte, dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Le Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 6. Then the knights that were hurt were searched, and soft salves were laid to their wounds, and so it passed on till supper time, and all the cheer that might be made them there was done unto the queen and all her knights. Then, when season was, they went into their chambers, but in no wise the queen would not suffer the wounded knights to be from her, but that they were laid within draughts by her chamber, upon beds and pillows, that she herself might see to them that they wanted nothing. So when Sir Launcelot was in his chamber that was assigned unto him, he called unto him Sir Lavaine, and told him that night he must go speak with his lady Dame Guenever. Sir, said Sir Lavaine, let me go with you an it please you, for I dread me sore of the treason of Sir Meliagrance. Nay, said Sir Launcelot, I thank you, but I will have nobody with me. Then Sir Launcelot took his sword in his hand, and privily went to a place where he had espied a ladder to forehand, and that he took under his arm, and bare it through the garden, and set it up to the window, and there anon the queen was ready to meet him. And then they made either to other their complaints of many divers things, and then Sir Launcelot wished that he might come unto her. Wit ye well, said the queen, I would as fain as ye, that ye might come in to me. Would you, madam, said Sir Launcelot, with your heart that I were with you? Right truly, said the queen. Now shall I prove my might, said Sir Launcelot, for your love. And then he set his hands upon the bars of iron, and he pulled at them with such a might that he brast them clean out of the stone walls, and therewithal one of the bars of iron cut the brawn of his hands through out to the bone, and then he leapt into the chamber of the queen. Make ye no noise, said the queen, for my wounded knights lie here fast by me. So to pass upon this tale, Sir Launcelot went unto bed with the queen, and he took no force of his hurt hand, but took his pleasaunce and his liking until it was in the dawning of the day. And wit ye well, he slept not but watched, and when he saw his time that he might tarry no longer, he took his leave and departed at the window, and put it together as well as he might again, and so departed unto his own chamber, and there he told Sir Lavaine how he was hurt. Then Sir Lavaine dressed his hand and staunched it, and put upon it a glove, that it should not be espied, and so the queen lay long in her bed until it was 9 of the clock. Then Sir Meliagrance went to the queen's chamber, and found her ladies there ready clothed. Jesu mercy, said Sir Meliagrance, what aileth you, madam, that ye sleep thus long? And right therewithal he opened the curtain for to behold her, and then was he ware where she lay, and all the sheet and pillow were bebled with the blood of Sir Launcelot and of his hurt hand. When Sir Meliagrance espied that blood, then he deemed in her that she was false to the king, and that some of the wounded knights had lain by her all that night. Ah, madam, said Sir Meliagrance, now I have found you a false traitress unto my lord Arthur, for now I prove well it was not for naught that ye laid those wounded knights within the bounds of your chamber. Therefore I will call you of treason before my lord King Arthur. And now I have proved you, madam, with a shameful deed, and that they be all false, or some of them. I will make good, for a wounded knight this night hath lain by you. That is false, said the queen, and that I will report me unto them all. Then when the 10 knights heard Sir Meliagrance's words, they spake all in one voice, and said to Sir Meliagrance, Thou sayest falsely, and wrongfully puttest upon us such a deed, and that we will make good any of us. Choose which thou list of us, when we are whole of our wounds. Ye shall not, said Sir Meliagrance. Away with your proud language, for here ye may all see, said Sir Meliagrance, that by the queen this night a wounded knight hath lain. Then they were all ashamed when they saw that blood. And wit you well, Sir Meliagrance was passing glad that he had the queen at such an advantage, for he deemed by that to hide his treason. So with this rumour came in Sir Launcelot, and found them all at a great array. Chapter 7. What array is this? Said Sir Launcelot. Then Sir Meliagrance told them what he had found, and showed them the queen's bed. Truly, said Sir Launcelot, ye did not your part nor knightly to touch a queen's bed while it was drawn, and she lying therein. For I dare say my Lord Arthur himself would not have displayed her curtains, she being within her bed, unless it had pleased him to have lain down by her, and therefore ye have done unworshipfully and shamefully to yourself. I wot not what ye mean, said Sir Meliagrance, but well I am sure there hath one of her wounded knights lain by her this night, and therefore I will prove with my hands that she is a traitress unto my Lord Arthur. Beware what you do, said Launcelot, for an ye say so, and ye will prove it, it will be taken at your hands. My lord Sir Launcelot, said Sir Meliagrance, I rede you beware what ye do, for though ye are never so good a knight, as ye wot well ye are renowned the best knight of the world, yet should ye be advised to do battle in a wrong quarrel, for God will have a stroke in every battle. As for that, said Sir Launcelot, God is to be dread, but as to that I say nay plainly, that this night there lay none of these 10 wounded knights with my lady Queen Guenever, and that will I prove with my hands, that ye say untruly in that now. Hold, said Sir Meliagrance, here is my glove that she is traitress unto my lord King Arthur, and that this night one of the wounded knights lay with her. And I receive your glove, said Sir Launcelot. And so they were sealed with their signets, and delivered unto the 10 knights. At what day shall we do battle together? Said Sir Launcelot. This day 8 days, said Sir Meliagrance, in the field beside Westminster. I am agreed, said Sir Launcelot. But now, said Sir Meliagrance, sithen it is so that we must fight together, I pray you, as ye be a noble knight, await me with no treason, nor none villainy the meanwhile, nor none for you. So God help me, said Sir Launcelot, ye shall right well wit I was never of no such conditions, for I report me to all knights that ever have known me. I fared never with no treason, nor I loved never the fellowship of no man that fared with treason. Then let us go to dinner, said Sir Meliagrance, and after dinner ye and the queen and ye may ride all to Westminster. I will well, said Sir Launcelot. Then Sir Meliagrance said to Sir Launcelot, pleaseth it you to see the estures of this castle? With a good will, said Sir Launcelot. And then they went together from chamber to chamber, for Sir Launcelot dread no perils, for ever a man of worship and of prowess dreadeth least all perils, for they ween every man be as they be, but ever he that fareth with treason putteth oft a man in great danger. So it befell upon Sir Launcelot that no peril dread. As he went with Sir Meliagrance, he trod on a trap, and the board rolled, and there Sir Launcelot fell down more than 10 fathom into a cave full of straw, and then Sir Meliagrance departed, and made no fare as that he nist where he was. And when Sir Launcelot was thus missed, they marvelled where he was become, and then the queen and many of them deemed that he was departed as he was wont to do suddenly, for Sir Meliagrance made suddenly to put away Sir Lavaine's horse, that they might all understand that Sir Launcelot was departed suddenly. So it passed on till after dinner, and then Sir Lavaine would not stint until that he ordained litters for the wounded knights, that they might be laid in them, and so with the queen and them all, both ladies and gentlewomen and other, went unto Westminster, and there the knights told King Arthur how Meliagrance had appealed the queen of high treason, and how Sir Launcelot had received the glove of him. And this day 8 days they shall do battle afore you. By my head, said King Arthur, I am afeard Sir Meliagrance hath taken upon him a great charge. But where is Sir Launcelot? Said the king. Sir, said they all, we wot not where he is, but we deem he is ridden to some adventures, as he is oft times wont to do, for he hath Sir Lavaine's horse. Let him be, said the king, he will be founden, but if he be trapped with some treason. Chapter 8. So leave we Sir Launcelot lying within that cave in great pain, and every day there came a lady and brought him his meat and his drink, and wooed him to have lain by him, and ever the noble knight Sir Launcelot said her nay. Sir Launcelot, said she, ye are not wise, for ye may never out of this prison, but if ye have my help, and also your lady, Queen Guenever, shall be brent in your default, unless that ye be there at the day of battle. God defend, said Sir Launcelot, that she should be brent in my default, and if it be so, said Sir Launcelot, that I may not be there, it shall be well understanded, both at the king and at the queen, and with all men of worship, that I am dead, sick, outher in prison. For all men that know me will say for me that I am in some evil case, and I be not there that day, and well I wot there is some good knight either of my blood, or some other that loveth me, that will take my quarrel in hand. And therefore, said Sir Launcelot, wit ye well ye shall not fear me, and if there were no more women in all this land but ye, I will not have ado with you. Then art thou shamed, said the lady, and destroyed for ever. As for world shame, Jesu defend me, and as for my distress, it is welcome whatsoever it be that God sendeth me. So she came to him the same day that the battle should be, and said, Sir Launcelot, methinketh ye are too hard-hearted, but wouldest thou but kiss me once, I should deliver thee, and thine armour, and the best horse that is within Sir Meliagrance's stable. As for to kiss you, said Sir Launcelot, I may do that and lose no worship, and wit ye well, an I understand, there were any disworship, for to kiss you I would not do it. Then he kissed her, and then she gat him, and brought him to his armour, and when he was armed, she brought him to a stable, where stood 12 good coursers, and bade him choose the best. Then Sir Launcelot looked upon a white courser, the which liked him best, and anon he commanded the keepers fast to saddle him with the best saddle of war that was there, and so it was done as he bade. Then gat he his spear in his hand, and his sword by his side, and commended the lady unto God, and said, Lady, for this good deed I shall do you service, if ever it be in my power. Chapter 9. Now leave we Sir Launcelot wallop that he might, and speak we of Queen Guenever, that was brought to a fire to be brent. For Sir Meliagrance was sure him thought that Sir Launcelot should not be at that battle, therefore he ever cried upon King Arthur to do him justice, other else bring forth Sir Launcelot du Lake. Then was the king and all the court full sure abashed and shamed that the queen should be brent in the default of Sir Launcelot. My lord Arthur, said Sir Lavaine, ye may understand that it is not well with my lord Sir Launcelot, For an he were alive, so he be not sick outher in prison, wit ye well he would be here. For never heard ye that ever he failed his part, for whom he should do battle for. And therefore, said Sir Lavaine, my lord King Arthur, I beseech you give me license to do battle here this day, for my lord and master, and for to save my lady the queen. Gramercy, gentle Sir Lavaine, said King Arthur, for I dare say all that Sir Meliagrance putteth upon my lady the queen is wrong. For I have spoken with all the 10 wounded knights, and there is not one of them, an he were whole and able to do battle, but he would prove upon Sir Meliagrance's body that it is false that he putteth upon my queen. So shall I, said Sir Lavaine, in the defence of my lord Sir Launcelot, an ye will give me leave. Now I give you leave, said King Arthur, and do your best, for I dare well say there is some treason done to Sir Launcelot. Then was Sir Lavaine armed and horsed, and suddenly at the list end he rode to perform this battle, and right as the heralds should cry, Laissez les aller, right so came in Sir Launcelot, driving with all the force of his horse. And then Arthur cried, Ho! and abide. Then was Sir Launcelot called on horseback to fore King Arthur, and there he told openly to fore the king and all how Sir Meliagrance had served him first to last. And when the king and the queen and all the lords knew of the treason of Sir Meliagrance, they were all ashamed on his behalf. Then was Queen Guenever sent for, and set by the king in great trust of her champion. And then there was no more else to say, but Sir Launcelot and Sir Meliagrance dressed them unto battle, and took their spears, and so they came together as thunder, and there Sir Launcelot bare him down, quite over his horse's croup. And then Sir Launcelot alighted, and dressed his shield on his shoulder, with his sword in his hand, and Sir Meliagrance in the same wise dressed him unto him, and there they smote many great strokes together, and at the last Sir Launcelot smote him such a buffet upon the helmet that he fell on the one side to the earth. And then he cried unto him aloud, Most noble knight, Sir Launcelot du Lake, save my life, for I yield me unto you, and I require you, as ye be a knight and fellow of the Table Round, slay me not, for I yield me as overcome, and whether I shall live or die, I put into the king's hands and yours. Then Sir Launcelot wist not what to do, for he had liefer than all the good of the world he might have been revenged upon Sir Meliagrance. And Sir Launcelot looked up to the Queen Guenever, if he might espy by any sign or countenance what she would have done. And then the queen wagged her head upon Sir Launcelot, as though she would say, Slay him. Full well knew Sir Launcelot by the wagging of her head that she would have him dead. Then Sir Launcelot bade him rise for shame, and perform that battle to the utterance. Nay, said Sir Meliagrance, I will never arise until ye take me as yolden and recreant. I shall proffer you large proffers, said Sir Launcelot. That is for to say, I shall unharm my head and my left quarter of my body, all that may be unarmed, and let bind my left hand behind me, so that it shall not help me, and right so I shall do battle with you. Then Sir Meliagrance started upon his legs, and said on high, My lord Arthur, take heed to this proffer, for I will take it, and let him be disarmed and bounden according to his proffer. What say ye, said King Arthur unto Sir Launcelot, will ye abide by your proffer? Yea, my lord, said Sir Launcelot, I will never go from that I have once said. Then the knights parters of the field disarmed Sir Launcelot, first his head and sithen his left arm, and his left side, and they bound his left arm behind his back, without shield or anything, and then they were put together. Wit you well there was many a lady and knight marvelled that Sir Launcelot would jeopardy himself in such wise. Then Sir Meliagrance came with his sword all on high, and Sir Launcelot showed him openly his bare head and his bare left side. And when he weened to have smitten him upon the bare head, then lightly he avoided the left leg and the left side, and put his right hand and his sword to that stroke, and so put it on side with great sleight, and then with great force Sir Launcelot smote him on the helmet, such a buffet that the stroke carved the head in two parts. Then there was no more to do, but he was drawn out of the field. And at the great instance of the knights of the Table Round, the king suffered him to be interred, and the mention made upon him, who slew him, and for what cause he was slain. And then the king and the queen made more of Sir Launcelot du Lake, and more he was cherished than ever he was aforehand. End of Book 19, chapters 6 through 9. Chapters 10 through 13, Book 19, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 10. Then, as the French book maketh mention, there was a good knight in the land of Hungary, his name was Sir Urre, and he was an adventurous knight, and in all places where he might hear of any deeds of worship, there would he be. So it happened in Spain there was an earl's son, his name was Alphegus, and at a great tournament in Spain, this Sir Urre, knight of Hungary, and Sir Alphegus of Spain, encountered together for very envy, and so either undertook other to the utterance. And by fortune Sir Urre slew Sir Alphegus, the earl's son of Spain, but this knight that was slain had given Sir Urre, or ever he was slain, 7 great wounds, 3 on the head and 4 on his body and on his left hand. And this Sir Alphegus had a mother, the which was a great sorceress, and she, for the despite of her son's death, wrought by her subtle crafts, that Sir Urre should never be whole, but ever his wounds should one time fester and another time bleed, so that he would never be whole until the best knight of the world had searched his wounds, and thus she made her avaunt, wherethrough it was known that Sir Urre should never be whole. Then his mother let make an horse litter, and put him therein under 2 palfreys, and then she took Sir Urre's sister with him, a full fair damosel, whose name was Lowly, and then she took a page with him to keep their horses, and so they led Sir Urre through many countries. For, as the French book saith, she led him so 7 year through all lands christened, and never she could find no knight that might ease her son. So she came into Scotland into the lands of England, and by fortune she came nigh the feast of Pentecost unto King Arthur's court, that at that time was holden at Carlisle, and when she came there, then she made it openly to be known how that she was come into that land for to heal her son. Then King Arthur let call that lady, and ask her the cause why she brought that hurt knight into that land. My most noble king, said the lady, wit you well, I brought him hither for to be healed of his wounds, that of all his 7 year he might not be whole. And then she told the king where he was wounded and of whom, and how his mother had discovered in her pride how she had wrought that by enchantment, so that he should never be whole until the best knight of the world had searched his wounds. And so I have passed through all the lands christened to have him healed, except this land. And if I fail to heal him here in this land, I will never more take pain upon me, and that is pity, for he was a good knight and of great nobleness. What is his name? said Arthur. My good and gracious lord, she said, his name is Sir Urre of the Mount. In good time, said the king, and sith ye are come into this land, ye are right welcome, and wit you well here shall your son be healed, and ever any Christian man may heal him. And for to give all other men of worship courage, I myself will assay to handle your son, and so shall all the kings, dukes, and earls that be here present with me at this time. Thereto will I command them, and well I wot they shall obey, and do after my commandment. And wit you well, said King Arthur unto Urre's sister, I shall begin to handle him, and search unto my power, not presuming upon me that I am so worthy to heal your son by my deeds, but I will courage other men of worship to do as I will do. And then the king commanded all the kings, dukes, and earls, and all other noble knights of the Round Table that were there that time present, to come into the meadow of Carlisle. And so at that time there were but 110 of the Round Table, for 40 knights were at that time away. And so here we must begin at King Arthur, as is kindly to begin at him that was the most man of worship that was christened at that time. Chapter 11. Then King Arthur looked upon Sir Urre, and the king thought he was a full likely man when he was whole. And then King Arthur made him to be taken down off the litter, and laid him upon the earth, and there was laid a cushion of gold that he should kneel upon. And then noble Arthur said, Fair knight, me repenteth of thy hurt, and for to courage all other noble knights, I will pray thee softly to suffer me to handle your wounds. Most noble christened king, said Urre, do as ye list, for I am at the mercy of God and at your commandment. So then Arthur softly handled him, and then some of his wounds renewed upon bleeding. Then the King Clarence of Northumberland searched, and it would not be. And then Sir Barant le Apres, that was called the king with 100 knights, he essayed and failed, and so did King Uriens of the land of Gore, and so did King Anguish of Ireland, so did King Nantres of Garloth, so did King Carados of Scotland, so did the Duke Galahad, the haut prince, so did Constantine, that was Sir Carados' son of Cornwall, so did Duke Chaliens of Clarence, so did the Earl Ulbaus, so did the Earl Lambaile, so did the Earl Aristaus. Then came in Sir Gawaine with his 3 sons, Sir Gingalin, Sir Florence, and Sir Lovel. These 2 were begotten upon Sir Brandile's sister, and they all failed. Then came in Sir Agravaine, Sir Gaheris, Sir Mordred, and the good knight Sir Gareth, that was of very knighthood worth all the brethren. So came knights of Launcelot's kin, but Sir Launcelot was not that time in the court, for he was at that time upon his adventures. Then Sir Lionel, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Bors de Ganis, Sir Blamor de Ganis, Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, Sir Galahantine, Sir Galihodin, Sir Meneduc, Sir Villiers the Valiant, Sir Hebes le Renoumes, all these were of Sir Launcelot's kin, and all they failed. Then came in Sir Sagramore le Desirous, Sir Dodinas le Sauvage, Sir Dinadan, Sir Bruin le Noir, that Sir Kay named La Cotte Maltele, and Sir Kay le Seneschal, Sir Kay d'Estrange, Sir Meliot de Logris, Sir Petipes of Winchelsea, Sir Galeron of Galway, Sir Melian of the Mountains, Sir Cadoc, Sir Owain de les Avoutres, and Sir Ozana le Cure Hardy. Then came in Sir Astramor and Sir Gromere, Gomer's son, Sir Crosselm, Sir Servause le Bruse, that was called a passing strong knight, for as the book saith, the chief lady of the lake feasted Sir Launcelot and Servause le Bruse, and when she had feasted them both at sundry times, she prayed them to give her a boon, and they granted it her. and then she prayed Sir Servause that he would promise her never to do battle against Sir Launcelot du Lake, and in the same wise she prayed Sir Launcelot never to do battle against Sir Servause, and so either promised her. For the French book saith that Sir Servause had never courage nor lust to do battle against no man, but if it were against giants and against dragons and wild beasts. So we pass unto them that at the king's request made them all that were there at that high feast, as of the knights of the Table Round, for to search Sir Urre. To that intent the king did it, to wit which was the noblest knight among them. Then came Sir Aglavale, Sir Dernor, Sir Tor, that was begotten upon Aries, the cowherd's wife, but he was begotten afore Aries wedded her. And King Pellinore begat them all, first Sir Tor, Sir Aglavale, Sir Dernor, Sir Lamorak, the most noblest knight one that ever was in Arthur's day as for a worldly knight, and Sir Percivale, that was peerless except Sir Galahad in holy deeds, but they died in the quest of the Sangreal. Then came Sir Griflet le Fils de Dieu, Sir Lucan the butler, Sir Bedivere his brother, Sir Brandiles, Sir Constantine, Sir Cador's son of Cornwall, that was king after Arthur's days, and Sir Clegis, Sir Sadoc, Sir Dinas le Seneschal of Cornwall, Sir Fergus, Sir Driant, Sir Lambegus, Sir Clarus of Claremont, Sir Clodrus, Sir Hectimoia, Sir Edward of Carnarvon, Sir Dinas, Sir Priamas, that was christened by Sir Tristram the noble knight, and these three were brethren. Sir Helene le Blanc, that was son to Sir Bors, he begat him upon King Brandigoris' daughter, and Sir Brian de Listinoise. Sir Gauter, Sir Reynold, Sir Gilimier were three brethren that Sir Launcelot won upon a bridge in Sir Kay's arms. Sir Guiant le Petit, Sir Belanger le Bers, that was son to the good knight Sir Alisander le Orphelin, that was slain by the treason of King Mark. Also that traitor king slew the noble knight Sir Tristram, as he sat harping afore his lady La Beale Isoud, with a trenchant glaive, for whose death was much bewailing of every knight that ever was in Arthur's day. There was never none so bewailed as was Sir Tristram and Sir Lamorak, for they were traitorously slain, Sir Tristram by King Mark, and Sir Lamorak by Sir Gawaine and his brethren. And this Sir Belanger revenged the death of his father Alisander, and Sir Tristram slew King Mark, and La Beale Isoud died swooning upon the corpse of Sir Tristram, whereof was great pity. And all that were with King Mark that were consenting to the death of Sir Tristram were slain, as Sir Andred and many other. Then came Sir Hebes, Sir Morganor, Sir Centrail, Sir Sapinabalis, Sir Belanger le Orgulus, that the good knight Sir Lamorak won in plain battle, Sir Nerovius and Sir Pleneoris, two good knights that Sir Launcelot won, Sir Darras, Sir Harry le Fils Lake, Sir Erminide, brother to King Hormance, for whom Sir Palomides fought at the Red City with two brethren, and Sir Celices of the Dolorous Tower, Sir Edward of Orkney, Sir Ironside, that was called the noble knight of the Red Lawns, that Sir Gareth won for the love of Dame Lyonnaise, Sir Aroc de Gravaunt, Sir de Graun Saucy Valany, that fought with the giant of the Back Low, Sir Epinogris, that was the king's son of Northumberland, Sir Pelleas, that loved the Lady Ettarde, and he had died for her love, had not been one of the ladies of the lake, her name was named Nimue, and she wedded Sir Pelleas, and she saved him that he was never slain, and he was a full noble knight. And Sir Lamiel of Cardiff, that was a great lover, Sir Plain de Force, Sir Meliors de Lisle, Sir Bohart le Cure Hardy, that was King Arthur's son, Sir Mador de la Porte, Sir Colgrevance, Sir Havise de la Forest Sauvage, Sir Madok, the good knight that was betrayed with his wife, for she made him 7 year a werewolf, Sir Persaunt, Sir Pertilope his brother, that was called the Green Knight, and Sir Perimones, brother to them both, that was called the Red Knight, that Sir Gareth won when he was called Beaumains. All these 100 knights and 10 searched Sir Urre's wounds by the commandment of King Arthur. Chapter 12. Mercy Jesu, said King Arthur, where is Sir Launcelot du Lake, that he is not here at this time? Thus as they stood and spake of many things, there was espied Sir Launcelot, that came riding toward them, and told the king. Peace, said the king, let no manner thing be said until he come to us. So when Sir Launcelot espied King Arthur, he descended from his horse and came to the king, and saluted him and them all. Anon as the maid, Sir Urre's sister, saw Sir Launcelot, she ran to her brother thereas he lay in his litter, and said, Brother, here is come a knight that my heart giveth greatly unto. Fair sister, said Sir Urre, so doth my heart light against him, and certainly I hope now to be healed, for my heart giveth unto him more than to all these that have searched me. Then said Arthur unto Sir Launcelot, Ye must do as we have done, and told Sir Launcelot what they had done, and showed him them all that had searched him. Jesu defend me, said Sir Launcelot, when so many kings and knights have assayed and failed, that I should presume upon me to enchieve that all ye, my lords, might not enchieve. Ye shall not choose, said King Arthur, for I will command you for to do as we all have done. My most renowned lord, Sir Launcelot, you know well I dare not nor may not disobey your commandment, but an I might or durst, which you will, I would not take upon me to touch that wounded knight in that intent that I should pass all other knights. Jesu defend me from that shame. Ye take it wrong, said King Arthur. Ye shall not do it for no presumption, but for to bear us fellowship, insomuch ye be a fellow of the Table Round, and wit you well, said King Arthur, an ye prevail not and heal him, I dare say there is no knight in this land may heal him, and therefore I pray you, do as we have done. And then all the kings and knights, for the most part, prayed Sir Launcelot to search him, and then the wounded knight Sir Urre set him up weakly, and prayed Sir Launcelot heartily, saying, Courteous knight, I require thee for God's sake heal my wounds, for methinketh ever since you came here my wounds grieve me not. Ah, my fair lord, said Sir Launcelot, Jesu would that I might help you. I shame me sore that I should be thus rebuked, for never was I able in worthiness to do so high a thing. Then Sir Launcelot kneeled down by the wounded knight, saying, My lord Arthur, I must do your commandment, the which is sore against my heart. And then he held up his hands and looked into the east, saying secretly to himself, Thou blessed Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I beseech thee of thy mercy that my simple worship and honesty be saved, and thou blessed Trinity, thou mayst give power to heal this sick knight, by thy great virtue and grace of thee, but, good Lord, never of myself. And then Sir Launcelot prayed Sir Urre to let him see his head, and then devoutly kneeling, he ransacked the 3 wounds, that they bled a little, and forthwith all the wounds fair healed, and seemed as they had been whole a 7 year. And in like wise he searched his body of other 3 wounds, and they healed in like wise. And then the last of all he searched the which was in his hand, and anon it healed fair. Then King Arthur and all the kings and knights kneeled down and gave thankings and lovings unto God and to his blessed mother. And ever Sir Launcelot wept as he had been a child that had been beaten. Then King Arthur let array priests and clerks in the most devoutest manner to bring in Sir Urre within Carlisle, with singing and loving to God. And when this was done, the king let clothe him in the richest manner that could be thought. And then were there but few better made knights in all the court, for he was passingly well made and bigly. And Arthur asked Sir Urre how he felt himself. My good lord, he said, I felt myself never so lusty. Will ye joust and do deeds of arms? Said King Arthur. Sir, said Urre, an I had all that longed unto jousts, I would be soon ready. Chapter 13. Then Arthur made a party of 100 knights to be against 100 knights, and so upon the morn they jousted for a diamond, but there jousted none of the dangerous knights. And so for to shorten this tale, Sir Urre and Sir Lavaine jousted best that day, for there was none of them but he overthrew and pulled down 30 knights. And then by the assent of all the kings and lords, Sir Urre and Sir Lavaine were made knights of the Table Round. And Sir Lavaine cast his love unto Dame Felly Lowly, Sir Urre's sister, and then they were wedded together with great joy. And King Arthur gave to everych of them a barony of lands. And this Sir Urre would never go from Sir Launcelot, but he and Sir Lavaine waited evermore upon him, and they were in all the court accounted for good knights, and full desirous in arms. And many noble deeds they did, for they would have no rest, but ever sought adventures. Thus they lived in all that court with great noblesse and joy long time. But every night and day Sir Agravaine, Sir Gawaine's brother, awaited Queen Guenever and Sir Launcelot du Lake to put them to rebuke and shame. And so I leave here of this tale, and overskip great books of Sir Launcelot du Lake, what great adventures he did when he was called Le Chevalier du Chariot. For as the French book saith, because of despite that knights and ladies called him the knight that rode in the chariot, like as he was judged to the gallows, therefore in despite of all them that named him so, he was carried in a chariot a 12 month, for but little after he had slain Sir Meligrance in the queen's quarrel, he never in a 12 month came in horseback. And as the French book saith, he did that 12 month more than 40 battles. And because I have lost the very matter of Le Chevalier du Chariot, I depart from the tale of Sir Launcelot, and here I go unto the Morte of King Arthur, and that caused Sir Agravaine. And hereafter followeth the most piteous history of the Morte of King Arthur, the which is the 20th book. End of book 19, chapters 10 through 13. Read by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapters 1 to 5, Book 20, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 1. How Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred were busy upon Sir Gawaine for to disclose the love between Sir Launcelot and Queen Guenever. In May, when every lusty heart flourisheth and burgeoneth, for as the season is lusty to behold and comfortable, so man and woman rejoice and gladden of summer coming with his fresh flowers. For winter with his rough winds and blasts causeth a lusty man and woman to cower and sit fast by the fire. So in this season, as in the month of May, it befell a great anger and unhap that stinted not till the flower of chivalry of all the world was destroyed and slain. And all was long upon two unhappy knights, the which were named Agravaine and Sir Mordred, that were brethren unto Sir Gawaine. For this Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred had ever a privy hate unto the Queen Dame Guenever and to Sir Launcelot, and daily and nightly they ever watched upon Sir Launcelot. So it mishapped, Sir Gawaine and all his brethren were in King Arthur's chamber, and then Sir Agravaine said thus openly, and not in no council, that many knights might hear it. I marvel that we all be not ashamed both to see and to know how Sir Launcelot lieth daily and nightly by the queen, and all we know it so, and it is shamefully suffered of us all, that we all should suffer so noble a king as King Arthur is so to be shamed. Then spake Sir Gawaine, and said, Brother Sir Agravaine, I pray you and charge you move no such matters no more afore me, for which you well, said Sir Gawaine, I will not be of your counsel. So God me help, said Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, we will not be knowing, Brother Agravaine, of your deeds. Then will I, said Sir Mordred. I leave well that, said Sir Gawaine, for ever unto all unhappiness, brother Sir Mordred, thereto will ye grant, and I would that ye left all this, and made you not so busy, for I know, said Sir Gawaine, what will fall of it. Fall of it what fall may, said Sir Agravaine, I will disclose it to the king. Not by my counsel, said Sir Gawaine, for an there rise war and wrack betwixt Sir Launcelot and us, wit you well, brother, there will many kings and great lords hold with Sir Launcelot. Also, brother Sir Agravaine, said Sir Gawaine, ye must remember how oft times Sir Launcelot hath rescued the king and the queen, and the best of us had all been full cold at the heart root had not Sir Launcelot been better than we, and that hath he proved himself full oft. And as for my part, said Sir Gawaine, I will never be against Sir Launcelot for one day's deed, when he rescued me from King Carados of the Dolorous Tower, and slew him, and saved my life. Also, brother Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred, in like wise Sir Launcelot rescued you both, and 62 from Sir Turquin. Methinketh, brother, such kind deeds and kindness should be remembered. Do as ye list, said Sir Agravaine, for I will lain it no longer. With these words came to them King Arthur. Now, brother, stint your noise, said Sir Gawaine. We will not, said Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. Will ye so, said Sir Gawaine. Then God speed you, for I will not hear your tales, nor be of your counsel. No more will I, said Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris, for we will never say evil by that man, for because, said Sir Gareth, Sir Launcelot made me knight, by no manner owe I to say ill of him, and therewithal they three departed, making great dole. Alas, said Sir Gawaine and Sir Gareth, now is this realm wholly mischieved, and the noble fellowship of the Round Table shall be disparpled. So they departed. Chapter 2. How Sir Agravaine disclosed their love to King Arthur, and how King Arthur gave them license to take him. And then Sir Arthur asked them what noise they made. My lord, said Agravaine, I shall tell you that I may keep no longer. Here is I and my brother Sir Mordred brake unto my brothers Sir Gawaine, Sir Gaheris, and to Sir Gareth, how this we know all, that Sir Launcelot holdeth your queen, and hath done long, and we be your sister's sons, and we may suffer it no longer, and all we wot that ye should be above Sir Launcelot, and ye are the king that made him knight, and therefore we will prove it, that he is a traitor to your person. If it be so, said Sir Arthur, wit you well he is none other, but I would be loath to begin such a thing but I might have proofs upon it. For Sir Launcelot is an hardy knight, and all ye know he is the best knight among us all. And but if he be taken with the deed, he will fight with him that bringeth up the noise, and I know no knight that is able to match him. Therefore, an it be sooth as ye say, I would he were taken with the deed. For as the French book saith, the king was full loath thereto, that any noise should be upon Sir Launcelot and his queen. For the king had a deeming, but he would not hear of it, for Sir Launcelot had done so much for him, and the queen so many times, that, wit ye well, the king loved him passingly well. My lord, said Sir Agravaine, ye shall ride to morn a hunting, and doubt ye not Sir Launcelot will not go with you. Then when it draweth toward night ye may send the queen word that ye will lie out all that night, and so may ye send for your cooks, and then upon pain of death we shall take him that night with the queen, and either we shall bring him to you dead or quick. I will well, said the king. Then I counsel you, said the king, take with you sure fellowship. Sir, said Agravaine, my brother Sir Mordred and I will take with us 12 knights of the Round Table. Beware, said King Arthur, for I warn you, ye shall find him wight. Let us deal, said Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. So on the morn King Arthur rode a hunting, and sent word to the queen that he would be out all that night. Then Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred gat to them 12 knights, and hid themselves in a chamber in the castle of Carlisle, and these were their names: Sir Colgrevance, Sir Mador de la Porte, Sir Gingaline, Sir Meliot de Logris,
Sir Petipase of Wiltshire, Sir Galeron of Galway, Sir Melion of the Mountain, Sir Astramor, Sir Gromor Sumorjure, Sir Kersilaine, Sir Florence, Sir Lovell. So these 12 knights were with Sir Mordred and Sir Agravaine, and all they were of Scotland, either of Sir Gawaine's kin, either well willers to his brethren. So when the night came, Sir Launcelot told Sir Bors how he would go that night and speak with the queen. Sir, said Sir Bors, ye shall not go this night by my counsel. Why? Said Sir Launcelot. Sir, said Sir Bors, I dread me ever of Sir Agravaine, that waiteth you daily to do you shame and us all, and never gave my heart against no going, that ever ye went to the queen, so much as now. For I mistrust that the king is out this night from the queen, because peradventure he hath lain some watch for you and the queen, and therefore I dread me sore of treason. Have ye no dread, said Sir Launcelot, for I shall go and come again, and make no tarrying. Sir, said Sir Bors, that me repenteth, for I dread me sore that your going out this night shall wrath us all. Fair nephew, said Sir Launcelot, I marvel much why ye say thus, sithen the queen hath sent for me, and wit ye well I will not be so much a coward, but she shall understand I will see her good grace. God speed you well, said Sir Bors, and send you sound and safe again. Chapter 3. How Sir Launcelot was espied in the queen's chamber, and how Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred came with 12 knights to slay him. So Sir Launcelot departed, and took his sword under his arm, and so in his mantle that noble knight put himself in great jeopardy. And so he passed till he came to the queen's chamber, and then Sir Launcelot was lightly put into the chamber. And then, as the French book saith, the queen and Launcelot were together. And whether they were abed or at other manner of disports, me list not hereof make no mention, for love that time was not as is nowadays. But thus as they were together, there came Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred with 12 knights with them of the Round Table, and they said with crying voice, Traitor knight, Sir Launcelot de Lake, now art thou taken. And thus they cried with a loud voice, that all the court might hear it, and they all 14 were armed at all points, as they should fight in a battle. Alas, said Queen Guenever, now are we mischieved both. Madame, said Sir Launcelot, is there here any armour within your chamber, that I might cover my poor body withal? And if there be any, give it me, and I shall soon stint their malice, by the grace of God. Truly, said the queen, I have none armour, shield, sword, nor spear, wherefore I dread me sore our long love is come to a mischievous end, for I hear by their noise there be many noble knights, and well I wot they be surely armed, and against them ye may make no resistance. Wherefore ye are likely to be slain, and then shall I be brent. For an ye might escape them, said the queen, I would not doubt but that ye would rescue me in what danger that ever I stood in. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, in all my life thus was I never bestead, that I should be thus shamefully slain for lack of mine armour. But ever in one Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred cried, Traitor knight, come out of the queen's chamber, for wit thou well thou art so beset that thou shalt not escape. O Jesu mercy, said Sir Launcelot, this shameful cry and noise I may not suffer, for better were death at once than thus to endure this pain. Then he took the queen in his arms and kissed her, and said, Most noble Christian queen, I beseech you, as ye have been ever my special good lady, and I at all times your true poor knight unto my power, and as I never failed you in right nor in wrong, sithen the first day King Arthur made me knight, that ye will pray for my soul, if that I here be slain. For well I am assured that Sir Bors, my nephew, and all the remnant of my kin, with Sir Lavaine and Sir Ur, that they will not fail you to rescue you from the fire. And therefore, mine own lady, recomfort yourself, whatsoever come of me, that ye go with Sir Bors, my nephew, and Sir Ur, and they all will do you all the pleasure that they can or may, that ye shall live like a queen upon my lands. Nay, Launcelot, said the queen, wit thou well I will never live after thy days, but an thou be slain I will take my death as meekly for Jesu Christ's sake as ever did any Christian queen. Well, madam, said Launcelot, sith it is so that the day is come that our love must depart, wit you well I shall sell my life as dear as I may. And 1,000-fold, said Sir Launcelot, I am more heavier for you than for myself. And now I had liefer than to be lord of all Christendom, that I had sure armour upon me, that men might speak of my deeds or ever I were slain. Truly, said the queen, I would an it might please God that they would take me and slay me, and suffer you to escape. That shall never be, said Sir Launcelot. God defend me from such a shame, but Jesu be thou my shield and mine armour. Chapter 4. How Sir Launcelot slew Sir Colgrevance, and armed him in his harness, and after slew Sir Agravaine and 12 of his fellows. And therewith Sir Launcelot wrapped his mantle about his arm well and surely, and by then they had gotten a great form out of the hall, and therewithal they rashed at the door. Fair lords, said Sir Launcelot, leave your noise and your rashing, and I shall set open this door, and then may ye do with me what it liketh you. Come off then, said they all, and do it, for it availeth thee not to strive against us all, and therefore let us into this chamber, and we shall save thy life until thou come to King Arthur. Then Launcelot unbarred the door, and with his left hand he held it open a little, so that but one man might come in at once. And so there came striding a good knight, a much man and large, and his name was Colgrevance of Gore. And he with a sword struck at Sir Launcelot mightily, and he put aside the stroke, and gave him such a buffet upon the helmet that he fell grovelling dead within the chamber door. And then Sir Launcelot with great might drew that dead knight within the chamber door, and Sir Launcelot with help of the queen and her ladies was lightly armed in Sir Colgrevance's armour. And ever stood Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred, crying, Traitor knight, come out of the queen's chamber. Leave your noise, said Sir Launcelot unto Sir Agravaine, for wit you well, Sir Agravaine, you shall not prison me this night, and therefore, an ye do, by my counsel go ye all from this chamber door, and make not such crying and such manner of slander as ye do. For I promise you by my knighthood, an ye will depart and make no more noise, I shall as to morn appear afore you all before the king, and then let it be seen which of you all, other else ye all, that will accuse me of treason, and there I shall answer you as a knight should, that hither I came to the queen for no manner of malengin, and that will I prove and make it good upon you with my hands. Fie on thee, traitor, said Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. We will have thee maugre thy head, and slay thee if we list, for we let thee wit we have the choice of King Arthur to save thee or to slay thee. Ah, sirs, said Sir Launcelot, is there none other grace with you? Then keep yourself. So then Sir Launcelot set all open the chamber door, and mightily and knightly he strode in amongst them, and anon at the first buffet he slew Sir Agravaine, and 12 of his fellows after. Within a little while after he laid them cold to the earth, for there was none of the 12 that might stand Sir Launcelot one buffet. Also Sir Launcelot wounded Sir Mordred, and he fled with all his might. And then Sir Launcelot returned again unto the queen, and said, Madam, now wit you well, all our true love is brought to an end, for now will King Arthur ever be my foe, and therefore, madam, an it like you that I may have you with me, I shall save you from all manner adventures dangerous. That is not best, said the queen. Meseemeth now ye have done so much harm, it will be best ye hold ye still with this. And if ye see that as to morn they will put me unto the death, then may ye rescue me as ye think best. I will well, said Sir Launcelot, for have ye no doubt, while I am living I shall rescue you. And then he kissed her, and either gave other a ring, and so there he left the queen and went until his lodging. Chapter 5. How Sir Launcelot came to Sir Bors, and told him how he had sped, and in what adventure he had been, and how he had escaped. When Sir Bors saw Sir Launcelot, he was never so glad of his homecoming as he was then. Jesu mercy, said Sir Launcelot, why be ye all armed? What meaneth this? Sir, said Sir Bors, after ye were departed from us, we all that be of your blood and your well-willers were so dretched that some of us leapt out of our beds naked, and some in their dreams caught naked swords in their hands. Therefore, said Sir Bors, we deem there is some great strife at hand, and then we all deemed that ye were betrapped with some treason, and therefore we made us thus ready, what need that ever ye were in. My fair nephew, said Sir Launcelot unto Sir Bors, now shall ye wit all, that this night I was more harder bestead than ever I was in my life, and yet I escaped. And so he told them all how and in what manner, as ye have heard tofore. And therefore, my fellows, said Sir Launcelot, I pray you all that ye will be of good heart in what need somever I stand, for now is war come to us all. Sir, said Bors, all is welcome that God sendeth us, and we have had much weal with you and much worship, and therefore we will take the woe with you as we have taken the weal. And therefore they said all, there were many good knights. Look ye take no discomfort, for there nis no bands of knights under heaven, but we shall be able to grieve them as much as they may us. And therefore discomfort not yourself by no manner, and we shall gather together what we love and that loveth us, and what that ye will have done shall be done. And therefore, Sir Launcelot, said they, we will take the woe with the wheel. Grant mercy, said Sir Launcelot, of your good comfort, for in my great distress, my fair nephew, ye comfort me greatly, and much I am beholding unto you. But this, my fair nephew, I would that ye did in all haste that ye may, or it be 4 days, that you will look in their lodging that be lodged here nigh about the king, which will hold with me and which will not. For now I would know which were my friends from my foes. Sir, said Sir Bors, I shall do my pain. Or it be 7 of the clock, I shall wit of such as ye have said before, who will hold with you. Then Sir Bors called unto him Sir Lionel, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Blamore de Ganis, Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, Sir Gahalantine, Sir Galihodin, Sir Galihad, Sir Meneduc, Sir Villiers the Valiant, Sir Herbes le Renoumes, Sir Lavaine, Sir of Hungary, Sir Nerunes, Sir Plenierus. These 2 knights Sir Launcelot made, and the one he won upon a bridge, and therefore they would never be against him. And Harry le Fils de Lake, and Sir Sarcise of the Dolorous Tower, and Sir Melias de Lille, and Sir Belanger le Bus, that was Sir Alisander's son Leolphin, because his mother Alice le Belle Pellerin, and she was kin unto Sir Launcelot, and he held with him. So there came Sir Palomides and Sir Saphir his brother to hold with Sir Launcelot, and Sir Cleges of Sadoc, and Sir Dinas, Sir Clarios of Cleremont. So these 22 knights drew them together, and by then there were armed on horseback, and promised Sir Launcelot to do what he would. Then there fell to him what of North Wales and of Cornwall, for Sir Lamorak's sake, and for Sir Tristram's sake, to the number of 80 knights. My lords, said Sir Launcelot, wit you well I have been ever since I came into this country well willed unto my lord King Arthur, and unto my lady Queen Guenever, unto my power, and this night, because my lady the queen sent for me to speak with her, I suppose it was made by treason, howbeit I dare largely excuse her person, notwithstanding I was there by a forecast near slain, but as Jesu provided me I escaped all their malice and treason. And then that noble knight Sir Launcelot told them all how he was hard bestead in the queen's chamber, and how and in what manner he escaped from them. And therefore, said Sir Launcelot, wit you well, my fair lords, I am sure there is but war unto me and mine. And for because I have slain this night these knights, I wot well, as is Sir Agravaine, Sir Gawaine's brother, and at the least 12 of his fellows, for this cause now I am sure of mortal war, for these knights were sent and ordained by King Arthur to betray me. And therefore the king will in his heat and malice judge the queen to the fire, and that may I not suffer, that she should be brent for my sake. And I may be heard and suffered, and so taken, I will fight for the queen, that she is a true lady unto her lord. But the king in his heat, I dread me, will not take me as I ought to be taken. End of Book 20, chapters 1 to 5. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapter 6 to 9, Book 20, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 6. Of the counsel and advice that was taken by Sir Launcelot and his friends for to save the queen. My lord Sir Launcelot, said Sir Bors, by mine advice ye shall take the woe with the weal, and take it in patience, and thank God of it. And sithen it is fallen as it is, I counsel you keep yourself, for an ye will yourself, there is no fellowship of knights christened that shall do you wrong. Also I will counsel you, my lord Sir Launcelot, that an my lady Queen Guenever be in distress, insomuch as she is in pain for your sake, that ye knightly rescue her, an ye did otherwise, all the world will speak of you shame to the world's end. Insomuch as ye were taken with her, whether ye did right or wrong, it is now your part to hold with the queen, that she be not slain and put to a mischievous death, for an she so die, the shame shall be yours. Jesu defend me from shame, said Sir Launcelot, and keep and save my lady the queen from villainy and shameful death, and that she never be destroyed in my default. Wherefore, my fair lords, my kin, and my friends, said Sir Launcelot, what will ye do? Then they said all, we will do as ye will do. I put this to you, said Sir Launcelot, that if my lord Arthur by evil counsel will to morn in his heat put my lady the queen to the fire there to be brent, now I pray you counsel me what is best to do. Then they said all at once with one voice, Sir, us thinketh best that ye knightly rescue the queen, insomuch as she shall be brent it is for your sake. And it is to suppose, an ye might be handled, ye should have the same death, or a more shamefuller death. And sir, we say all, that ye have many times rescued her from death for other men's quarrels, us seemeth it is more your worship that ye rescue the queen from this peril, insomuch she hath it for your sake. Then Sir Launcelot stood still and said, My fair lords, wit you well I would be loath to do that thing that should dishonour you or my blood, and wit you well I would be loath that my lady the queen should die a shameful death. But an it be so that ye will counsel me to rescue her, I must do much harm or I rescue her, and peradventure I shall there destroy some of my best friends, that should much repent me, and peradventure there be some, and they could well bring it about, or disobey my lord King Arthur, they would soon come to me, the which I were loath to hurt. And if so be that I rescue her, where shall I keep her? That shall be the least care of us all, said Sir Bors. How did the noble knight Sir Tristram, by your good will, kept not he with him La Belle Isoud near 3 year in Joyous Gard, the which was done by your Arthur device, and that same place is your own? And in likewise may ye do an ye list, and take the queen lightly away, if it so be the king will judge her to be brent. And in Joyous Gard ye may keep her long enough until the heat of the king be past, and then shall ye bring again the queen to the king with great worship, and then, peradventure, ye shall have thank for her bringing home, and love and thank where other shall have morged. That is hard to do, said Sir Launcelot, for by Sir Tristram I may have a warning. For when by means of treaty Sir Tristram brought again La Belle Isoud unto King Mark from Joyous Gard, look what befell on the end, how shamefully that false traitor King Mark slew him as he sat harping afore his lady La Belle Isoud with a grounden glaive. He thrust him in behind to the heart. It grieveth me, said Sir Launcelot, to speak of his death, for all the world may not find such a knight. All this is truth, said Sir Bors, but there is one thing shall courage you and us all. Ye know well King Arthur and King Mark were never like of conditions, for there was never yet man could prove King Arthur untrue of his promise. So, to make short tale, they were all consented that for better outher for worse, if so were that the king were on the morn brought to the fire, shortly they all would rescue her, and so by the advice of Sir Launcelot they put them all in an ambushment in a wood as nigh Carlisle as they might, and there they abode still to wit what the king would do. Chapter 7. How Sir Mordred rode hastily to the king to tell him of the affray and death of Sir Agravaine and the other knights. Now turn we again unto Sir Mordred, that when he was escaped from the noble knight Sir Launcelot, he anon gat his horse and mounted upon him, and rode unto King Arthur, sore wounded and smitten, and all forbled. And there he told the king all how it was, and how they were all slain, save himself all only. Jesu mercy, how may this be? said the king. Took ye him in the queen's chamber? Yea, so God me help, said Sir Mordred. There we found him unarmed, and there he slew Colgrevance, and armed him in his armour. And all this he told the king from the beginning to the ending. Jesu mercy, said the king, he is a marvellous knight of prowess. Alas, me sore repenteth, said the king, that ever Sir Launcelot should be against me. Now I am sure the noble fellowship of the Round Table is broken for ever, for with him will many a noble knight hold. And now it is fallen so, said the king, that I may not with my worship, but the queen must suffer the death. So then there was made great ordinance in this heat that the queen must be judged to the death. And the law was such in those days that whomsoever they were, of what estate or degree, if they were found guilty of treason, there should be none other remedy but death, and either the men or the taking with the deed should be causer of their hasty judgment. And right so was it ordained for Queen Guenever, because Sir Mordred was escaped sore wounded, and the death of 13 knights of the Round Table. These proofs and experiences caused King Arthur to command the queen to the fire there to be brent. Then spake Sir Gawaine and said, My lord Arthur, I would counsel you not to be over hasty, but that ye would put it in respite, this judgment of my lady the queen, for many causes. One it is, though it were so that Sir Launcelot were found in the queen's chamber, yet it might be so that he came thither for none evil. For ye know, my lord, said Sir Gawaine, that the queen is much beholden unto Sir Launcelot, more than unto any other knight, for oft times he hath saved her life and done battle for her, when all the court refused the queen, and peradventure she sent for him for goodness and for none evil, to reward him for his good deeds that he had done to her in times past. And peradventure my lady, the queen, sent for him to that intent, that Sir Launcelot should come to her good grace privily and secretly, weening to her that it was best so to do, in eschewing and dreading of slander. For oft times we do many things that we ween it be for the best, and yet peradventure it turneth to the worst. I dare say, said Sir Gawaine, my lady your queen is to you both good and true. And as for Sir Launcelot, said Sir Gawaine, I dare say he will make it good upon any knight living that will put upon himself villainy or shame, and in likewise he will make good for my lady Dame Guenever. That I believe well, said King Arthur, but I will not that way with Sir Launcelot, for he trusteth so much upon his hands and his might that he doubteth no man, and therefore for my queen he shall never fight more, for she shall have the law. And if I may get Sir Launcelot, wit you well, he shall have a shameful death. Jesu defend, said Sir Gawaine, that I may never see it. Why say ye so? Said King Arthur. Forsooth ye have no cause to love Sir Launcelot, for this night last past he slew your brother Sir Agravaine, a full good knight, and almost he had slain your other brother Sir Mordred, and also there he slew 13 noble knights. And also, Sir Gawaine, remember you, he slew 2 sons of yours, Sir Florence and Sir Lovel. My lord, said Sir Gawaine, of all this I have knowledge, of whose deaths I repent me sore. But insomuch I gave them warning, and told my brethren and my sons aforehand what would fall in the end, insomuch they would not do by my counsel, I will not meddle me thereof, nor revenge me nothing of their deaths. For I told them it was no boot to strive with Sir Launcelot. Howbeit, I am sorry of the death of my brethren and of my sons, for they are the causes of their own death. For oft times I warned my brother Sir Agravaine, and I told him the perils the which be now fallen. Chapter 8. How Sir Launcelot and his kinsmen rescued the queen from the fire, and how he slew many knights. Then said the noble King Arthur to Sir Gawaine, Dear nephew, I pray you make you ready in your best armour with your brethren Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, to bring my queen to the fire, there to have her judgment and receive the death. Nay, my most noble lord, said Sir Gawaine, that will I never do, for wit you well I will never be in that place where so noble a queen as is my lady Dame Guenever shall take a shameful end. For wit you well, said Sir Gawaine, my heart will never serve me to see her die, and it shall never be said that ever I was of your counsel of her death. Then said the king to Sir Gawaine, Suffer your brothers Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth to be there. My lord, said Sir Gawaine, wit you well that they will be loath to be there present because of many adventures the which be like there to fall. But they are young and full unable to say you nay. Then spake Sir Gaheris and the good knight Sir Gareth unto Sir Arthur, Sir, ye may well command us to be there, but wit you well it shall be sore against our will. But an we be there by your straight commandment, ye shall plainly hold us there excused. We will be there in peaceable wise, and bear none harness of war upon us. In the name of God, said the king, then make you ready, for she shall soon have her judgment anon. Alas, said Sir Gawaine, that ever I should endure to see this woeful day. So Sir Gawaine turned him and wept heartily. And so he went into his chamber, and then the queen was led forth without Carlisle. There she was despoiled into her smock. And so then her ghostly father was brought to her to be shriven of her misdeeds. Then was there weeping and wailing and wringing of hands of many lords and ladies, but there were but few in comparison that would bear any armour for to strengthen the death of the queen. Then was there one that Sir Launcelot had sent unto that place for to espy what time the queen should go unto her death, and anon as he saw the queen despoiled into her smock and so shriven, then he gave Sir Launcelot warning. Then was there but spurring and plucking up of horses, and right so they came to the fire, and who that stood against them, there were they slain. There might none withstand Sir Launcelot, so all that bare arms and withstood them, there were they slain, full many a noble knight. For there was slain Sir Belliance le Ogulus, Sir Segwarides, Sir Griflet, Sir Brandiles, Sir Aglovale, Sir Tor, Sir Gauter, Sir Gillimer, Sir Reynolds, 3 brethren, Sir Damus, Sir Priamus, Sir Kay the stranger, Sir Driant, Sir Lambegus, Sir Hemindi, Sir Petelope, Sir Perimones, 2 brethren that were called the Green Knight and the Red Knight. And so in this rushing and hurling, as Sir Launcelot thrang here and there, it mishapped him to slay Gaheris and Sir Gareth, the noble knight, for they were unarmed and unware. For as the French book saith, Sir Launcelot smote Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris upon the brainpans, wherethrough they were slain in the field, howbeit in very truth Sir Launcelot saw them not, and so were they found dead among the thickest of the press. Then when Sir Launcelot had thus done and slain and put to flight all that would withstand him, then he rode straight unto Dame Guenever, and made a kirtle and a gown to be cast upon her, and then he made her to be set behind him, and prayed her to be of good cheer. Wit ye well the queen was glad that she was escaped from the death. And then she thanked God and Sir Launcelot, and so he rode his way with the queen, as the French book saith, unto Joyous Gard, and there he kept her as a noble knight should do. And many great lords and some kings sent Sir Launcelot many good knights, and many noble knights drew unto Sir Launcelot. When this was known openly that King Arthur and Sir Launcelot were at debate, many knights were glad of their debate, and many were full heavy of their debate. Chapter 9. Of the sorrow and lamentation of King Arthur for the death of his nephews and other good knights, and also for the queen his wife. So turn we again unto King Arthur, that when it was told him how and in what manner of wise the queen was taken away from the fire, and when he heard of the death of his noble knights, and in especial of Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth's death, then the king swooned for pure sorrow. And when he awoke of his swoon, then he said, Alas, that ever I bear crown upon my head! For now have I lost the fairest fellowship of noble knights that ever held Christian king together. Alas, my good knights be slain away from me. Now within these 2 days I have lost 40 knights, and also the noble fellowship of Sir Launcelot and his blood. For now I may never hold them together no more with my worship. Alas, that ever this war began. Now, fair fellows, said the king, I charge you that no man tell Sir Gawaine of the death of his 2 brethren. For I am sure, said the king, when Sir Gawaine heareth tell that Sir Gareth is dead, he will go nigh out of his mind. Mercy Jesu, said the king, why slew he Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris? For I dare say, as for Sir Gareth, he loved Sir Launcelot above all men earthly. That is truth, said some knights, but they were slain in the hurtling, as Sir Launcelot thrang in the thick of the press. And as they were unarmed he smote them, and wist not whom that he smote, and so unhappily they were slain. The death of them, said Arthur, will cause the greatest mortal war that ever was. I am sure, wist Sir Gawaine that Sir Gareth was slain, I should never have rest of him till I had destroyed Sir Launcelot's kin and himself both, outher else he to destroy me. And therefore, said the king, wit you well my heart was never so heavy as it is now, and much more am I sorrier for my good knight's loss than for the loss of my fair queen, for queens I might have enough, but such a fellowship of good knights shall never be together in no company. And now I dare say, said King Arthur, there was never Christian king held such a fellowship together, and alas that ever Sir Launcelot and I should be at debate. Ah, Agravaine, Agravaine, said the king, Jesu forgive it thy soul, for thine evil will that thou and thy brother Sir Mordred hadst unto Sir Launcelot hath caused all this sorrow. And ever among these complaints the king wept and swooned. Then there came one unto Sir Gawaine, and told him how the queen was led away with Sir Launcelot, and nigh 24 knights slain. O Jesu, defend my brethren, said Sir Gawaine, for full well wist I that Sir Launcelot would rescue her, whether else he would die in that field. And to say the truth, he had not been a man of worship had he not rescued the queen that day, insomuch she should have been brent for his sake. And as in that, said Sir Gawaine, he hath done but knightly, and as I would have done myself, an I had stood in like case. But where are my brethren? Said Sir Gawaine. I marvel I hear not of them. Truly, said that man, Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris be slain. Jesu defend, said Sir Gawaine. For all the world I would not that they were slain, and in especial my good brother Sir Gareth. Sir, said the man, he is slain, and that is great pity. Who slew him? Said Sir Gawaine. Sir, said the man, Launcelot slew them both. That may I not believe, said Sir Gawaine, that ever he slew my brother Sir Gareth, for I dare say my brother Gareth loved him better than me, and all his brethren, and the king both. Also I dare say, an Sir Launcelot had desired my brother Sir Gareth with him, he would have been with him against the king and us all, and therefore I may never believe that Sir Launcelot slew my brother. Sir, said this man, it is noised that he slew him. End of Book 20, chapters 6 to 9. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Chapters 10 to 13, Book 20, Volume 2 of Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 10. How King Arthur at the request of Sir Gawaine concluded to make war against Sir Launcelot, and laid siege to his castle called Joyous Gard. Alas, said Sir Gawaine, now is my joy gone, And then he fell down and swooned, and long he lay there as he had been dead. And then, when he arose of his swoon, he cried out sorrowfully, and said, Alas, and right so Sir Gawaine ran to the king, crying and weeping, O King Arthur, mine uncle, my good brother Sir Gareth is slain, and so is my brother Sir Gaheris, the which were two noble knights. Then the king wept, and he both, and so they fell a swooning. And when they were revived, then spake Sir Gawaine, Sir, I will go see my brother Sir Gareth. Ye may not see him, said the king, for I caused him to be interred, and Sir Gaheris both, for I well understood that ye would make overmuch sorrow, and the sight of Sir Gareth should have caused your double sorrow. Alas, my lord, said Sir Gawaine, how slew he my brother Sir Gareth? Mine own good lord, I pray you tell me. Truly, said the king, I shall tell you how it is told me. Sir Launcelot slew him and Sir Gaheris both. Alas, said Sir Gawaine, they bear none arms against him, neither of them both. I wot not how it was, said the king, but as it is said, Sir Launcelot slew them both in the thickest of the press, and knew them not, and therefore let us shape a remedy for to revenge their deaths. My king, my lord, and mine uncle, said Sir Gawaine, wit you well now I shall make you a promise that I shall hold by my knighthood, that from this day I shall never fail Sir Launcelot until the one of us have slain the other. And therefore I require you, my lord and king, dress you to the war, for wit you well I will be revenged upon Sir Launcelot. And therefore, as ye will have my service and my love, now haste you thereto, and assay your friends. For I promise unto God, said Sir Gawaine, for the death of my brother Sir Gareth, I shall seek Sir Launcelot throughout 7 kings' realms, but I shall slay him, or else he shall slay me. Ye shall not need to seek him so far, said the king, for as I hear say, Sir Launcelot will abide me and you in the Joyous Gard, and much people draweth unto him, as I hear say. That may I believe, said Sir Gawaine, but my lord, he said, assay your friends, and I will assay mine. It shall be done, said the king, and as I suppose I shall be big enough to draw him out of the biggest tower of his castle. So then the king sent letters and writs throughout all England, both in the length and the breadth, for to assummon all his knights. And so unto Arthur drew many knights, dukes and earls, so that he had a great host. And when they were assembled, the king informed them how Sir Launcelot had bereft him his queen. Then the king and all his host made them ready to lay siege about Sir Launcelot, where he lay within Joyous Gard. Thereof heard Sir Launcelot, and purveyed him of many good knights, for with him held many knights, and some for his own sake, and some for the queen's sake. Thus they were on both parties well furnished and garnished with all manner of thing that longed to the war. But King Arthur's host was so big that Sir Launcelot would not abide him in the field, for he was full loath to do battle against the king. But Sir Launcelot drew him to his strong castle, with all manner of victual, and as many noble men as he might suffice within the town and the castle. Then came King Arthur with Sir Gawaine with an huge host, and laid a siege all about Joyous Gard, both at the town and at the castle, and there they made strong war on both parties. But in no wise Sir Launcelot would ride out, nor go out of his castle of long time, neither he would none of his good knights to issue out, neither none of the town nor of the castle, until 15 weeks were past. Chapter 11. Of the communication between King Arthur and Sir Launcelot, and how King Arthur reproved him. Then it befell upon a day in harvest time, Sir Launcelot looked over the walls, and spoke on high unto King Arthur and Sir Gawaine. My lords both, wit ye well all is in vain that ye make at this siege, for here win ye no worship, but maugre and dishonour. For an it list me to come myself out and my good knights, I should full soon make an end of this war. Come forth, said Arthur unto Launcelot, an thou durst, and I promise thee I shall meet thee in midst of the field. God defend me, said Sir Launcelot, that ever I should encounter with the most noble king that made me knight. Fie upon thy fair language, said the king, for wit ye well, and trust it, I am thy mortal foe, and ever will to my death day, for thou hast slain my good knights, and full noble men of my blood, that I shall never recover again. Also thou hast lain by my queen, and holden her many winters, and sithen like a traitor taken her from me by force. My most noble lord and king, said Sir Launcelot, ye may say what ye will, for ye wot well with yourself will I not strive. But thereas ye say I have slain your good knights, I wot well that I have done so, and that me sore repenteth, but I was enforced to do battle with them in saving of my life, or else I must have suffered them to have slain me. And as for my lady, Queen Guenever, except your person of your highness and my lord Sir Gawaine, there is no knight under heaven that dare make it good upon me that ever I was a traitor unto your person. And where it please you to say that I have holden my lady your queen years and winters, unto that I shall ever make a large answer, and prove it upon any knight that beareth the life, except your person and Sir Gawaine, that my lady Queen Guenever is a true lady unto your person as any is living unto her lord, and that will I make good with my hands. Howbeit it hath liked her good grace to have me in surety, and to cherish me more than any other knight, and unto my power I again have deserved her love, for oft times, my lord, ye have consented that she should be brent and destroyed in your heat, and then it fortuned me to do battle for her. Or I departed from her adversary, they confessed their untruth, and she full worshipfully excused. And at such times, my lord Arthur, said Sir Launcelot, ye loved me, and thanked me when I saved your queen from the fire, and then ye promised me for ever to be my good lord. And now methinketh ye reward me full ill for my good service and my good lord. Meseemeth I had lost a great part of my worship in my knighthood, and I had suffered my lady your queen to have been brent, and insomuch she should have been brent for my sake. For sithen I have done battles for your queen in other quarrels than in mine own, meseemeth now I had more right to do battle for her in right quarrel. And therefore, my good and gracious lord, said Sir Launcelot, take your queen unto your good grace, for she is both fair, true, and good. Fie on thee, false recreant knight, said Sir Gawaine. I let thee wit my lord mine uncle King Arthur shall have his queen and thee maugre thy visage, and slay you both whether it please him. It may well be, said Sir Launcelot, but wit you well, my lord Sir Gawaine, an me list to come out of this castle, ye should win me and the queen more harder than ever ye won a strong battle. Fie on thy proud words, said Sir Gawaine. As for my lady the queen, I will never say of her shame. But thou, false and recreant knight, said Sir Gawaine, what cause hast thou to slay my good brother Sir Gareth, that loved thee more than all my kin? Alas, thou madest him knight thine own hands. Why slew thou him that loved thee so well? For to excuse me, said Sir Launcelot, it helpeth me not, but by Jesu and by the faith that I owe to the high order of knighthood, I should with as good will have slain my nephew Sir Bors de Ganis at that time. But alas, that ever I was so unhappy, said Launcelot, that I had not seen Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris. Thou liest, recreant knight, said Sir Gawaine, thou slewest him in despite of me, and therefore wit thou well I shall make war to thee, and all the while that I may live. That me repenteth, said Sir Launcelot, for well I understand it helpeth not to seek none accordment, while ye, Sir Gawaine, are so mischievously set. And if ye were not, I would not doubt to have the good grace of my lord Arthur. I believe it well, false recreant knight, said Sir Gawaine, for thou hast many long days overled me and us all, and destroyed many of our good knights. Ye say as it pleaseth you, said Sir Launcelot, and yet may it never be said on me, and openly proved, that ever I by forecast of treason slew no good knight, as my lord Sir Gawaine ye have done, and so did I never, but in my defence that I was driven thereto in saving of my life. Ah, false knight, said Sir Gawaine, that thou meanest by Sir Lamorak, wit thou well I slew him. You slew him not yourself, said Sir Launcelot. It had been overmuch on hand for you to have slain him, for he was one of the best knights christened of his age, and it was great pity of his death. Chapter 12. How the cousins and kinsmen of Sir Launcelot excited him to go out to battle, and how they made him ready. Well, well, said Sir Gawaine to Launcelot, sithen thou embradest me of Sir Lamorak, wit thou well I shall never leave thee till I have thee at such a vow that thou shalt not escape my hands. I trust you well enough, said Sir Launcelot, an ye may get me, I get but little mercy. But as the French book saith, the noble King Arthur would have taken his queen again, and have been accorded with Sir Launcelot, but Sir Gawaine would not suffer him by no manner of mean. And then Sir Gawaine made many men to blow upon Sir Launcelot, and all at once they called him false recreant knight. And when Sir Bors de Ganis, Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Lionel heard this outcry, they called to them Sir Palomides, Sir Sophria's brother, and Sir Lavaine, with many more of their blood, and all they went unto Sir Launcelot, and said thus: My lord Sir Launcelot, wit ye well we have great scorn of the great rebukes that we heard Gawaine say to you, wherefore we pray you, and charge you, as ye will have our service, keep us no longer within these walls. For wit you well plainly we will ride into the field and do battle with them, for ye fare as a man that were afeard, and for all your fair speech it will not avail you. For wit you well, Sir Gawaine will not suffer you to be accorded with King Arthur, and therefore fight for your life and your right, an ye dare. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, for to ride out of this castle and to do battle I am full loath. Then Sir Launcelot spake on high unto Sir Arthur and Sir Gawaine: My lords, I require you and beseech you, sithen that I am thus required and conjured to ride into the field, that neither you, my lord King Arthur, nor you, Sir Gawaine, come not into the field. What shall we do then? said Sir Gawaine. Is this the king's quarrel with thee to fight? And it is my quarrel to fight with thee, Sir Launcelot, because of the death of my brother Sir Gareth. Then must I needs unto battle, said Sir Launcelot. Now wit you well, my lord Arthur and Sir Gawaine, ye will repent it, whensoever I do battle with you. And so then they departed either from other, and then either party made them ready on the morn for to do battle. And great purveyance was made on both sides, and Sir Gawaine let purvey many knights for to wait upon Sir Launcelot, for to overset him and to slay him. And on the morn at undern Sir Arthur was ready in the field with 3 great hosts. And then Sir Launcelot's fellowship came out at 3 gates, in a full good array, and Sir Lionel came in the foremost battle, and Sir Launcelot came in the middle, and Sir Bors came out at the 3rd gate. Thus they came in order and rule as full noble knights, and always Sir Launcelot charged all his knights in any wise to save King Arthur and Sir Gawaine. Chapter 13. How Sir Gawaine jousted and smote down Sir Lionel, and how Sir Launcelot horsed King Arthur. Then came forth Sir Gawaine from the king's host, and he came before and proffered to joust. And Sir Lionel was a fierce knight, and lightly he encountered with Sir Gawaine, and there Sir Gawaine smote Sir Lionel throughout the body, that he dashed to the earth like as he had been dead. And then Sir Ector and other more bare him into the castle. Then there began a great stour, and many people were slain. And ever Sir Launcelot did what he might to save the people on King Arthur's party. For Sir Palomides and Sir Bors and Sir Safrere overthrew many knights, for they were deadly knights. And Sir Blamore de Ganis and Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, with Sir Belanger le Bus, these 6 knights did much harm, and ever King Arthur was nigh about Sir Launcelot to have slain him, and Sir Launcelot suffered him and would not strike again. So Sir Bors encountered with King Arthur, and there with a spear Sir Bors smote him down, and so he alighted and drew his sword, and said to Sir Launcelot, Shall I make an end of this war? And that he meant to have slain King Arthur. Not so hardy, said Sir Launcelot, upon pain of thy head that thou touch him no more, for I will never see that most noble king that made me knight either slain ne shamed. And therewithal Sir Launcelot alighted off his horse, and took up the king, and horsed him again, and said thus: My lord Arthur, for God's love stint this strife, for ye get here no worship, and I would do mine utterance, but always I forbear you, and ye, nor none of yours forbeareth me. My lord, remember what I have done in many places, and now I am evil rewarded. Then when King Arthur was on horseback, he looked upon Sir Launcelot, and then the tears brast out of his eye, and thinking on the great courtesy that was in Sir Launcelot more than in any other man, and therewith the king rode his way, and might no longer behold him, and said, Alas, that ever this war began. And then either parties of the battles withdrew them to repose them, and buried the dead, and to the wounded men they laid soft salves, and thus they endured that night till on the morn. And on the morn by undern they made them ready to do battle, and then Sir Bors led the forward. So upon the morn there came Sir Gawaine as brim as any boar, with a great spear in his hand, and when Sir Bors saw him he thought to revenge his brother Sir Lionel of the despite that Sir Gawaine did him the other day. And so they that knew either other feutred their spears, and with all their mights of their horses and themselves they met together so feloniously that either bare other through, and so they fell both to the earth. And then the battles joined, and there was much slaughter on both parties. Then Sir Launcelot rescued Sir Bors, and sent him into the castle, but neither Sir Gawaine nor Sir Bors died not of their wounds, for they were all holpen. Then Sir Lavaine and Sir Urre prayed Sir Launcelot to do his pain and fight as they had done. For we see ye forbear and spare, and that doth much harm. Therefore we pray you spare not your enemies no more than they do you. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, I have no heart to fight against my lord Arthur, for ever meseemeth I do not as I ought to do. My lord, said Sir Palomides, though ye spare them all this day, they will never con you thank, and if they may get you at avail, ye are but dead. So then Sir Launcelot understood that they said him truth, and then he strained himself more than he did aforehand, and because his nephew Sir Bors was sore wounded. And then within a little while, by evensong time, Sir Launcelot and his party better stood, for their horses went in blood past the fetlocks, and there was so much people slain. And then for pity Sir Launcelot withheld his knights, and suffered King Arthur's party for to withdraw them aside. And then Sir Launcelot's party withdrew them into his castle, and either parties buried the dead, and put salve unto the wounded men. So when Sir Gawaine was hurt, they on King Arthur's party were not so augurless as they were toforehand to do battle. Of this war was noised through all Christendom, and at the last it was noised afore the Pope. And he, considering the great goodness of King Arthur and of Sir Launcelot, that was called the most noblest knights of the world, wherefore the Pope called unto him a noble clerk that at the time was there present. The French book saith it was the Bishop of Rochester, and the Pope gave him bulls under lead unto King Arthur of England, charging him, upon pain of interdicting of all England, that he take his queen Dame Guenever unto him again, and accord with Sir Launcelot. End of Book 20, chapters 10 to 13. Read by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com.
Chapters 14 through 18, Book 20, Volume 2 of Le Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Le Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 14. How the Pope sent down his bulls to make peace, and how Sir Launcelot brought the Queen to King Arthur. So when this bishop was come to Carlisle, he showed the king these bulls. And when the king understood these bulls, he nist what to do. Full fain he would have been accorded with Sir Launcelot, but Sir Gawaine would not suffer him. But as for to have the queen, thereto he agreed, but in no wise Sir Gawaine would not suffer the king to accord with Sir Launcelot. But as for the queen he consented. And then the bishop had of the king his great seal, and his assurance as he was a true anointed king, that Sir Launcelot should come safe and go safe, and that the queen should not be spoken unto of the king, nor of none other, for no thing done aforetime past. And of all these appointments the bishop brought with him sure assurance in writing, to show Sir Launcelot. So when the bishop was come to Joyous Gard, there he showed Sir Launcelot how the Pope had written to Arthur and unto him, and there he told him the perils if he withheld the queen from the king. It was never in my thought, said Launcelot, to withhold the queen from my lord Arthur. But, insomuch she should have been dead for my sake, meseemeth it was my part to save her life, and put her from that danger, till better recover might come. And now I thank God, said Sir Launcelot, that the Pope hath made her peace. For God knoweth, said Sir Launcelot, I will be 1,000-fold more gladder to bring her again than ever I was of her taking away. With this he may be sure to come safe and go safe, and that the queen shall have her liberty as she had before. And never for no thing that hath been surmised afore this time, she never from this day stand in no peril. For else, said Sir Launcelot, I dare adventure me to keep her from an harder hour than ever I kept her. It shall not need you, said the bishop, to dread so much. For wit you well, the Pope must be obeyed, and it were not the Pope's worship nor my poor honesty to wit you distressed, neither the queen, neither in peril nor shamed. And then he showed Sir Launcelot all his writing, both from the Pope and from King Arthur. This is sure enough, said Sir Launcelot, for full well I dare trust my lord's own writing and his seal, for he was never shamed of his promise. Therefore, said Sir Launcelot unto the bishop, you shall ride unto the king afore, and recommend me unto his good grace, and let him have knowledging that this same day 8 days, by the grace of God, I myself shall bring my lady, Queen Guenever, unto him. And then say ye unto my most redoubted king, that I will say largely for the queen, that I shall none accept for dread nor fear, but the king himself, and my lord Sir Gawaine, and that is more for the king's love than for himself. So the bishop departed and came to the king at Carlisle, and told him all how Sir Launcelot answered him. And then the tears brast out of the king's eyen. Then Sir Launcelot purveyed him 100 knights, and all were clothed in green velvet, and their horses trapped their heels. And every knight held a branch of olive in his hand, in tokening of peace. And the queen had 24 gentlewomen following her in the same wise. And Sir Launcelot had 12 coursers following him, and on every courser sat a young gentleman. And all they were arrayed in green velvet, with sarps of gold about their quarters, and the horse trapped in the same wise down to the heels, with many ouches, yset with stones and pearls and gold, to the number of 1,000. And she and Sir Launcelot were clothed in white cloth of gold tissue. And right so as ye have heard, as the French book maketh mention, he rode with the queen from Joyous Gard to Carlisle. And so Sir Launcelot rode throughout Carlisle, and so in the castle, that all men might behold. And wit you well there was many a weeping eye. And then Sir Launcelot himself alighted and avoided his horse, and took the queen, and so led her where King Arthur was in his seat. And Sir Gawaine sat afore him, and many other great lords. So when Sir Launcelot saw the king and Sir Gawaine, then he led the queen by the arm, and then he kneeled down, and the queen both. Wit you well, then was there many bold knight there with King Arthur, that wept as tenderly as though they had seen all their kin afore them. So the king sat still, and said no word. My most redoubted king, ye shall understand, by the Pope's commandment and yours, I have brought to you my lady the queen, as right requireth. And if there be any knight, of whatsoever degree that he be, except your person, that will say or dare say but that she is true and clean to you, I here myself, Sir Launcelot du Lac, will make it good upon his body, that she is a true lady unto you. But liars ye have listened, and that hath caused debate betwixt you and me. For time hath been, my lord Arthur, that ye have been greatly pleased with me when I did battle for my lady your queen. And full well ye know, my most noble king, that she hath been put to great wrong or this time. And sithen it pleased you at many times that I should fight for her, meseemeth, my good lord, I had more cause to rescue her from the fire, insomuch she should have been brent for my sake. For they that told you those tales were liars, and so it fell upon them. For by likelihood had not the might of God been with me, I might never have endured 14 knights, and they armed and afore-purposed, and I unarmed and not purposed. For I was sent for unto my lady your queen, I wot not for what cause. But I was not so soon within the chamber door, but anon Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred called me traitor and recreant knight. They called thee right, said Sir Gawaine. My lord Sir Gawaine, said Sir Launcelot, in their quarrel they proved themselves not in the right. Well, well, Sir Launcelot, said the king, I have given thee no cause to do to me as thou hast done, for I have worshipped thee, and thine more than any of all my knights. My good lord, said Sir Launcelot, so ye be not displeased, ye shall understand I and mine have done you oft better service than any other knights have done, in many divers places. And where ye have been full hard bestead divers times, I have myself rescued you from many dangers. And ever unto my power I was glad to please you, and my lord Sir Gawaine. Both in jousts and tournaments, and in battles set, both on horseback and on foot, I have often rescued you, and my lord Sir Gawaine, and many more of your knights, in many divers places. For now I will make a vaunt, said Sir Launcelot. I will that ye all wit that yet I found never no manner of knight but that I was over hard for him, and I had done my utterance, thanked be God. Howbeit I have been matched with good knights, as Sir Tristram and Sir Lamorak, but ever I had a favour unto them, in a deeming what they were. And I take God to record, said Sir Launcelot, I never was wroth nor greatly heavy with no good knight, and I saw him busy about to win worship. And glad I was ever when I found any knight that might endure me on horseback and on foot. Howbeit Sir Carados of the Dolorous Tower was a full noble knight and a passing strong man, and that wot ye, my lord Sir Gawaine. For he might well be called a noble knight when he by fine force pulled you out of your saddle, and bound you over thwart afore him to his saddle bow. And there, my lord Sir Gawaine, I rescued you, and slew him afore your sight. Also I found his brother, Sir Turquin, in likewise leading Sir Gaheris, your brother, bounden afore him. And there I rescued your brother, and slew that Turquin, and delivered 64 of my lord Arthur's knights out of his prison. And now I dare say, said Sir Launcelot, I met never with so strong knights, nor so well fighting, as was Sir Carados and Sir Turquin, for I fought with them to the uttermost. And therefore, said Sir Launcelot unto Sir Gawaine, meseemeth ye ought of right to remember this. For, an I might have your good will, I would trust to God to have my Lord Arthur's good grace. Chapter 16. Of the communication between Sir Gawaine and Sir Launcelot, with much other language. The king may do as he will, said Sir Gawaine, but wit thou well, Sir Launcelot, thou and I shall never be accorded while we live, for thou hast slain 3 of my brethren, and 2 of them ye slew traitorly and piteously, for they bare none harness against thee, nor none would bear. God would they had been armed, said Sir Launcelot, for then had they been alive. And wit ye well, Sir Gawaine, as for Sir Gareth, I love none of my kinsmen so much as I did him. And ever while I live, said Sir Launcelot, I will bewail Sir Gareth's death, not all only for the great fear I have of you, but many causes cause me to be sorrowful. One is, for I made him knight. Another is, I wot well he loved me above all other knights. And the third is, he was passing noble, true, courteous and gentle, and well conditioned. The fourth is, I wist well, anon as I heard that Sir Gareth was dead, I should never after have your love, but everlasting war betwixt us. And also I wist well that ye would cause my noble Lord Arthur for ever to be my mortal foe. And as Jesu be my help, said Sir Launcelot, I slew never Sir Gareth nor Sir Gaheris by my will. But alas that ever they were unarmed that unhappy day. But thus much I shall offer me, said Sir Launcelot, if it may please the king's good grace and you, my lord Sir Gawaine. I shall first begin at Sandwich, and there I shall go in my shirt, barefoot, and at every 10 miles' end I will found and gar make an house of religion, of what order that ye will assign me, with an whole convent, to sing and read, day and night, in especial for Sir Gareth's sake and Sir Gaheris. And this shall I perform from Sandwich unto Carlisle. And every house shall have sufficient livelihood. And this shall I perform while I have any livelihood in Christendom. And there is none of all these religious places, but they shall be performed, furnished and garnished in all things as an holy place ought to be, I promise you faithfully. And this, Sir Gawaine, methinketh were more fairer, holier, and more better to their souls, than ye, my most noble king, and you, Sir Gawaine, to war upon me, for thereby shall ye get none avail. Then all knights and ladies that were there wept as they were mad, and the tears fell on King Arthur's cheeks. Sir Launcelot, said Sir Gawaine, I have right well heard thy speech, and thy great proffers, but wit thou well, let the king do as it pleased him, I will never forgive my brother's death, and in especial the death of my brother Sir Gareth. And if mine uncle, King Arthur, will accord with thee, he shall lose my service, for wit thou well thou art both false to the king and to me. Sir, said Launcelot, he beareth not the life that may make that good, and if ye, Sir Gawaine, will charge me with so high a thing, ye must pardon me, for then needs must I answer you. Nay, said Sir Gawaine, we are past that at this time, and that caused the Pope, for he hath charged mine uncle, the king, that he shall take his queen again, and to accord with thee, Sir Launcelot, as for this season, and therefore thou shalt go safe as thou camest. But in this land thou shalt not abide past 15 days, such summons I give thee. So the king and we were consented and accorded or thou camest. And else, said Sir Gawaine, wit thou well thou shouldst not have come here, but if it were maugre, thy head. And if it were not for the Pope's commandment, said Sir Gawaine, I should do battle with mine own body against thy body, and prove it upon thee, that thou hast been both false unto mine uncle King Arthur, and to me both. And that shall I prove upon thy body, when thou art departed from hence, wheresoever I find thee. Chapter 17. How Sir Launcelot departed from the king and from Joyous Gard over seaward, and what knights went with him. Then Sir Launcelot sighed, and therewith the tears fell on his cheeks, and then he said thus, Alas, most noble Christian realm, whom I have loved above all other realms, and in thee I have gotten a great part of my worship, and now I shall depart in this wise. Truly me repenteth that ever I came in this realm, that should be thus shamefully banished, undeserved and causeless. But fortune is so variant, and the wheels so movable, there nis none constant abiding, and that may be proved by many old chronicles of noble Hector, and Troilus, and Alisander, the mighty conqueror, and many mo other. When they were most in their royalty, they alighted lowest. And so fareth it by me, said Sir Launcelot, for in this realm I had worship, and by me and mine all the whole Round Table hath been increased more in worship by me and mine blood than by any other. And therefore wit thou well, Sir Gawaine, I may live upon my lands as well as any knight that here is. And if ye, most redoubted king, will come upon my lands with Sir Gawaine to war upon me, I must endure you as well as I may. But as to you, Sir Gawaine, if that ye come there, I pray you charge me not with treason nor felony, for an ye do, I must answer you. Do thou thy best, said Sir Gawaine. Therefore hie thee fast that thou were gone, and wit thou well, we shall soon come after, and break the strongest castle that thou hast upon thy head. That shall not need, said Sir Launcelot, for an I were as orgulous set as ye are, wit you well I should meet you in midst of the field. Make thou no more language, said Sir Gawaine, but deliver the queen from thee, and pike thee lightly out of this court. Well, said Sir Launcelot, an I had wist of this short coming, I would have advised me twice or that I had come hither. For an the queen had been so dear to me as ye noise her, I durst have kept her from the fellowship of the best knights under heaven. And then Sir Launcelot said unto Guenever, in hearing of the king and them all, Madam, now I must depart from you in this noble fellowship for ever. And sithen it is so, I beseech you to pray for me, and say me well. And if ye be hard bestead by any false tongues, lightly, my lady, send me word, and if any knight's hands may deliver you by battle, I shall deliver you. And therewithal Sir Launcelot kissed the queen, and then he said all openly, Now let's see what he be in this place that dares say the queen is not true unto my lord Arthur. Let's see who will speak an he dare speak. And therewith he brought the queen to the king, and then Sir Launcelot took his leave and departed. And there was neither king, duke, nor earl, baron nor knight, lady nor gentlewoman, but all they wept as people out of their mind, except Sir Gawaine. And when the noble Sir Launcelot took his horse to ride out of Carlisle, there was sobbing and weeping for pure dole of his departing. And so he took his way unto Joyous Gard, and then ever after he called it the Dolorous Gard. And thus departed Sir Launcelot from the court for ever. And so when he came to Joyous Gard, he called his fellowship unto him, and asked them what they would do. Then they answered all wholly together with one voice they would as he would do. My fair fellows, said Sir Launcelot, I must depart out of this most noble realm. And now I shall depart it grieveth me sore, for I shall depart with no worship, for a fleemed man departed never out of a realm with no worship. And that is my heaviness, for ever I fear after my days that men shall chronicle upon me that I was flamed out of this land. And else, my fair lords, be ye sure, and I had not dread shame, my lady, Queen Guenever, and I should never have departed. Then spake many noble knights, as Sir Palomides, Sir Saphir his brother, and Sir Belingere le Beuse, and Sir Ur, with Sir Lavaine, with many others. Sir, an ye be so disposed to abide in this land, we will never fail you. And if ye list not to abide in this land, then nis none of the good knights that here be will fail you, for many causes. One is, all we that be not of your blood shall never be welcome to the court, and sithen it liked us to take a part with you in your distress and heaviness in this realm, wit you well it shall like us as well to go in other countries with you, and there to take such part as ye do. My fair lords, said Sir Launcelot, I well understand you, and as I can, thank you. And ye shall understand, such livelihood as I am born unto, I shall depart with you in this manner of wise. That is for to say, I shall depart all my livelihood and all my lands freely among you, and I myself will have as little as any of you. For have I sufficient that may long to my person, I will ask none other rich array. And I trust to God to maintain you on my lands as well as ever were maintained any knights. Then spake all the knights at once, He have shame that will leave you. For we all understand, in this realm will be now no quiet, but ever strife and debate, now the fellowship of the Round Table is broken. For by the noble fellowship of the Round Table was King Arthur upborn, and by their noblesse the king and all his realm was in quiet and rest, and a great part they said all was because of your noblesse. Chapter 18. How Sir Launcelot passed over the sea, and how he made great lords of the knights that went with him. Truly, said Sir Launcelot, I thank you all of your good saying, howbeit, I wot well, in me was not all the stability of this realm, but in that I did my devoir, and well I am sure I knew many rebellions in my days, that by me were peaced, and I trow we all shall hear of them in short space, and that me sore repenteth. For ever I dread me, said Sir Launcelot, that Sir Mordred will make trouble, for he is passing envious, and applieth him to trouble. So they were accorded to go with Sir Launcelot to his lands, and to make short tale, they trussed, and paid all that would ask them. And wholly 100 knights departed with Sir Launcelot at once, and made their avows they would never leave him for weal nor for woe. And so they shipped at Cardiff, and sailed unto Benwick. Some men call it Bayonne, and some men call it Beaune, where the wine of Beaune is. But to say the sooth, Sir Launcelot and his nephews were lords of all France, and of all the lands that longed unto France. He and his kindred rejoiced at all through Sir Launcelot's noble prowess. And then Sir Launcelot stuffed and furnished and garnished all his noble towns and castles. Then all the people of those lands came to Sir Launcelot on foot and hands. And so when he had stablished all these countries, he shortly called a parliament. And there he crowned Sir Lionel king of France, and Sir Bors he crowned him king of all King Claudas' lands, and Sir Ector de Maris, that was Sir Launcelot's youngest brother, he crowned him king of Benwick, and king of all Guienne, that was Sir Launcelot's own land. And he made Sir Ector prince of them all, and thus he departed. Then Sir Launcelot advanced all his noble knights, and first he advanced them of his blood. That was Sir Blamore, he made him Duke of Limousin in Guienne, and Sir Bleoberis he made him Duke of Poitiers, and Sir Gahalantine he made him Duke of Cairn, and Sir Galihodin he made him Duke of Saintonge, and Sir Galihud he made him Earl of Perigeux, and Sir Meneduc he made him Earl of Rairg, and Sir Villiars the Valiant he made him Earl of Béarn, and Sir Hebes le Renoume he made him Earl of Comminges, and Sir Lavaine he made him Earl of Armagnac, and Sir Ur he made him Earl of Estrac, and Sir Neronius he made him Earl of Pardiac, and Sir Plenorius he made Earl of Foise, and Sir Celices of the Dolorous Tower he made him Earl of Massoc, and Sir Melias de Lille he made him Earl of Tursoc, and Sir Belanger le Beuse he made Earl of the Lons, and Sir Palomides he made him Duke of the Provence, and Sir Saphir he made him Duke of Languedoc, and Sir Clegus he gave him the earldom of Vagent, and Sir Sadoc he gave the earldom of Surla, and Sir Dinas le Seneschal he made him Duke of Anjou, and Sir Clarus he made him Duke of Normandy. Thus Sir Launcelot rewarded his noble knights and many more, that meseemeth it were too long to rehearse. End of Book 20, chapters 14 through 18.
Chapters 19 through 22, Book 20, Volume 2 of Le Morte dArthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Le Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory. Chapter 19. So leave we Sir Launcelot in his lands, and his noble knights with him, and return we again unto King Arthur and to Sir Gawaine, that made a great host ready, to the number of 60,000, and all thing was made ready for their shipping to pass over the sea, and so they shipped at Cardiff. And there King Arthur made Sir Mordred chief ruler of all England, and also he put Queen Guenever under his governance, because Sir Mordred was King Arthur's son. He gave him the rule of his land and of his wife, and so the king passed the sea, and landed upon Sir Launcelot's lands, and there he brent and wasted, through the vengeance of Sir Gawaine, all that they might overrun. When this word came to Sir Launcelot, that King Arthur and Sir Gawaine were landed upon his lands, and made a full great destruction and waste, then spake Sir Bors and said, My lord Sir Launcelot, it is shame that we suffer them thus to ride over our lands, for wit you well, suffer ye them as long as ye will, they will do you no favour an they may handle you. Then said Sir Lionel, that was wary and wise, My lord Sir Launcelot, I will give this counsel: let us keep our strong walled towns until they have hunger and cold, and blow upon their nails, and then let us freshly set upon them, and shred them down as sheep in the field, that aliens may take example for ever how they land upon our lands. Then spake Sir Bagdemus to Sir Launcelot, Sir, your courtesy will shender us all, and thy courtesy hath waked all this sorrow, for an they thus over our lands ride, they shall by process bring us all to naught, whilst we thus in holes us hide. Then said Sir Galihud unto Sir Launcelot, Sir, here be knights come of king's blood, that will not long droop, and they are within these walls, therefore give us leave, like as we be knights, to meet them in the field, and we shall slay them, that they shall curse the time that ever they came into this country. Then spake 7 brethren of North Wales, and they were 7 noble knights. A man might seek in 7 kings' lands, or he might find such 7 knights. Then they all said at once, Sir Launcelot, for Christ's sake, let us ride out with Sir Galihud, for we be never wont to cower in castles nor in noble towns. Then spake Sir Launcelot, that was master and governor of them all, My fair lords, wit you well I am full loath to ride out with my knights for shedding of Christian blood, and yet my lands I understand be full bare for to sustain any host a while, for the mighty wars that Willem made King Claudas upon our country, upon my father King Ban, and on mine uncle King Bors. Howbeit we will be as at this time keep our walls strong, and I shall send a messenger unto my lord Arthur, a treaty for to take, for better is peace than always war. So Sir Launcelot sent forth a damosel and a dwarf with her, requiring King Arthur to leave his warring upon his lands, and so she start upon a palfrey, and the dwarf ran by her side. And when she came to the pavilion of King Arthur, there she alighted, and there met her a gentle knight, Sir Lucan the butler, and said, Fair damosel, come ye from Sir Launcelot du Lake? Yea, sir, she said, therefore I am come hither to speak with my lord the king. Alas, said Sir Lucan, my lord Arthur would love Launcelot, but Sir Gawaine will not suffer him. And then he said, I pray you, damosel, ye may speed well, for all we that be about the king would Sir Launcelot did best of any knight living. And so with this Lucan led the damosel unto the king, where he sat with Sir Gawaine, for to hear what she would say. So when she had told her tale, the water ran out of the king's eye, and all the lords were full glad for to advise the king as to be accorded with Sir Launcelot, save all only Sir Gawaine, and he said, My lord mine uncle, what will ye do? Will ye now turn again, now that ye are passed thus far upon this journey? All the world will speak of your villainy. Nay, said Arthur, wit thou well, Sir Gawaine, I will do as ye will advise me, and yet meseemeth, said Arthur, his fair proffers were not good to be refused. But sithen I am come so far upon this journey, I will that you give the damosel her answer, for I may not speak to her for pity, for her proffers be so large. Chapter 20. Then Sir Gawaine said to the damosel thus: Damosel, say ye to Sir Launcelot that it is waste labour now to sue to mine uncle, for tell him, an he would have made any labour for peace, he should have made it all this time. For tell him now it is too late, and say that I, Sir Gawaine, so send him word, that I promise him by the faith I owe unto God and to knighthood, that I shall never leave him till he have slain me or I him. So the damosel wept and departed, and there were many weeping eyen. And so Sir Lucan brought the damosel to her palfrey, and so she came to Sir Launcelot, where he was among all his knights. And when Sir Launcelot had heard this answer, then the tears ran down by his cheeks. And then his noble knights strode about him, and said, Sir Launcelot, wherefore make ye such cheer? Think what ye are, and what men we are, and let us noble knights match them in midst of the field. This may be lightly done, said Sir Launcelot, but I was never so loath to do battle, and therefore I pray you, fair sirs, as ye love me, be ruled as I will have you, for I will always flee that noble king that made me knight. And when I may no further, I must needs defend me, and that will be more worship for me and us all, than to compare with that noble king whom we have all served. Then they held their language, and as that night they took their rest. And upon the morn early, in the dawning of the day, as knights looked out, they saw the city of Benwick besieged round about, and fast they began to set up ladders, and then they defied them out of the town, and beat them from the walls whitely. Then came forth Sir Gawaine, well armed upon a stiff steed, and he came before the chief gate with his spear in his hand, crying, Sir Launcelot, where art thou? Is there none of you proud knights dare break a spear with me? Then Sir Bors made him ready, and came forth out of the town, and there Sir Gawaine encountered with Sir Bors, and at that time he smote Sir Bors down from his horse, and almost he had slain him, and so Sir Bors was rescued and borne into the town. Then came forth Sir Lionel, brother to Sir Bors, and thought to revenge him, and either foighted their spears, and ran together, and there they met spitefully, but Sir Gawaine had such grace that he smote Sir Lionel down, and wounded him there passing sore, and then Sir Lionel was rescued and borne into the town. And this Sir Gawaine came every day, and he failed not, but that he smote down one knight or other. And thus they endured half a year, and much slaughter was of people on both parties. Then it befell upon a day, Sir Gawaine came afore the gates, armed at all pieces, on a noble horse, with a great spear in his hand, and there he cried with a loud voice, Where art thou now, thou false traitor, Sir Launcelot? Why hidest thou thyself within holes and walls like a coward? Look out now, thou false traitor knight, ere here I shall revenge upon thy body the death of my three brethren. All this language heard Sir Launcelot every deal, and his kin and his knights drew about him, and all they said at once to Sir Launcelot, Sir Launcelot, now must ye defend you like a knight, or else ye be shamed for ever, for now ye be called upon treason, it is time for you to stir, for you have slept over long and suffered over much. So God me help, said Sir Launcelot, I am right heavy of Sir Gawaine's words, for now he charged me with a great charge, and therefore I wot it as well as ye, that I must defend me, or else to be recreant. Then Sir Launcelot bade saddle his strongest horse, and bade let fetch his arms, and bring all unto the gate of the tower. And then Sir Launcelot spake on high unto King Arthur, and said, My lord Arthur, and noble king that made me knight. Wit ye well I am right heavy for your sake, that ye thus sue upon me, and always I forbear you. For an I would have been vengeable, I might have met you in the midst of the field, and there to have made your boldest knights full tame. And now I have forborne half a year, and suffered you and Sir Gawaine to do what ye would do, and now may I enjoy it no longer, for now must I needs defend myself, insomuch Sir Gawaine hath appealed me of treason, the which is greatly against my will, that ever I should fight against any of your blood. But now I may not forsake it, I am driven thereto as a beast till a bay. Then Sir Gawaine said, Sir Launcelot, an thou durst do battle, leave thy babbling and come off, and let us ease our hearts. Then Sir Launcelot armed him lightly, and mounted upon his horse, and either of the knights gat great spears in their hands, and the host without stood still all apart, and the noble knights came out of the city by a great number, insomuch that when Arthur saw the number of men and knights, he marvelled and said to himself, Alas that ever Sir Launcelot was against me, for now I see he hath forborne me. And so the covenant was made, that should no man nigh them, nor deal with them, till the one was death or yelden. Chapter 21. Then Sir Gawaine and Sir Launcelot departed a great way asunder, and then they came together with all their horses' might as they might run, and either smote other in midst of their shields, but the knights were so strong, and their spears so big, that their horses might not endure their buffets, and so their horses fell to the earth, and then they avoided their horses, and dressed their shields afore them. Then they stood together, and gave many sad strokes on divers places of their bodies, that the blood brast out on many sides and places. Then had Sir Gawaine such a grace and gift that an holy man had given to him, that every day in the year, from underne till high noon, his might increased those 3 hours as much as thrice his strength, and that caused Sir Gawaine to win great honour. And for his sake King Arthur made an ordinance, that all manner of battles, for any quarrels, that should be done afore King Arthur, should begin at underne, and all was done for Sir Gawaine's love, that by likelihood, if Sir Gawaine were on the one part, he should have the better in battle, while his strength endureth 3 hours. But there were but few knights that time living that knew this advantage that Sir Gawaine had, but King Arthur all only. Thus Sir Launcelot fought with Sir Gawaine, and when Sir Launcelot felt his might evermore increase, Sir Launcelot wondered and dread him sore to be shamed. For as the French book saith, Sir Launcelot weened, when he felt Sir Gawaine double his strength, that he had been a fiend and non-earthly man. Wherefore Sir Launcelot traced and traversed, and covered himself with his shield, and kept his might and his braider during 3 hours. And that while Sir Gawaine gave him many sad brunts and many sad strokes, that all the knights that beheld Sir Launcelot marvelled how that he might enjoy him, but full little understood they that travail that Sir Launcelot had for to enjoy him. And when it was past noon, Sir Gawaine had no more but his own might. When Sir Launcelot felt him so come down, then he stretched him up, and stood near Sir Gawaine, and said thus, My lord Sir Gawaine, now I feel ye have done. Now, my lord Sir Gawaine, I must do my part, for many great and grievous strokes I have endured you this day with great pain. Then Sir Launcelot doubled his strokes, and gave Sir Gawaine such a buffet on the helmet that he fell down on his side, and Sir Launcelot withdrew him from him. Why withdrawest thou thee, said Sir Gawaine, now turn again false traitor knight, and slay me, for an thou leave me thus, when I am whole I shall do battle with thee again. I shall endure you, sir, by God's grace. But wit thou well, Sir Gawaine, I will never smite a felled knight. And so Sir Launcelot went into the city, and Sir Gawaine was borne into King Arthur's pavilion, and leeches were brought to him, and searched and salved with soft ointments. And then Sir Launcelot said, Now have good day, my lord the king, for wit you well ye win no worship at these walls, and if I would my knights outbring, there should many a man die. Therefore, my lord Arthur, remember you of old kindness, and however I fare, Jesu be your guide in all places. Chapter 22. Alas, said the king, that ever this unhappy war was begun, for ever Sir Launcelot forbeareth me in all places, and in likewise my kin, and all that is seen well this day by my nephew Sir Gawaine. Then King Arthur fell sick for sorrow of Sir Gawaine, that he was so sore hurt, and because of the war betwixt him and Sir Launcelot. So then they on King Arthur's part kept the siege with little war without forth, and they within forth kept their walls, and defended them when need was. Thus Sir Gawaine lay sick 3 weeks in the tents, with all manner of leechcraft that might be had. And as soon as Sir Gawaine might go and ride, he harmed him on all points, and start upon a courser, and gat a spear in his hand, and so he came riding afore the chief gate of Benwick, and there he cried on highth, Where art thou, Sir Launcelot? Come forth, thou false traitor knight and recreant, for I am here, Sir Gawaine, will prove this that I said on thee. All this language Sir Launcelot heard, and then he said thus, Sir Gawaine, me repents of your foul saying, that ye will not cease of your language, for ye wot well, Sir Gawaine, I know your might, and all that ye may do. And well ye wot, Sir Gawaine, ye may not greatly hurt me. Come down, traitor knight, said he, and make it good the contrary with thy hands, for it mishappeth me the last battle to be hurt of thy hands. Therefore wit thou well I am come this day to make amends, for I ween this day to lay thee as low as thou laidst me. Jesu defend me, said Sir Launcelot, that ever I be so far in your danger as ye have been in mine, for then my days were done. But Sir Gawaine, said Sir Launcelot, ye shall not think that I tarry long, but sithen that ye so unknightly call me of treason, ye shall have both your hands full of me. And then Sir Launcelot armed him at all points, and mounted upon his horse, and gat a great spear in his hand, and rode out at the gate. And both the hosts were assembled, of them without and of them within, and stood in array full manly. And both parties were charged to hold them still, to see and behold the battle of these two noble knights. And then they laid their spears in their rests, and they came together as thunder, and Sir Gawaine brake his spear upon Sir Launcelot in 100 pieces unto his hand. And Sir Launcelot smote him with a greater might, that Sir Gawaine's horse's feet raised, and so the horse and he fell to the earth. Then Sir Gawaine deliverly avoided his horse, and put his shield afore him, and eagerly drew his sword, and bade Sir Launcelot, Alight, traitor knight, for if this mare's son hath failed me, wit thou well, a king's son and a queen's son shall not fail thee. Then Sir Launcelot avoided his horse, and dressed his shield afore him, and drew his sword, and so stood they together, and gave many sad strokes, that all men on both parties had thereof passing great wonder. But when Sir Launcelot felt Sir Gawaine's might so marvellously increase, he then withheld his courage and his wind, and kept himself wonder covert of his might, and under his shield he traced and traversed here and there, to break Sir Gawaine's strokes and his courage. And Sir Gawaine enforced himself with all his might and power to destroy Sir Launcelot. For as the French book saith, ever as Sir Gawaine's might increased, right so increased his wind and his evil will. Thus Sir Gawaine did great pain unto Sir Launcelot 3 hours, for he had right great pain for to defend him. And when the 3 hours were past, that Sir Launcelot felt that Sir Gawaine was come to his own proper strength, then Sir Launcelot said unto Sir Gawaine, Now have I proved you twice that ye are a full dangerous knight, and a wonderful man of your might, and many wonderful deeds have you done in your days, for by your might increasing you have deceived many a full noble and valiant knight. And now I feel that ye have done your mighty deeds. Now wit you well I must do my deeds. And then Sir Launcelot stood near Sir Gawaine, and then Sir Launcelot doubled his strokes, and Sir Gawaine defended him mightily, but nevertheless Sir Launcelot smote such a stroke upon Sir Gawaine's helm, and upon the old wound, that Sir Gawaine sinked down upon his one side in a swoon. And anon as he did awake, he waved and foined at Sir Launcelot as he lay, and said, Traitor knight, wit thou well I am not yet slain. Come thou near me, and perform this battle unto the uttermost. I will not do more than I have done, said Sir Launcelot, for when I see you on foot I will do battle upon you all the while I see you stand on your feet. But for to smite a wounded man that may not stand, God defend me from such a shame. And then he turned him and went his way toward the city. And Sir Gawaine evermore calling him traitor knight, and said, Wit thou well, Sir Launcelot, when I am whole I shall do battle with thee again, for I shall never leave thee till that one of us be slain. Thus as this siege endured, and as Sir Gawaine lay sick near a month, and when he was well recovered and ready within 3 days to do battle again with Sir Launcelot, right so came tidings unto Arthur from England, that made King Arthur and all his host to remove. End of Book 20, chapters 19 through 22. Read by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Book 21, Chapter 1 of Morte dArthur, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, Book 21, Chapter 1. How Sir Mordred presumed and took unto him to be King of England, and would have married the Queen, his father's wife. As Sir Mordred was ruler of all England, he did do make letters as though that they came from beyond the sea, and the letters specified that King Arthur was slain in battle with Sir Launcelot. Wherefore Sir Mordred made a parliament, and called the lords together, and there he made them to choose him king. And so was he crowned at Canterbury, and held a feast there 15 days. And afterward he drew him unto Winchester, and there he took the Queen Guenever, and said plainly that he would wed her, which was his uncle's wife and his father's wife. And so he made ready for the feast, and a day prefixed that they should be wedded. Wherefore Queen Guenever was passing heavy. But she durst not discover her heart, but spake fair, and agreed Sir Mordred's will. Then she desired of Sir Mordred for to go to London to buy all manner of things that longed unto the wedding. And, because of her fair speech, Sir Mordred trusted her well enough, and gave her leave to go. And so when she came to London she took the Tower of London, and suddenly, in all haste possible, she stuffed it with all manner of victual, and well garnished it with men, and so kept it. Then, when Sir Mordred wist and understood how he was beguiled, he was passing wroth out of measure. At a short tale for to make, he went and laid a mighty siege about the Tower of London, and made many great assaults thereat, and threw many great engines unto them, and shot great guns. But all might not prevail Sir Mordred, for Queen Guenever would never, for fair speech nor for foul, would never trust to come in his hands again. Then came the Bishop of Canterbury, the which was a noble clerk and an holy man. And thus he said to Sir Mordred, Sir, what will ye do? Will ye first displease God, and sithen shame upon yourself and all knighthood? Is not King Arthur your uncle, no father but your mother's brother? And on her himself King Arthur begat you upon his own sister. Therefore how may you wed your father's wife? Sir, said the noble clerk, leave this opinion, or I shall curse you with book and bell and candle. Do thou thy worst, said Sir Mordred. Wit thou well I shall defy thee. Sir, said the bishop, and wit you well I shall not fear me to do that me ought to do. Also, where ye noise where my lord Arthur is slain, and that is not so, and therefore ye will make a foul work in this land. Peace, thou false priest, said Sir Mordred, for an thou chafe me and any more I shall make strike off thy head. So the bishop departed, and did the cursing in the most augurlist wise that might be done. And then Sir Mordred sought the Bishop of Canterbury for to have slain him. Then the bishop fled, and took part of his goods with him, and went nigh unto Glastonbury. And there he was as priest, hermit, in a chapel, and lived in poverty and in holy prayers, for well he understood that mischievous war was at hand. Then Sir Mordred sought on Queen Guinevere by letters and sounds, and by fair means and foul means, for to have her to come out of the Tower of London. But all this availed not, for she answered him shortly, openly, and privily, that she had liefer slay herself than to be married with him. Then came word to Sir Mordred that King Arthur had arraised the siege for Sir Launcelot, and he was coming homeward with a great host to be avenged upon Sir Mordred. Wherefore Sir Mordred made write writs to all the barony of this land, and much people drew to him. For then was the common voice among them that with Arthur was none other life but war and strife, and with Sir Mordred was great joy and bliss. Thus was Sir Arthur depraved, and evil said of. And many there were that King Arthur had made up of naught, and given them lands, might not then say him a good word. Lo, all ye Englishmen, see ye not what a mischief here was? For he that was the most king and knight of the world, and most loved the fellowship of noble knights, and by him they were all upholden, now might not these Englishmen hold them content with him. Lo, thus was the old custom and usage of this land, and also men say that we of this land have not yet lost nor forgotten that custom and usage. Alas, this is a great default of us Englishmen, for there may be no thing pleased us no term. And so fared the people at that time. They were better pleased with Sir Mordred than they were with King Arthur. And much people drew unto Sir Mordred, and said they would abide with him for better and for worse. And so Sir Mordred drew with a great host to Dover, for there he heard say that Sir Arthur would arrive, and so he thought to beat his own father from his lands. And the most part of all England held with Sir Mordred, the people were so new-fangle. Chapter 2. How after that King Arthur had tidings, he returned and came to Dover, where Sir Mordred met him to let his landing, and of the death of Sir Gawaine. And so, as Sir Mordred was at Dover with his host, there came King Arthur with a great navy of ships and galleys and carracks. And there was Sir Mordred ready awaiting upon his landing, to let his own father to land upon the land that he was king over. Then there was launching of great boats and small, and full of noble men of arms, and there was much slaughter of gentle knights, and many a full bold baron was laid full low on both parties. But King Arthur was so courageous that there might no manner of knights let him to land, and his knights fiercely followed him. And so they landed maugre Sir Mordred and all his power, and put Sir Mordred aback, that he fled, and all his people. So when this battle was done, King Arthur let bury his people that were dead. And then was noble Sir Gawaine found in a great boat, lying more than half dead. When Sir Arthur wist that Sir Gawaine was laid so low, he went unto him. And there the king made sorrow out of measure, and took Sir Gawaine in his arms, and thrice he there swooned. And then when he awaked he said, Alas, Sir Gawaine, my sister's son, here now thou liest, the man in the world that I loved most, and now is my joy gone, for now, my nephew Sir Gawaine, I will discover me unto your person. In Sir Launcelot and you I most had my joy and mine affiance, and now have I lost my joy of you both, wherefore all mine earthly joy is gone from me. Mine uncle King Arthur, said Sir Gawaine, wit you well my death day is come, and all is through mine own hastiness and wilfulness, for I am smitten upon the old wound the which Sir Launcelot gave me, on the which I feel well I must die. And had Sir Launcelot been with you as he was, this unhappy war had never begun, and of all this am I causer. For Sir Launcelot and his blood through their prowess held all your cankered enemies in subjection and danger. And now, said Sir Gawaine, ye shall miss Sir Launcelot. But alas, I would not accord with him, and therefore, said Sir Gawaine, I pray you, fair uncle, that I may have paper, pen, and ink, that I may write to Sir Launcelot a seedle with mine own hands. And then, when paper and ink was brought, then Gawaine was set up weakly by King Arthur, for he was shriven a little tofore. And then he wrote thus, as the French book maketh mention. Unto Sir Launcelot, flower of all noble knights that ever I heard of or saw by my days, I, Sir Gawaine, King Lot's son of Orkney, sister's son unto the noble King Arthur, send thee greeting, and let thee have knowledge that the 10th day of May I was smitten upon the old wound that thou gavest me afore the city of Benwick, and through the same wound that thou gavest me I am come to my death day. And I will that all the world wit that I, Sir Gawaine, knight of the Table Round, sought my death, and not through thy deserving, but it was mine own seeking. Wherefore I beseech thee, Sir Launcelot, to return once again unto this realm, and see my tomb, and pray some prayer more or less for my soul. And this same day that I wrote this seedle, I was hurt to the death in the same wound the which I had of thy hand, Sir Launcelot. For a more nobler man might I not be slain. Also, Sir Launcelot, for all the love that ever was betwixt us, make no tarrying, but come over the sea in all haste, that thou mayest with thy noble knights rescue that noble king that made thee knight, that is my lord Arthur, for he is full straitly bestead with a false traitor, that is my half-brother Sir Mordred, and he hath let crown him king, and would have wedded my lady Queen Guinevere, and so had he done had she not put herself in the Tower of London. And so the 10th day of May last past, my lord Arthur and we all landed upon them at Dover, and there we put that false traitor Sir Mordred to flight, and there it misfortuned me to be stricken upon thy stroke. And at the date of this letter was written but 2 hours and a half afore my death, written with mine own hand, and so subscribed with part of my heart's blood. And I require thee, most famous knight of the world, that thou wilt see my tomb. And then Sir Gawaine wept, and King Arthur wept, and then they swooned both. And when they awaked both, the king made Sir Gawaine to receive his saviour. And then Sir Gawaine prayed the king for to send for Sir Launcelot, and to cherish him above all other knights. And so, at the hour of noon, Sir Gawaine yielded up the spirit. And then the king let inter him in a chapel within Dover Castle, and there yet all men may see the skull of him, and the same wound is seen that Sir Launcelot gave him in battle. Then was it told the king that Sir Mordred had pight a new field upon Barham Down. And upon the morn the king rode thither to him, and there was a great battle betwixt them, and much people was slain on both parties. But at the last Sir Arthur's party stood best, and Sir Mordred and his party fled unto Canterbury. Chapter 3. How, after, Sir Gawaine's ghost appeared to King Arthur, and warned him that he should not fight that day. And then the king let search all the towns of his knights that were slain, and interred them, and salved them with soft salves that so sore were wounded. Then much people drew unto King Arthur, and then they said that Sir Mordred warred upon King Arthur with wrong. And then King Arthur drew him with his host down by the seaside westward towards Salisbury. And there was a day assigned betwixt King Arthur and Sir Mordred, that they should meet upon a down beside Salisbury, and not far from the seaside. And this day was assigned on a Monday after Trinity Sunday, whereof King Arthur was passing glad, that he might be avenged upon Sir Mordred. Then Sir Mordred arraised much people about London, for they of Kent, Southsex, and Surrey, Essex, and of Southfolk, and of Northfolk, held the most part with Sir Mordred. And many a full noble knight drew unto Sir Mordred and to the king, but they that loved Sir Launcelot drew unto Sir Mordred. So, upon Trinity Sunday at night, King Arthur dreamed a wonderful dream, and that was this: that him seemed he sat upon a chaflet in a chair, and the chair was fast to a wheel, and thereupon sat King Arthur in the richest cloth of gold that might be made. And the king thought there was under him, far from him, an hideous deep black water, and therein were all manner of serpents and worms and wild beasts, foul and horrible. And suddenly the king thought the wheel turned upside down, and he fell among the serpents, and every beast took him by a limb. And then the king cried as he lay in his bed and slept, "Help!" And then knights, squires, and yeomen awaked the king, and then he was so amazed that he wist not where he was. And then he fell a slumbering again, not sleeping, nor thoroughly waking. So the king seemed verily that there came Sir Gawaine unto him with a number of fair ladies with him. And when King Arthur saw him, then he said, "Welcome, my sister's son. I ween thou hadst been dead, and now I see thee alive. Much am I beholding unto Almighty Jesu. O fair nephew and my sister's son, what be these ladies that hither be come with you?" "Sir," said Sir Gawaine, "all these be ladies for whom I have foughten when I was man living, and all these are those that I did battle for in righteous quarrel. And God hath given them that grace at their great prayer, because I did battle for them, that they should bring me hither unto you. Thus much hath God given me leave, for to warn you of your death. For an ye fight as to morn with Sir Mordred, as ye both have assigned, doubt ye not ye must be slain, and the most part of your people on both parties. And for the great grace and goodness that Almighty Jesu hath unto you, and for pity of you and many more other good men there shall be slain, God hath sent me to you of his special grace, to give you warning that in no wise ye do battle as to morn, but that ye take a treaty for a month day, and proffer you largely, so as to morn to be put in a delay. For within a month shall come Sir Launcelot with all his noble knights, and rescue you worshipfully, and slay Sir Mordred, and all that ever will hold with him." Then Sir Gawaine and all the ladies vanished. And anon the king called upon his knights, squires, and yeomen, and charged them whitely to fetch his noble lords and wise bishops unto him. And when they were come, the king told them his vision, what Sir Gawaine had told him, and warned him that if he fought on the morn he should be slain. Then the king commanded Sir Lucan the butler, and his brother Sir Bedivere, with 2 bishops with them, and charged them in any wise, and they might, take a treaty for a month day with Sir Mordred, and spare not. Proffer him lands and goods as much as ye think best. So then they departed, and came to Sir Mordred, where he had a grim host of 100,000 men. And there they entreated Sir Mordred a long time, and at the last Sir Mordred was agreed for to have Cornwall and Kent by Arthur's days, after all England after the days of King Arthur. End of chapter 3. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 21, Chapter 4 of Le Morte d'Arthur, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Morte dArthur, Volume 2 by Sir Thomas Malory, Book 21, Chapter 4. How by misadventure of an adder the battle began, where Mordred was slain, and Arthur hurt to the death. Then were they condescended that King Arthur and Sir Mordred should meet betwixt both their hosts, and every which of them would bring 14 persons, and they came with this word unto Arthur. Then said he, I am glad that this is done, and so he went into the field. And when Arthur should depart, he warned all his host that an they see any sword drawn, look ye come on fiercely, and slay that traitor Sir Mordred, for I in no wise trust him. In likewise Sir Mordred warned his host that, an ye see any sword drawn, look that ye come on fiercely, and so slay all that ever before you standeth, for in no wise I will not trust for this treaty, for I know well my father will be avenged on me. And so they met as their appointment was, and so they were agreed and accorded thoroughly, and wine was fetched, and they drank. Right soon came an adder out of a little heath bush, and it stung a knight on the foot. And when the knight felt him stung, he looked down and saw the adder, and then he drew his sword to slay the adder, and thought of none other harm. And when the host on both parties saw that sword drawn, then they blew beams, trumpets, and horns, and shouted grimly. And so both hosts dressed them together. And King Arthur took his horse, and said, Alas, this unhappy day! And so rode to his party, and Sir Mordred in likewise. And never was there seen a more doleful a battle in no Christian land, for there was but rushing and riding, foining and striking, and many a grim word was there spoken either to other, and many a deadly stroke. But ever King Arthur rode throughout the battle of Sir Mordred many times, and did full nobly as a noble king should, and at all times he fainted never. And Sir Mordred that day put him in devoir, and in great peril. And thus they fought all the day long, and never stinted till the noble knights were laid to the cold earth. And ever they fought still till it was near night, and by that time was there 100,000 laid dead upon the down. Then was Arthur wood wroth out of measure, when he saw his people so slain from him. Then the king looked about him, and then was he ware, of all his host and of all his good knights were left no more alive but 2 knights. That one was Sir Lucan the butler, and his brother Sir Bedivere, and they were full sore wounded. Jesu mercy, said the king, where are all my noble knights become? Alas, that ever I should see this doleful day, for now, said Arthur, I am come to mine end. But would to God that I wist where were that traitor Sir Mordred that hath caused all this mischief. Then was King Arthur ware where Sir Mordred leaned upon his sword among a great heap of dead men. Now give me my spear, said Arthur unto Sir Lucan, for yonder I have espied the traitor that all this woe hath wrought. Sir, let him be, said Sir Lucan, for he is unhappy, and if ye pass this unhappy day, ye shall be right well revenged upon him. Good Lord, remember ye of your night's dream, and what the spirit of Sir Gawaine told you this night. Yet God of his great goodness hath preserved you hitherto. Therefore, for God's sake, my lord, leave off by this, for blessed be God ye have won the field, for here we be 3 alive, and with Sir Mordred is none alive. And if ye leave off now, this wicked day of destiny is past. Tide me death, betide me life, saith the king. Now I see him yonder alone, he shall never escape mine hands, for at a better avail shall I never have him. God speed you well, said Sir Bedivere. Then the king gat his spear in both his hands, and ran towards Sir Mordred, crying, Traitor, now is thy death day come. And when Sir Mordred heard King Arthur, he, ran unto him with his sword drawn in his hand. And there King Arthur smote Sir Mordred under the shield with a foin of his spear throughout the body more than a fathom. And when Sir Mordred felt that he had his death wound, he thrust himself with the might that he had up to the burr of King Arthur's spear. And right so he smote his father Arthur, with his sword holden in both his hands, on the side of the head, that the sword pierced the helmet and the brain-pan. And therewithal Sir Mordred fell stark dead to the earth, and the noble Arthur fell in a swoon to the earth, and there he swooned oft times. And Sir Lucan the butler and Sir Bedivere oft times heaved him up, and so weakly they led him betwixt them both to a little chapel not far from the seaside. And when the king was there, he thought him well eased. Then heard they people cry in the field. Now go thou, Sir Lucan, said the king, and do me to wit what betokes that noise in the field. So Sir Lucan departed, for he was grievously wounded in many places. And so as he yede, he saw and hearkened by the moonlight how that pillers and robbers were come into the field to pill and to rob many a full noble knight of brooches and beads, of many a good ring, and of many a rich jewel. And who that were not dead all out, there they slew them for their harness and their riches. When Sir Lucan understood this work, he came to the king as soon as he might, and told him all what he had heard and seen. Therefore by my rede, said Sir Lucan, it is best that we bring you to some town. I would it were so, said the king. Chapter 5. How King Arthur commanded to cast his sword Excalibur it into the water, and how he was delivered to ladies in a barge. But I may not stand, mine head works so. Ah, Sir Launcelot, said King Arthur, this day hath I sore missed thee. Alas, that ever I was against thee, for now have I my death, whereof Sir Gawaine warned me in my dream. Then Sir Lucan took up the king the one part, and Sir Bedivere the other part, and in the lifting the king swooned, and Sir Lucan fell in a swoon with the lift, that the part of his guts fell out of his body, and therewith the noble knight's heart brast. And when the king awoke, he beheld Sir Lucan, how he lay foaming at the mouth, and part of his guts lay at his feet. Alas, said the king, this is to me a full heavy sight, to see this noble duke so die for my sake, for he would have holpen me, that had more need of help than I. Alas, he would not complain him, his heart was so set to help me. Now Jesu have mercy upon his soul. Then Sir Bedivere wept for the death of his brother. Leave this mourning and weeping, said the king, for all this will not avail me. For wit thou well, am I might live myself, the death of Sir Lucan would grieve me evermore. But my time hieth fast, said the king. Therefore, said Arthur unto Sir Bedivere, take thou Excalibur, my good sword, and go with it to yonder waterside, and when thou comest there, I charge thee, throw my sword in that water, and come again, and tell me what thou there seest. My lord, said Bedivere, your commandment shall be done, and lightly bring you word again. So Sir Bedivere departed, and by the way he beheld that noble sword, that the pommel and the haft was all of precious stones. And then he said to himself, if I throw this rich sword in the water, thereof shall never come good, but harm and loss. And then Sir Bedivere hid Excalibur under a tree. And so, as soon as he might, he came again unto the king, and said he had been at the water, and had thrown the sword in the water. What saw thou there? said the king. Sir, he said, I saw nothing but waves and winds. That is untruly said of thee, said the king. Therefore go thou lightly again, and do my commandment. As thou art to me lief and dear, spare not, but throw it in." Then Sir Bedivere returned again, and took the sword in his hand, and then him thought sin and shame to throw away that noble sword. And so eft he hid the sword, and returned again, and told to the king that he had been at the water and done his commandment. "What saw thou there?" said the king. "Sir," he said, "I saw nothing but the waters wap and waves wan." "Ah, traitor untrue!" said King Arthur. "Now hast thou betrayed me twice. Who would have weened that thou hadst been to me so lief and dear, and thou art named a noble knight, and would betray me for the richness of the sword? But now go again lightly, for thy long tarrying putteth me in great jeopardy my life, for I have taken cold. But if thou do now as I bid thee, if ever I may see thee, I shall slay thee with mine own hands, for thou wouldst for my rich sword see me dead." Then Sir Bedivere departed, and went to the sword, and lightly took it up, and went to the waterside, and there he bound the girdle about the hilts, and then he threw the sword as far into the water as he might. And there came an arm and an hand above the water, and met it, and caught it, and so shook it thrice, and brandished, and then vanished away the hand with the sword in the water. So Sir Bedivere came again to the king, and told him what he saw. "Alas," said the king, "help me hence, for I dread me I have tarried over long." Then Sir Bedivere took the king upon his back, and so went with him to that waterside. And when they were at the waterside, even fast by the bank hoved a little barge with many fair ladies in it. Among them all was a queen, and they all had black hoods, and all they wept and shrieked when they saw King Arthur. "Now put me into the barge," said the king. And so he did, softly. And there received him 3 queens with great mourning. And so they set him down, and in one of their laps King Arthur laid his head. And then that queen said, "Ah, dear brother, why have ye tarried so long from me? Alas, this wound on your head hath caught overmuch cold." And so then they rode from the land, and Sir Bedivere beheld all those ladies go from him. Then Sir Bedivere cried, "Ah, my lord Arthur, what shall become of me now ye go from me, and leave me alone among mine enemies?" "Comfort thyself," said the king, "and do as well as thou mayst, for in me is no trust for to trust in. For I will into the vale of Avilion to heal me of my grievous wound, and if thou hear never more of me, pray for my soul." But ever the queens and ladies wept and shrieked that it was pity to hear. And as soon as Sir Bedivere had lost the sight of the barge, he wept and wailed, and so took to the forest. And so he went all that night, and in the morning he was ware betwixt 2 holts hoar, of a chapel and an hermitage. Chapter 6. How Sir Bedivere found him on the morrow dead in an hermitage, and how he abode there with the hermit. Then was Sir Bedivere glad, and thither he went, and when he came into the chapel he saw where lay an hermit grovelling on all 4. There, fast by a tomb, was new graven. When the hermit saw Sir Bedivere, he knew him well, for he was but little tofore Bishop of Canterbury, that Sir Mordred fleemed. "Sir," said Bedivere, "what man is there interred that ye pray so fast for?" "Fair son," said the hermit, "I wot not verily, but by deeming. But this night at midnight here came a number of ladies, and brought hither a dead corpse, and prayed me to bury him. And here they offered 100 tapers, and they gave me 100 bezants." "Alas," said Sir Bedivere, "that was my lord King Arthur that here lieth buried in this chapel." Then Sir Bedivere swooned, and when he awoke he prayed the hermit he might abide with him still there, to live with fasting and prayers. "For from hence will I never go," said Sir Bedivere, "by my will, but all the days of my life here to pray for my lord Arthur." "Ye are welcome to me," said the hermit, for I know ye better than ye ween that I do. Ye are the bold Bedivere, and the full noble Duke, Sir Lucan the butler, was your brother. Then Sir Bedivere told the hermit all as ye have heard tofore. So there abode Sir Bedivere with the hermit that was tofore Bishop of Canterbury, and there Sir Bedivere put upon him poor clothes, and served the hermit full lowly in fasting and in prayers. Thus of Arthur I find never more written in books that be authorized, nor more of the very certainty of his death heard I never read. But thus was he led away in a ship wherein were 3 queens, that one was King Arthur's sister, Queen Morgan le Fay. The other was the Queen of Northgalis. The third was the Queen of the Waste Lands. Also there was Nimue, the chief lady of the lake, that had wedded Pelias the good knight, and this lady had done much for King Arthur, for she would never suffer Sir Pelias to be in no place where he should be in danger of his life. And so he lived to the uttermost of his days with her in great rest. More of the death of King Arthur could I never find, but that ladies brought him to his burials, and such one was buried there that the hermit bare witness that sometime was Bishop of Canterbury. But yet the hermit knew not in certain that he was verily the body of King Arthur. For this tale Sir Bedivere, Knight of the Round Table, made it to be written. Chapter 7 of the opinion of some men of the death of King Arthur, and how Queen Guinevere made her a nun in Almesbury. Yet some men say in many parts of England that King Arthur is not dead, but had by the will of our Lord Jesu into another place, and men say that he shall come again, and he shall win the Holy Cross. I will not say it should be so, but rather I will say, here in this world he changed his life. But many men say that there is written upon his tomb this verse: Hic jacet Arturus, rex quondam, rexque futurus. Thus leave I here Sir Bedivere with the hermit, that dwelled that time in a chapel beside Glastonbury, and there was his hermitage. And so they lived in their prayers and fastings and great abstinence. And when Queen Guinevere understood that King Arthur was slain, and all the noble knights, Sir Mordred, and all the remnant, then the queen stole away, and 5 ladies with her, and so she went to Almesbury, and there she let make herself a nun, and wear white clothes and black, and great penance she took as ever did sinful lady in this land, and never creature could make her marry, but lived in fasting, prayers, and alms deeds, that all manner of people marvelled how virtuously she was changed. Now leave me Queen Guinevere in Almesbury, a nun in white clothes and black, and there she was abbess and ruler as reason would. And turn we from her, and speak we of Sir Launcelot de Lake. Chapter 8. How when Sir Launcelot heard of the death of King Arthur, and of Sir Gawaine and other matters, he came into England. And when he heard in his country that Sir Mordred was crowned king in England, and made war against King Arthur his own father, and would let him to land in his own land, also it was told Sir Launcelot how that Sir Mordred had laid siege about the Tower of London, because the Queen would not wed him. Then was Sir Launcelot wroth out of measure, and said to his kinsman, Alas, that double traitor Sir Mordred! Now me repenteth that ever he escaped my hands, for much shame hath he done unto my lord Arthur. For all I feel by the doleful letter that my lord Sir Gawaine sent me, on whose soul Jesu have mercy, that my lord Arthur is full hard bestead. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, that ever I should live to hear that most noble king that made me knight thus to be overset with his subject in his own realm. And this doleful letter that my lord Sir Gawaine hath sent me afore his death, praying me to see his tomb, which you well his doleful words shall never go from mine heart, for he was a full noble knight as ever was born, and in an unhappy hour was I born, that ever I should have had that unhap to slay first Sir Gawaine, Sir Gaheris the good knight, and mine own friend Sir Gareth, that full noble knight. Alas, I may say I am unhappy, said Sir Launcelot, that ever I should do thus unhappily, and alas, it might I never have hap to slay that traitor Sir Mordred. Leave your complaints, said Sir Bors, and first revenge you of the death of Sir Gawaine. And it will be well done that ye see Sir Gawaine's tomb, and secondly, that ye revenge my lord Arthur, and my lady Queen Guinevere. I thank you, said Sir Launcelot, for ever ye will be my worship. Then they made them ready in all the haste that might be, with ships and galleys, with Sir Launcelot and his hosts to pass into England. And so he passed over the sea till he came to Dover, and there he landed with 7 kings, and the number was hideous to behold. Then Sir Launcelot speared of men of Dover where was King Arthur become. Then the people told him how that he was slain, and Sir Mordred and 100,000 died on a day, and how Sir Mordred gave King Arthur there the first battle at his landing, and there was good Sir Gawaine slain. And on the morn Sir Mordred fought with the king upon Barham Down, and there the king put Sir Mordred to the worse. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, this is the heaviest tidings that ever came to me. Now, fair sirs, said Sir Launcelot, show me the tomb of Sir Gawaine. And then certain people of the town brought him into the castle of Dover, and showed him the tomb. Then Sir Launcelot kneeled down and wept, and prayed heartily for his soul. And that night he made a dole, and all they that would come had as much flesh, fish, wine, and ale, and every man and woman had 12 pence, come who would. Thus with his own hand dealt he this money in a mourning gown, and ever he wept, and prayed them to pray for the soul of Sir Gawaine. And on the morn all the priests and clerks that might be gotten in the country were there, and sang mass of requiem. And there offered first Sir Launcelot, and he offered £100. And then the 7 kings offered £40 apiece, and also there was 1,000 knights, and each of them offered £1. And the offering dured from morn till night, and Sir Launcelot lay 2 nights on his tomb, in prayers and weeping. Then on the 3rd day Sir Launcelot called the kings, dukes, earls, barons, and knights, and said thus: My fair lords, I thank you all of you coming into this country with me, but we came too late, and that shall repent me while I live, but against death may no man rebel. But sithen it is so, said Sir Launcelot, I will myself ride and seek my lady Queen Guinevere, for as I hear say she hath had great pain and much disease, and I heard say that she is fled into the west. Therefore ye all shall abide me here, and but if I come again within 15 days, then take your ships and your fellowship, and depart into your country, for I will do as I say to you. End of chapter 8. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 21, Chapter 9 of Morte dArthur, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory. Book 21, Chapter 9. How Sir Launcelot departed to seek the Queen Guinevere, and how he found her at Almesbury. Then came Sir Bors to Ganis, and said, My lord Sir Launcelot, what think ye for to do now to ride in this realm? Wit ye well ye shall find few friends. Be as be may, said Sir Launcelot, keep you still here, for I will forth on my journey, and no man nor child shall go with me. So it was no boot to strive, but he departed and rode westerly, and there he sought 7 or 8 days, and at the last he came to a nunnery, and then was Queen Guinevere ware of Sir Launcelot as he walked in the cloister. And when she saw him there, she swooned thrice, that all the ladies and gentlewomen had work enough to hold the Queen up. So when she might speak, she called ladies and gentlewomen to her, and said, Ye marvel, fair ladies, why I make this fair. Truly, she said, it is for the sight of yonder knight that yonder standeth. Wherefore, I pray you all, call him to me. When Sir Launcelot was brought to her, then she said to all the ladies, Through this man and me hath all this war been wrought, and the death of the most noblest knights of the world. For through our love that we have loved together is my most noble lord slain. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, wit thee well, I am set in such a plight to get my soul heal, and yet I trust, through God's grace, that after my death to have a sight of the blessed face of Christ, and at doomsday to sit on his right side, for as sensible as ever I was are saints in heaven. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, I require thee and beseech thee heartily, for all the love that ever was betwixt us, that thou never see me more in the visage. And I command thee, on God's behalf, that thou forsake my company, and to thy kingdom thy turn again, and keep well thy realm from war and wrack. For as well as I have loved thee, mine heart will not serve me to see thee, for through thee and me is the flower of kings and knights destroyed. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, realm, and there take thee a wife, and live with her with joy and bliss. And I pray thee heartily, pray for me to our Lord, that I may amend my misliving. Now, sweet madam, said Sir Launcelot, would ye that I should now return again unto my country, and there to wed a lady? Nay, madam, wit you well that that shall I never do, for I shall never be so false to you of that I have promised. But the same destiny that ye have taken you to, I will take me unto, for to please Jesu, and ever for you I cast me specially to pray. If thou wilt do so, said the Queen, hold thy promise, but I may never believe wilt return to the world again. Ye say as pleaseth you, yet wist you me never false of my promise, and God defend but I should forsake the world as ye have done. For in the quest of the Sangreal I had forsaken the vanities of the world, had not your Lord been. And if I had done so at that time, with my heart, will, and thought, I had passed all the knights that were in the Sangreal, except Sir Galahad my son, and therefore lay right. For I take record of God, in you I have had mine earthly joy, and if I had found you now so disposed, I had cast me to have had you into mine own realm. Chapter 10. How Sir Launcelot came to the hermitage where the Archbishop of Canterbury was, and how he took the habit on him. But sithen I find you thus disposed, I ensure you faithfully I will ever take me to penance, and pray while my life lasteth, if I may find any hermit either grey or white that will receive me. Wherefore, madam, I pray you kiss me, and never no more. Nay, said the Queen, that shall I never do, but abstain you from such works. And they departed. But there was never so hard but he would have wept to see the dolour that they made, for there was lamentation, as they had been stung with spears, and many times they swooned, and the ladies bare the Queen to her chamber. And Sir Launcelot awoke, and went and took his horse, and rode all that day and all night in a forest, weeping. And at the last he was ware of an hermitage, and a chapel stood betwixt cliffs. And then he heard a little bell ring, and thither he rode, and alighted, and tied his horse to the gate, and heard mass. And he that sang mass was the Bishop of Canterbury. Both the bishop and Sir Bedivere knew Sir Launcelot, and they spoke together after mass. But when Sir Bedivere had told his tale all whole, Sir Launcelot's heart almost brast for sorrow, and Sir Launcelot threw his arms abroad and said, Alas! Who may trust this world? And then he kneeled down on his knee, and prayed the bishop to shrive him and assoil him. and then he besought the bishop that he might be his brother. And the bishop said, I will, gladly. And there he put an habit upon Sir Launcelot, and there he served God night and day with prayers and fastings. Thus the great host abode at Dover, and then Sir Lionel took 15 lords with him, and rode to London to seek Sir Launcelot. And there Sir Lionel was slain, and many of his lords. Then Sir Bors de Ganis made the great host for to go home again, and Sir Bors, Sir Hector de Maris, Sir Blamor, Sir Bleoberis, with more other of Sir Launcelot's kin, took of them to ride all England over thwart and endlong to seek Sir Launcelot. So Sir Bors by fortune rode so long till he came to the same chapel where Sir Launcelot was. And so Sir Bors heard a little bell knell that rang to mass, and there he alighted and heard mass. And when mass was done, the bishop, Sir Launcelot, and Sir Bedivere came to Sir Bors. And when Sir Bors saw Sir Launcelot in that manner clothing, then he prayed the bishop that he might be in the same suit. And so there was an habit put upon him, and there he lived in prayers and fasting. And within half a year there was come Sir Galihud, Sir Galihodin, Sir Blamor, Sir Bleoberis, Sir Villiers, Sir Clarus, and Sir Gahalantine. So all these 7 noble knights there abode still. And when they saw Sir Launcelot had taken him to such perfection, they had no lust to depart, but took such an habit as he had. Thus they endured in great penance 6 year, and then Sir Launcelot took the habit of priesthood of the bishop, and a 12-month he sang mass. And there was none of these other knights but they read in books, and holp for to sing mass, and rang bells, and did boldly all manner of service. And so their horses went where they would, for they took no regard of worldly riches. For when they saw Sir Launcelot endure such penance in prayers and fastings, they took no force what pain they endured, for to see the noblest knight of the world take such abstinence that he waxed full lean. And thus, upon a night, there came a vision to Sir Launcelot, and charged him, in remission of his sins, to haste him unto Almesbury. And by then thou come there, thou shalt find Queen Guinevere dead. And therefore take thy fellows with thee, and purvey them of a horse bier, and fetch her the corpse of her, and bury her by her husband, the noble King Arthur. So this vision came to Sir Launcelot thrice in one night. Chapter 11. How Sir Launcelot went with his 7 fellows to Almesbury, and found there Queen Guinevere dead, whom they brought to Glastonbury. Then Sir Launcelot rose up or day, and told the hermit. It were well done, said the hermit, that ye made you ready, and that you disobey not the vision. Then Sir Launcelot took his 8 fellows with him, and on foot they yede from Glastonbury to Almesbury, the which is little more than 30 mile. And thither they came within 2 days, for they were weak and feeble to go. And when Sir Launcelot was come to Almesbury with the nunnery, Queen Guinevere died but half an hour before. And the ladies told Sir Launcelot that Queen Guinevere told them all she passed, that Sir Launcelot had been priest near a 12-month. And hither he cometh as fast as he may to fetch my corpse, and beside my lord King Arthur he shall bury me. Wherefore the Queen said in hearing of them all, I beseech Almighty God that I may never have power to see Sir Launcelot with my worldly iron. And thus, said all the ladies, was ever her prayer these 2 days, till she was dead. Then Sir Launcelot saw her visage, but he wept not greatly, but sighed. And as he did all the observance of the service himself, both the dirige and on the morn he sang mass. And there was ordained a horse bier, and so with 100 torches ever burning about the corpse of the Queen, and ever Sir Launcelot with his 8 fellows went about the horse bier, singing and reading many an holy orison, and frankincense upon the corpse incensed. Thus Sir Launcelot and his 8 fellows went on foot from Almesbury unto Glastonbury. And when they were come to the chapel and the hermitage, there she had a dirige with great devotion. And on the morn the hermit that sometime was Bishop of Canterbury sang the mass of requiem with great devotion. And Sir Launcelot was the first that offered, and then also his 8 fellows. And then she was wrapped in serried cloth of reins from the top to the toe in 30-fold, and after she was put in a web of lead, and then in a coffin of marble. And when she was put in the earth, Sir Launcelot swooned, and lay long still, while the hermit came and awaked him, and said, Ye be to blame, for ye displease God with such manner of sorrow-making. Truly, said Sir Launcelot, I trust I do not displease God, for he knoweth mine intent. For my sorrow was not, nor is not, for any rejoicing of sin, but my sorrow may never have end. For when I remember of her beauty, and of her noblesse, that was both with her king and with her, so when I saw his corpse and her corpse so lie together, truly mine heart would not serve to sustain my careful body. Also, when I remember me how by my default, mine orgueil and my pride, that they were both laid full low, that were peerless that ever was living of Christian people. Wit you well, said Sir Launcelot, this remembered, of their kindness and mine unkindness, sank so to mine heart, that I might not sustain myself. So the French book maketh mention. Chapter 12. How Sir Launcelot began to sicken, and after died, whose body was borne to Joyous Gard for to be buried. Then Sir Launcelot never after ate but little meat, ne drank, till he was dead. For then he sickened more, and dried and dwined away. For the bishop nor none of his fellows might not make him to eat, and little he drank, that he was waxen by a cubit shorter than he was, that the people could not know him. For evermore, day and night, he prayed, but sometime he slumbered a broken sleep. Ever he was lying grovelling on the tomb of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere. And there was no comfort that the bishop, nor Sir Bors, nor none of his fellows could make him. It availed not. So within 6 weeks after, Sir Launcelot fell sick, and lay in his bed, and then he sent for the bishop that there was hermit, and all his true fellows. Then Sir Launcelot said with dreary Stephen, Sir Bishop, I pray you give to me all my rights that longeth to a Christian man. It shall not need you, said the hermit and all his fellows. It is but heaviness of your blood. Ye shall be well mended by the grace of God to morn. My fair lords, said Sir Launcelot, wit you well my careful body will into the earth. I have warning more than now I will say, therefore give me my rights. So when he was houselled and annealed, and had all that a Christian man ought to have, he prayed the bishop that his fellows might bear his body to Joyous Gard. Some men say it was Alnwick, and some men say it was Bamborough. Howbeit, said Sir Launcelot, me repenteth sore, but I made mine avow sometime that in Joyous Gard I would be buried. And because of breaking of mine avow, I pray you all lead me thither. Then there was weeping and wringing of hands among his fellows. So at a season of the night they all went to their beds, for they all lay in one chamber. And so after midnight, against to day, the bishop that then was hermit, as he lay in his bed asleep, he fell upon a great laughter. And therewith all the fellowship awoke, and came to the bishop, and asked him what he ailed. Ah, Jesu mercy, said the bishop, why did ye wake me? I was never in all my life so merry and so well at ease. Wherefore? said Sir Bors. Truly, said the bishop, here was Sir Launcelot with me with my angels, that ever I saw men in one day, and I saw the angels heave up Sir Launcelot into heaven, and the gates of heaven opened against him. It is but dretching of swevens, said Sir Bors, for I doubt not Sir Launcelot aileth nothing but good. It may well be, said the bishop. Go ye to his bed, and then shall ye prove the sooth. So when Sir Bors and his fellows came to his bed, they found him stark dead. And he lay as he had smiled, and the sweetest savour about him that ever they felt. Then was there weeping and wringing of hands, and the greatest dole they made that ever made men. And on the morn the bishop did his mass of requiem, and after the bishop and all the 9 knights put Sir Launcelot in the same horse bier that Queen Guinevere was laid in tofore that she was buried. And so the bishop and they all together went with the body of Sir Launcelot daily, till they came to Joyous Gard. And ever they had 100 torches burning about him. And so within 15 days they came to Joyous Gard, and there they laid his corpse in the body of the choir, and sang and read many psalters and prayers over him and about him. And ever his visage was laid open and naked, that all folks might behold him. For such was the custom in those days, that all men of worship should so lie with open visage till that they were buried. And right thus as they were at that service, there came Sir Ector de Maris, that had 7 years sought all England, Scotland, and Wales, seeking his brother Sir Launcelot. Chapter 13. How Sir Ector found Sir Launcelot his brother dead, and how Constantine reigned next after Arthur, and of the end of this book. And when Sir Ector heard such noise and light in the choir of Joyous Gard, he alighted and put his horse from him, and came into the choir, and there he saw men sing and weep. And all they knew Sir Ector, but he knew not them. Then went Sir Bors unto Sir Ector, and told him how there lay his brother Sir Launcelot dead. And then Sir Ector threw his shield, sword, and helm from him, and when he beheld Sir Launcelot's visage, he fell down in a swoon. And when he waked, it were hard any tongue to tell the doleful complaints that he made for his brother. Ah, Launcelot, he said, thou were head of all Christian knights. And now I dare say, said Sir Ector, thou, Sir Launcelot, there thou liest, that thou were never matched of earthly knight's hand. And thou were the courteousest knight that ever bare shield, and thou were the truest friend to thy lover that ever bestrad horse, and thou were the truest lover of a sinful man that ever loved woman, and thou were the kindest man that ever struck with sword, and thou were the goodliest person that ever came among press of knights, and thou was the meekest man and the gentlest that ever ate in hall among ladies, and thou were the sternest knight to thy mortal foe that ever put spear to rest. Then there was weeping and dolour out of measure. Thus they kept Sir Launcelot's corpse aloft 15 days, and then they buried it with great devotion. And then at leisure they went all with the Bishop of Canterbury to his hermitage, and there they were together more than a month. Then Sir Constantine, that was Sir Cador's son of Cornwall, was chosen King of England. And he was a full noble knight, and worshipfully he ruled this realm. And then this King Constantine sent for the Bishop of Canterbury, for he heard say where he was. And so he was restored unto his bishopric, and left that hermitage. And Sir Bedivere was there ever still hermit to his life's end. Then Sir Bors de Ganis, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Gahalantine, Sir Galihud, Sir Galihodin, Sir Blamor, Sir Bleoberis, Sir Villiers de Valiant, Sir Clarus of Clermont, all these knights drew them to their countries. Howbeit King Constantine would have had with them, but they would not abide in this realm. And there they all lived in their countries as holy men. And some English books make mention that they went never out of England after the death of Sir Launcelot, but that was but favour of makers. For the French book maketh mention, and is authorized, that Sir Bors, Sir Ector, Sir Blamor, and Sir Bleoberis went into the Holy Land, thereas Jesu Christ was quick and dead, and anon as they had established their lands. For the book saith, so Sir Launcelot commanded them for to do, or ever he passed out of this world. And these four knights did many battles upon the miscreants or Turks, and there they died upon a Good Friday, for God's sake. Here is the end of the book of King Arthur, and of his noble knights of the Round Table, that when they were whole together there was ever 140. And here is the end of the death of Arthur. I pray you all, gentlemen and gentlewomen, that readeth this book of Arthur and his knights, from the beginning to the ending, pray for me while I am alive, that God send me good deliverance, and when I am dead I pray you all pray for my soul. For this book was ended the 9th year of the reign of King Edward the 4th, by Sir Thomas Malory, knight, as Jesu help him for his great might, as he is the servant of Jesu both day and night. Thus endeth this noble and joyous book entitled Le Morte dArthur. Notwithstanding it treateth of the birth, life, and acts of the said King Arthur, of his noble knights of the Round Table, their marvellous enquests and adventures, the achieving of the Sangreal, and in the end the dolorous death and departing out of this world of them all. Which book was reduced into English by Sir Thomas Malory, Knight, as afore is said, and by me divided into 21 books, chaptered and imprinted and finished in the Abbey, Westminster, the last day of July, the year of our Lord, 1480. End of chapter 13. Recording by Simon Evers. End of Le Morte dArthur, Volume 2, by Sir Thomas Malory.